Good afternoon and welcome to the Autism Network Podcastathon. We are finally here. I've been waiting for so long to be here and now we are here. And look at who all we are here with. This is very exciting. I'm going to run quickly down the list of who's here. Then we got a little business to take care of and then we're going to launch right into asking these folks some questions. First of all, thank you for sticking with us because we were a couple of minutes late getting here. But sitting directly next to me is my co-host, Dr. Doreen Granpeesheh, a true expert in the field of autism. I'm so thrilled.
Always lovely to be here.
Lovely to be here with you.
And even more so today.
And then down the line, we have the fabulous, I've been saying Menchie all day because you are the menchiest of menchies. Joe Montaigne, you guys know him from Criminal Minds, or Fat Tony from The Simpsons, and a million other things that we love you so much for, including Searching for Bobby Fischer, one of my favorites, but so many things that you've done over the years that we'll ask you a little bit about that. Sitting next to him is the beautiful and stunning singer that we knew she was a singer, but we didn't know how much of a singer, Holly Robinson Peete. You guys know her from 21 Jump Street, Hanging with Mr. Coop, from all of the wonderful Hallmark movies that you know I live and die for, all the amazing things that you're doing there, so welcome to you. And on last but certainly not least, the fabulous Kobe Bird. You guys know him from Speechless, The Good Doctor, and as Rufus on the hit Netflix show Lock and Key. We are so thrilled that you are all here.
Absolutely. I love coming here all the time. I feel like I'm home with you.
Well, you feel like family to me, so we're all good with that. We want to say that there are plenty of ways for you guys to connect. You could be asking questions for any of the folks up here on the panel. And there's a reason why you should ask a question, because during this hour, we're going to be giving away some gift certificates thanks to Discovery Toys. If you don't know Discovery Toys, you should definitely check out our toy guide because they have lots of winners in there. We are going to be giving away $25 gift certificates. We're going to give away 15 during this hour, and the way that you enter to win is by writing in a question, a comment, or sharing it with someone. And we have people backstage who will be keeping track of that. Every time you win, you get a ticket in the hat to win. We'll announce the winners at the end of the hour. You can only win one. That is the only asterisk that there is. So, you know, enter and enter often by writing in your questions. And the gift certificates can only be used on their United States website, not on the Amazon channel or in stores, so on their website. Also, I have to give a little bit of shout out because we're going to do something special at the end of this podcastathon, not this hour, but the 44th hour.
Oh, yeah. This will be fun.
Oh, yeah. So Dr. Granpeesheh and I put our heads together because we wanted to do some kind of a fundraiser, because you're going to see throughout this podcastathon a lot of people are going to be raising money for a lot of different charities and organizations that have to do with autism. But we sort of love your charity, Autism Care Today.
Right.
And I felt very strongly, and you agreed with me, that we wanted to raise money for something very specific.
For iPads, right. So one of the biggest requests we get are for iPads, and that's because a lot of our nonverbal kids use iPads for communication, but even if you're verbal, a lot of our kids have it for entertainment or for games, educational games, and so on. So iPads are the one thing that we're really hoping to raise $5,000 for.
Yes.
And if we manage to hit that number, then I will have the wonderful experience of shaving Shannon's head live on the 44th hour of this show.
All the way, takedown.
All the way.
Bald.
Yes.
That's the big chop.
Wow.
Yeah, I can't wait. I'm excited about it. I can't wait. And yes, live on the air, she will do that in the 44th hour.
If you hit the 5K.
Oh my goodness.
At least the 5K.
Just 5K.
We think we want to get more than 5K, and as soon as we get the 5K, then I'm going to jump it, we'll still do it at 5K, but we're going to say that we want 10K. Because you know the power of an iPad in somebody's hands.
yeah.
Everybody has the right to communicate. So if you want to see me get my head shaved, and her doing it, because you know she's going to make some fancy shapes while she does
good
it.
equipment.
Yes.
I'm really looking forward to it.
Looking forward to the buzz. But that's hour 44. Wow. If you want to do the math, that's going to be on Thursday morning. Look,
there
this
we
is
go.
our lovely.
Wonderful.
Oh my gosh.
Do you remember when they used to have those things with the iron shavings, and it was shaved Willy, and so this is what they did.
Yeah.
All right, we have some very funny people with some very funny senses of humor here. But so you can definitely donate to that starting right now. Let's get to the 5,000 mark so that I can have my head shaved, because I enjoy being bald. It's a good thing. Okay, so for everybody here, welcome, and thank you for being here and for donating your time to be here. We love you all so much. But I'm going to throw this opening question out just to get us warmed up here. This is April. It's autism awareness, autism acceptance, autism action, whatever a word that you want, or you could throw in other words there. I just would love to give each one of you an opportunity to say, you know, what this month means to you and what maybe you participate in or how you commemorate it. We just had the numbers change from 1 in 44 to 1 in 36. Do you want to think about that? Do you want to answer first?
No, well, I mean, I was just thinking because you both have older children, and I started in this field in 1978, which is crazy because back then the prevalence was 1 in 15,000 children. So you might remember when your daughter was diagnosed or when your son was diagnosed and how unbelievably the prevalence has just continued to increase. And this new number, of course, is already 3 years old. It's from 2020.
Right, that's the confusing part. I've had people ask me about that. It's already
From
from 2020. It takes a while to
Yeah.
do that, and so that's been a little. It was jarring to get the actual number, and we knew it was coming, right? But when you see it in print, it's jarring.
Yeah, we're going to be on for 44 hours, and we chose the number 44 because that's what the prevalence was. And we said all along, we knew, we had heard that there was a new number that was coming. And we said we're going to do 44 hours no matter what in commemoration of that. But we also were getting little feelers of people saying it's going to stay the same, the number might go up. And so when it went down so significantly, which is actually up, right? It kind of caught my breath, But, you know, what do you want to say about the month of April? Is it a big deal for you, a little deal?
I would say this. I would say I think it's wonderful that that they have this designation to create this awareness. But for people like ourselves, every month is Autism Month. You know, and so it's like, so it's just that realization of knowing it's nice to be able to take that time and hopefully each April, even if in a small way, enlightens up a person or makes them aware of it and moves them, you know, just moves the whole thing forward, then it's done a good thing. But for us, people, you know, parents like ourselves, I mean, it's. I go back to when people will say to me, "What's it like to have a child with autism?" And my answer always is, "I don't know what it's like not to have a child with autism." And so that's the reality.
And I would just add that for families who are just getting the diagnosis, that this is a great thing to have April be here because people are paying attention, there's awareness, there's information about what your child is dealing with, whereas, you know, back in the day, you know, you didn't have all this awareness. So we live with it a lot all the time, but it's like, if you're just getting this diagnosis today and you have everyone, you know, talking about it and posting about it, you don't feel so alone. You feel seen. So I think that for me, that's the best part about it.
I think for a lot of people, it's either autism acceptance or autism awareness. For me, I think it's both because you are aware, but also I want you to accept me. But I think also with the number being where it is now and where we are in the present, and so much has changed over the years. I feel like in a lot of ways, with so many options and so many things to choose from, it's a lot easier. But also like what I was saying about with parents, it's such a good time to branch out and find people and find new things because it's a whole new world, but it's also a very beautiful one.
Nicely said.
I love that, hopeful.
You know, I of course agree with all of you, and I'm from someone who's been treating kids for that long, for many years. It's wonderful to see so many things have changed, right? So like acceptance, of course, but like you can go to a restaurant and order gluten-free food, which is incredible. Right?
Yes.
You can,
Woo, no more ordering that cardboard stuff online.
Oh my goodness.
So much has changed. Like we have insurance. We have insurance coverage, which I never thought would happen in my life, and it has happened, and it's across the U.S., and it's incredible. So there's been a lot of really good change. I guess when Shannon and I were talking about this when it came out last week, for me, it's more like, why is it going up so drastically?
Right.
Like, what we need to answer that question, because it's not just about autism. It's about, you know, lots of other chronic disabilities and illnesses that are just increasing. And if it has something to do with toxicity, we need to really do something about that, because it's scary, you know, like what are we actually doing to our own world? That's for me, that's what I hope would come out every April.
And I've been singing the tune. I just want us to fully fund IDEA.
Yeah,
I feel like it's
of
just the
course.
beginning, but I want us to fully, if 1 in 36, that means that every single classroom in the United States is going to have an individual on the
Yep.
spectrum who needs support. So let's fully fund that and stop making it an argument between the school and the family. Let's like just do it for
Yes.
once and for all. We keep saying we're going to do it. It's time to do it. I know we've gone through a lot with the pandemic, but it's time.
Yeah,
So that's my war cry right now.
absolutely.
But I want to say to you, Holly, that when my son was diagnosed, I think the number was 1 in 25, and I very much felt like I was on a planet alone. And I was saying to Dr. Grampiche,
1 in 25?
no, 1 in 125.
Oh,
excuse
right.
me. Thank you for thank you.
It's okay.
1 in 125.
Yeah.
And but I still felt like I was on a planet alone. And I, you know, I love Oprah. I make no bones about that. And I would always turn on my television, and Oprah would speak to me, and I turned on my television, and there you were, and you were saying things that I needed. I'm going to get emotional, but you were saying things that I needed to hear, and it shaped how the next year went for us. So I owe you gratitude.
Well,
always
you
for that.
always tell me this, Shannon, every year.
Okay.
And I always get emotional when I think about it, because that is exactly why we decided to talk about it publicly.
Yeah.
And when Oprah called and said, do you want to have this conversation? I was just like, as long as I don't sit on there and cry the whole time. Like, I wanted to be an example. And Rodney didn't want us to have this conversation publicly. He's like, you're not labeling my child. He's not going to be the boy with the quarterback dad and the actress mom with autism. But we talked about the importance of feeling seen and having this conversation.
It's huge.
And it's huge. And then, you know, we had an argument. Like, it was a big pros and cons. And I won that argument because I win all the arguments in my house. That's just a fact. Come on, Joe.
There you go.
Come on, a happy life, right? But when we look back, because I think when RJ got diagnosed, I don't think it was 1 in 150. And we see being able to go on TV, have a conversation like this. We didn't see this kind of stuff back in 2000. It's important. You have to let people feel less alone. And then that's how we get the funding, that's how we get the conversations, all of it.
In relation to that, you know, I go back a bit further back. So when my daughter was diagnosed, it was 1 in 1,500.
Wow.
You know, back, this was 1987.
Yeah.
And I remember I was doing the movie at the time. I was shooting Godfather 3 in New York, and she was diagnosed while we were in New York because we knew, we could see she wasn't, you know, you started to pick up on things. She was about 2.5 years old. All the different aspects of autism we started to pick up on. So once she was diagnosed, I was like, okay, this is, you know, the doctor tells you this, that she has 8 of the 10 kinds of indications of autism, and just your heart goes in your stomach, then jumps back up to where it belongs, and you go, okay, now what? But I remember, I finished the movie, we come back to Los Angeles, and it's about 3 or 4 months later now, and now, maybe 6 months later, and now the press is starting to come out for the movie. And I think it was Time Magazine or People Magazine, I can't remember which publication, it was obviously a very popular national magazine, calls me as part of the publicity thing. And the interviewer on the phone says to me, it's come to our attention that you have a daughter with autism. Would you mind talking about it? Now, at this point, as far as I knew, nobody knew anything about this.
Wow.
She had been diagnosed, like I said, we were still kind of coming to grips with it. And okay, now where do we go? Who do we contact? As I said, back in 87, there wasn't quite as many outlets to reach out. So I didn't even bother to ask, like, how did you know this? Because, you know, it was something like Time Magazine. All it would need was one person to say something. And I realized in that instant that they asked the question, I had to come up with an answer. And it went through my head. I thought to myself, if I say no, I don't want to talk about it. I thought to myself, I'm negating my daughter's existence in a way.
Oh my gosh.
In other words, I'm saying, I don't want to talk about this, but, and yet on the other hand, I thought, but I have to decide. So at that moment, I just said to myself, yeah, I'll talk about it. And so they asked me a few questions. And I explained some certain things, how it manifested itself, and then I forgot about the article came out, whatever it was. I get a letter sent to me through, somebody tracks down who I have, what agent I have or whatever, and I get a letter. It says, "Dear Mr. Montaigne, I just want to let you know we read your interview in People magazine or whatever it was." And it was just so comforting to see that somebody understood what it's like to have their daughter, because I think I mentioned that sometimes we'd be in a grocery store and my daughter would start, for whatever, something had triggered it, and she starts screaming or yelling, and all of a sudden all the other parents are looking at you like you're a bad parent.
Of course.
And you want to say, no, that's not what's happening.
Yeah.
And so this woman just says, we thought it only happens to people like us and not people like yourself. And as soon as I read that from that moment on, I knew there's no turning back. There's no justification to say, look, I can't, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
I have to almost do the opposite. I have to say, yeah, that's Mia. This is what's going on with Mia.
It takes a lot of
And-
courage, Joe, because back then nobody was having these conversations. And for you to have in that moment, realize, I don't want to deny who she is, and even have the forethought, even if you even thought about this, what it would mean for you to have a conversation with time or people, and for someone to reach back out to you and go, thank you. Back then, nobody was having these conversations.
No, like I said, but it's freeing. Once that was done, there's no going back, and so that's fine. And the point is, better to come out that way than all of a sudden down the line, somebody says,
outed.
"Hey, what's going on? What's I didn't,
There's
so
another
whatever.
aspect too. I don't know if you realize, when you guys come to events and press comes to these events and fundraising occurs because you have been talking about this, those funds, my organization, our nonprofit, we've given away $2 million to families, and it's because you've been to so many of our events, both of you have, and it's because you're there. So you're also really affecting what happens for other people and other kids through that fundraising. So it's awareness, but it's also just, helping raise help for others.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I want to address, we got a lot of people watching and writing in. Folks watching in Australia, love to hear that. Watching in Culver City, too.
Oh, yeah.
Saying hi to Our Journey, Cameron's New Life, who says that, she says hello, and gut health is important. We're saying hi to Judy in Altoona, Pennsylvania. And also saying hi to Eric, who has written in and identified himself as a 36-year-old who has autism, ADD, ADHD, SPD, and sensory processing disorder, along with OCD, depression, anxiety, and stress. And Eric, we're so glad that you're here with us. Also saying hello to Joannie. We love having you here with us. And they've started a really interesting conversation about bullying online that maybe if we have a chance to get into that. Kobe, I know that that's something that you talk about. You are somebody who has been a speaker, you're a keynote speaker, and it's a part of your journey, which I hate. I hate that that's a part of your journey, but in this whole disclosure conversation, you talk about that sometimes. I'm not saying you have to talk about it right now, but you tell the story about how you were bullied when you speak.
Yeah.
I've seen you speak to 1,200 people and have them just be so moved when you talk about that.
I think in a lot of ways having those experiences and telling people, okay, this is what I went through. This is my journey. And I think also for parents who hear that, and also for people around my age who have gone through the same thing, it's them saying, okay, this is what I relate to. I understand this, and it's like it's making them feel seen, and it's not making them feel alone. And I think in a lot of ways, I did a keynote speech back in 2019, and that was such a big moment for me, but also for advocating for everybody on the spectrum. And it was one of the biggest things that I had done, because I was talking to thousands of people. It was such a huge thing, but it was also amazing because it was me on the stage telling everybody, this is what I went through, and I also want you to know that it's going to be okay. You're not alone, and I think having that reassurance really helps a lot of people, and that's why I'm doing this, and that's why it means so much to me, because it's making sure that it's making sure that they know that it's going to be all right, and there are so many ways that we can help you, and that I want to help you. So it's finding that acceptance and that awareness.
Well, you're a wonderful spokesperson. You've just blazed new trails for so many people, given so many people hope, and really you were the first. Several times you were the first actor on the spectrum to do representation in a way that was seen publicly, starting as a kid on Speechless, and then Good Doctor. When you booked Good Doctor, we all lost our minds. And then you turn around and do Rufus, and Rufus is so, if you guys haven't watched Netflix Lock and Key, you have to watch 3 seasons. You have to watch, because Kobe kicked butt and took names.
It's a wonderful show.
We've said it.
And now Kobe has a new talent that he just discovered. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so about almost a month ago, I think, Shannon asked me to do a commission for The Office, and originally it was going to splash paint on a canvas, and at first I was like, well, I can't paint, so originally it was a hard no, like absolutely not. I don't know if I can do this, but then I thought about it for a bit, and I thought, why not? I might as well do it. So I told Shannon yes, and I think about 2 weeks ago, I came to the office and I did it, and at first I was a little nervous about like splashing the paint. So we came up with a more easier way of doing it, and it was such a wonderful time. But the one thing I think is really fascinating about it is that I can't really say that I enjoyed it or not. But it wasn't because I wasn't thinking about it. I was in this zen where I was painting the entire time, and I was so into it that I knew how to prepare for it. I knew what colors I wanted to do. I knew how I wanted it to go and how I wanted to execute it. And I got so into it. I did it. I was there for almost a good 5 hours, just so into it, and it was such a great time. But tonight I'm going to be doing another canvas on the podcast with me and my mom. So that live at midnight. So that'll be really fun to do again.
Yeah, and during that time, his mom is going to unveil the video, because she did time-lapse video of him doing it. So that's hour 10, you guys. That's at midnight tonight. Is that hour 10? I think it's hour 10. It's at midnight tonight Pacific time. So, and Kobe, you'll see when he paints, because your focus was just so wonderful to watch you work. It was really lovely. And then you're going to auction that painting off and raise some money on your own, so for wonderful causes. So they've been able to see it. You guys will see the pictures later on, but it's gracing our studio. It's a beautiful work of art. We're so thrilled with it. Thank you for doing that.
Absolutely.
And since we're on the subject of talents,
Yes.
can we?
Oh my gosh. Can we talk about The Masked Singer?
Of course, we can talk about The Masked Singer. So I did this show. When they asked me, I've always loved to sing. Like, I love to sing since I was a little girl. And when I went to Sarah Lawrence College, and I graduated from Sarah Lawrence, I was always known as the singer there. When you're in college, you kind of, people know you as, oh, that's the actor on campus or the artist on campus. I was the singer on campus. But then when I graduated, I tried to get a record deal, and I was struggling, and got 21 Jump Street. So when I got 21 Jump, I was like, well, they're like, hey, do you want to sing our theme song? I was like, sure, I'll sing the 21 Jump Street theme song. That kind of like, I still wanted, burning desire to be a singer. Anyway, fast forward all these years later, Masked Singer, Fox, they say, you want to do it? And I was like, yeah, that'd be kind of fun. I have not sang like that on a stage in so many years. dressed up like a fairy. And it was so much fun. And I knew all the judges, including the host. Nobody guessed me. But I got to sing 2 songs that I love. I got to sing You're No Good by Linda Ronstadt, and she's a personal friend. I just love her so much. And Angel from Montgomery for Country Music Night by Bonnie Raitt, who's another artist who I'm obsessed with. So it was like a fantasy. And then when I got unmasked, I was mad because I got real competitive. I was like, wait a second, I'm not ready to go home. I want to come back for 80s night. I got my song picked out. But anyway, it was so fun. The most hilarious thing was my kids had to sign NDAs. They thought that was such a big deal. Like, we're signing NDAs. Like, this is a secret. But it's the whole thing is, keep it a secret. But no one, by the way, guessed me on the panel, but everyone online knew it was me.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I went on Twitter. I was like, let me just click on the hashtag.
Sarah Lawrence Alumni Office.
Yeah, right. And like my friends, but like random people. I think they Googled like a lot of the clues and maybe, but it was fun. It was just really fun. And I heard from Linda Ronstadt. She saw it. She loved it. That was like a special thrill. It was cool.
I gotta
So
tell
who
you,
knew?
my husband and I watch it. It's a guilty pleasure for us, and we like to guess, and we like to watch the clues and everything. Had no idea it was you. And usually people come out and they start singing, and we immediately, we look for clues about how
Yes.
old is this person? Are they a
Yes.
singer or an actor?
Right.
And like, there's actors who can sing, no shame, no foul, right? But there are people come out and we go, oh no, that's a singer. That person's got a Grammy,
Yeah.
whatever. You sang, and we were like, oh, that's a singer with a Grammy.
You did not get the badge and the 21, like someone
No.
had blackjack,
No.
like 21
No,
and the cop.
No, I totally didn't. And I didn't get the original when you said that you were the original Nepo baby. I totally missed
Well,
that
I mean,
too.
that one is, because my dad was Gordon on Sesame Street, so you had to go way back, and that was, but it was also Sesame Street night, Shannon.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, Shannon.
I know, and
You're my friend. You're supposed to know these
I
things.
know, when you sang at Dodger Stadium, I stood like this far away from you when you sang.
Right.
I know you can sing, but I didn't know, I don't think anybody knew, Nick Cannon didn't know that you could sing that way.
Well,
and
it was-
everyone went, whoa.
It was a blast. It was so much fun,
So
and I
when
would do
does
it all
the
over
album
again.
come out is what we all need to know.
Well, I'm in talks. No, there's no
sure you
album
must
coming
be.
out right now. But I
need an album.
You need an album?
Yeah, I need
Okay.
one.
All right. Well, I'll see what I can. I am singing the anthem at the Dodger game coming up.
you go.
Listen,
Oh,
that's the
You're
extent.
not going to be in the outfit, though.
No, I'm not dressing up as a fairy.
You're going to put the outfit away.
I'm wearing all Dodger blue. But yeah, it was totally fun. My husband was like, "Can you wear that home?" But that's another story.
Which game? What date?
April 14th.
Okay,
I think it's the
Not the Cubs, is it? Because
think
I know
it's
they're
the
coming. I know they're
Cubs.
coming to town.
It's the Cubs.
Oh, there you go. Well,
Joe, are you going to be there?
there's a good chance now. Yeah, I
gotta
think
Come
that
on,
can happen.
Joe.
Yeah.
I think it's your team, so you got to
That's
show
great.
up.
Sure.
So many people are saying, Mike Kipple says some of my favorite people that I follow on social media are here. Thank you so much to advocate to the media and to the world, and that he's watching from Wisconsin. Mike, we're so thrilled that you're there. Parker's with us. Parker says Holly does not age at all, and Parker, you're
Oh,
right.
Parker, I love you.
Okay, Judy says, I'm raising my 14-year-old grandson nonverbal autistic and my granddaughter 12. She feels like no one understands. And yet I think that a lot of people on the spectrum can identify with that statement, Kobe, don't you?
Yeah.
And yet there is this big, beautiful community of people. You've got
There
tons
really
of
is.
friends.
Yeah.
I've met so many people that I never would have thought I would have known, and it's been. We didn't at the time. We didn't know when I was in elementary school. We didn't know. We weren't really able to find a community. So when we found it, we found it at the right time, and I'm so glad that was like the beginning, because that was where my journey began. That was where I came out of my shell and I started in. Acting is why I'm here today, and when I'm on set, I'm not focused on my century issues, or I'm not focused on the social aspect, because I'm so in character. So it's like to be so hyper focused on that, and to not let any of those things get in the way. That to me is so important. And that's why I've gone so far, and it's pushed me to do things I never would have thought I would have done. So I'm super happy to be here.
Amazing.
Well,
Yeah,
I
right,
remember
yeah.
you learning to ride a bike.
Yeah.
They were in Toronto, and of course,
yeah.
I'm really, we've known you since you were not quite 6'4", back in the day.
Yeah.
Like maybe 6'2", when you were 6'2". But you guys went to Toronto, and then all of a sudden, your mom was telling me you were riding a bike, and we were all excited for you. And then of course, then we got to watch you ride a bike in an action scene.
Oh, that's so. For the longest time, I really wanted to ride a bike, and that was on my bucket list. Also the same thing with painting and in acting. It was something that I didn't know I wanted to do, but it was something on my list. So in Toronto, so there are these little bike stations all over Toronto, like hundreds of them. There's so many of them, and there was one right by our residence. So one day we were going out, and I told my mom, "Hey, I want to go ride a bike," and she was like, "Are you sure? Do you want to do it?" And I said, "I want to do it." So we spent. So we got one of the bikes, and there was a little ramp, like a little hill that was right there, but it was still in the city. But I pretty much spent 45 minutes trying to learn, and I got it I got it right away in that moment. And it's one of my favorite hobbies now. It's just something that I want to keep doing. But it's like that, like with painting and with biking. It's things you don't know you can do, but when you find those, that's it. That's something that I want to do, and that's something that I love to do. And that to me was like the beginning of that. And I actually learned to bike on April 2nd. That also was such a really important moment for me because it was showing I have autism. I can learn to ride a bike, and it's showing us that we're capable. Our minds might work differently, but that doesn't mean we are different. One of the things I was saying last week or weeks ago that with autism there are externals, but to me the most important part are the internals. It's how we see things, it's how we hear things, it's how we look at them, how we perceive them, how we analyze them. But also it's also our thoughts. And I think one of the hardest things for a lot of people on the spectrum, including me, is that we know what to say, we know what's on our minds, and we know what our thoughts are. But when it comes out, it's not the way we expect it, and that's how I am all the time. Like right now, I'm thinking of what to say, and it's like, oh God, I hope I can execute it right.
You're doing a great
doing just
job.
fine,
Great
Kobe.
job.
I just want you to know, Kobe, the rest of us also suffer with that a little bit. We're not always.
I used to ask RJ what it was like when he was nonverbal, really verbally challenged, and he'd say, I had it in my mind. It was like a ball stuck in my throat. Like he would say that. I thought that was so profound because that was him expressing that it's right here, but and he said it was frustrating. But it's so great to hear you articulate your feelings, advocate for yourself, and that's super cool for other people to see that you're doing that.
Really.
It's a big process, but also one of the things is that when I meet people, they say, "Oh, you don't have autism." You stutter. But I don't see it. You don't see you see the preparation. You see the execution. You don't see the internal. You don't see what's going in. You don't see me preparing for that. The anxiety, that fear, saying, "Oh God, what if I do something wrong?" It's that. You're seeing the mask. You're seeing what I've put on and what I'm doing right now.
But you know what I'm also seeing is support around you. I always say I wouldn't change RJ for the world because he's just the coolest kid, but I would try to change the world around him and how they see you and how they have that patience for all of these things. And when my son comes home from work, he's like, he has to jump on the trampoline for 2 hours just to get right in his body because he's been, I don't want to say pretending, but he's been wearing the mask all day long. And it's stressful, right? But when we know that's what you're going through, then we can give you as much support as you need.
Exactly. And that support is so important because it makes it because also it makes us feel like we're not alone.
Right.
to have people around to say, we got you, we understand what you're going through. If you need something from us,
Need a moment.
we're here. And that to me is so important. Like having friends and having family, having loved ones around you,
Coworkers.
coworkers. That to me is such a big part of it because also one of the misconceptions is that we don't want to be social. I want to be social so bad. I want to have a conversation, but I have major social anxiety, so it's trying to get myself out there, and also with the preparation, it's me putting the mask on, and it's me trying my best to socialize. So that to me is really important.
In keeping with that, I was going to say, back in the late 80s, early 90s, when my daughter was aged out, she has to go into the educational system, schools. And we decided, with my lifestyle as an actor, there's going to be a lot of traveling, but I decided early on, we've all got to do it together. And if it even means disrupting, what's happening here at home, so it be. In other words, my daughter's going to have to learn the capital of Indiana some other time at school, but we're all going to travel together. We made that decision, and we did, and we go to different countries even, and you'd learn things, how they were doing things differently, and you'd pick up some. And one of the most profound things that happens when I was going, it's turned out to be my hometown, Chicago. We go to Chicago, I'm going to be doing this film in Chicago, Baby's Day Out at the time. And
Which we love.
We love that too.
so anyway, we were there, and we realized I'm going to be there about because it was a big movie, so we're going to be there maybe 4 or 5 months. So we tried to find a school, and at that time, the schooling was all your choices where you go into a public school, you have an IEP, you do all that, and they'll put your child in a special class, and
With everybody else.
With everybody else. So we go to this one school, and it wasn't a public school. It was called a Catherine Cook School. It was a private school, but it was in the neighborhood where we got an apartment to live. And we said, well, let's just try it out. Let's just see, maybe they'll be responsive. So we go, we have this daughter. She's 6 years old. She has autism. I don't know if you have programs here or not, or you think you have maybe a place for. And the principal says, I think you should meet one of our teachers. She takes us, and my 6-year-old daughter, Mia, we go into this room, and there's this teacher, her name was Karen Fendler. And we explained to her, well, we have our daughter, and she's in it. Karen goes, I get it. She takes my daughter by the hand, walks in front of all these 6-year-olds, and said, this is Mia. Mia has a thing called autism. She's going to be here now. She might get up and walk around. She may go up to the blackboard, start doing it. She might start singing. She might do all of these things. She's going to be a little different than all of you. So we're all going to support her. We're going to love her. We're going to understand that.
Wow.
And my wife and I are standing there like, oh my God.
gosh.
This is the
Wow.
first we've ever seen anybody do this. And then that was it. And she says, Mia's going to be just fine. You guys could go home and be fine. And of course, she was there that whole semester. And from that point on, when we came back to LA, back to our home here, we realized, okay, we can't accept less than this, if possible.
Yeah.
So from that point on, we would go to the school each school year, talk to the principal, and they'd say, whether it was 5th grade, 6th grade, 8th grade, can we talk to the teacher and see in the regular class and see if they can handle this? And we would do that, we'd explain, and then we would talk to the kids. We would do what Karen showed us. We'd say, our daughter has this thing.
Amazing.
And more often than not, they would embrace it, and at the end of the school year, and often the teacher had no experience in it, and at the end of the school year, the teacher would tell us, we hope Mia benefited from us, but I certainly know all the rest of the kids benefited from us, because they found out that not everybody is the same.
That's
And
right.
so that was through high school. That was the same way. She
Was it in
went
the
to regular
80s,
high school.
80s or 90s?
This was started in the early 90s. Like
Right.
she was like about 92 and then beyond, all the way through high school. She went to regular high school here in Encino and had that same situation. And it was just so wonderful to be able to see these kids take that responsibility and realize, okay, we're going to help her. We're going to support her.
That's so
And so
awesome.
that's included. And then those are one of the things we learned in Canada. Because when I was working in Canada, when we thought we'd bring her to a class early on and they would put her in a special class, they said, no, we don't do that here. They said, what does your daughter need? She says, she's going to be in a class with all the other kids. Now, if your daughter needs a wheelchair, we'll get her the wheelchair. If your daughter needs this, she gets this. She says, we don't like to specialize. And that's when we realized yeah, that's kind of the way we hope the world would
Yeah.
Right.
be more like.
I wanted to
Yes.
say, can we clone that teacher?
Yes.
Yeah.
Right? But
Oh,
you
to this
kind of
day,
did.
we
'cause you
did.
took
We
it and you went,
Oh, and we still see her. We fly her in at Christmas time.
Oh my gosh,
She's part
so
of our
good.
family.
What a good
good,
human being.
because
Yes.
what, the power of one person.
Yeah.
And seeing things in a way, looking at individuals, which is the thing that I always say about you.
I know,
That
you're
you
too
are,
kind.
she is the queen of perspective taking and looking at an individual and seeing an individual and looking at that individual and the family around them, which was life-changing for us and continues to be life-changing for so many people. Hey, I gotta say, last call for comments, if you wanna be entered to win a Discovery Toys gift certificate, last call for comments. So many things that you guys are gonna have to see later on. And Holly, everybody just has said that you look absolutely beautiful.
Oh my goodness.
So lots of comments on that, I must say.
I'm going to embrace that.
Shauna says, thank you so much for bringing awareness. My oldest is 12 and autistic. And so we thank you so much, Shauna, for being here. Amanda, I'm so thrilled to see you here as well. Gemma's Journey Grace and 619 Poker King is with us.
Yeah, I
Some
saw.
of our regulars. So we're so thrilled that you
There's
guys
folks
are.
from the UK on as
Oh,
well.
I love
Shonky
it.
Lee, so thrilled that you guys are here. We hope that you guys are going to stay for more of the podcastathon because every hour it's sort of a different thing. And the next hour it will be Ask Dr. Doreen, where you can be asking all kinds of questions about absolutely underneath everything under the sun. And Dr. Doreen will answer your questions in real time. The next hour she's going to talk specifically about anxiety
Oh,
because we all know that's a thing.
that is a thing.
That is
That's
a
a
thing.
thing. I wanted to say to Dr. Doreen that I was, I had the opportunity to be on the Proud Family Louder and Prouder, do you know this show? So, I've done a few things over it, right? My kids don't care about anything that I've done. They don't think anything special, right? They're like, oh yeah, good for you, Mom. Way to go. I get booked on the Proud Family, Louder and Prouder. You would have thought I won an Emmy, Grammy, Oscar. I mean, they were so excited. And then I got to play a doctor who diagnoses a child with autism.
Wow.
So I thought about you, and I thought about all these compassionate doctors, because we didn't get a great diagnosis. Like, she just gave us all, we call it the never day. I've told you about that story a million times. All things RJ would never do. So I got to play Dr. Audre Lorde, and she diagnoses the little boy on Proud Family with autism. And I got to do it in like how I would imagine or wish. I got to reimagine the diagnosis because this lady gave us no hope. And it's so great. So shout out to the producers of the Proud Family, Louder and Prouder, for creating this character, right? And it was done with humor. It's, a show that reaches a lot of African American families who, in our community, we don't really process this diagnosis very well. And so proud of that. So if you guys get a chance to check out the Proud Family. Yeah, but I thought about you, but I thought about compassionate doctors who really give families hope, and then did my best, Dr. Doreen.
Thank you.
That's great.
Now I got to watch this.
Yeah, you'll love it.
Yeah,
It's
we
very.
should
I'll send you the clip. It's
Okay,
very.
have to do that
I'm
for
very
sure.
excited. Traven had actually mentioned something about our producer, and I didn't get to it. I'm a failure.
okay. It's all good.
It's all good. It's all good. We've only got a couple of minutes left here, and so many comments that I can't get all to. But I wanted to give you guys a second to talk about, because Kobe, I know you just did some improv recently with Sherry O'Terry.
Yes.
I got to hear a
Oh,
little bit
I
about
love
that.
her.
What that was like.
So one of my very good friends, Connor Haney, is a writer and an actor. I've worked on him. I've worked with him on so many amazing projects. And there's this improv show he does called The Sound of Musical, and it's one of the funniest things ever. So what it is it's an improv show, and it's a musical. So they get someone from the crowd to say, like, give us a theme, give us something, like last time was the Bone Graft Diaries, and it's an entire show with music, and it's with music and melodies, and it's all improvised, and it's one of the funniest things ever. So he wanted me to come in for the show before, and Sherry O'Terry was one of the celebrity guest stars, so I got to work with her, and I got to be honest with you, improv for me is such a hard thing because it's not it is with autism, but also for me it's like the anxiety, because for a lot of people on the spectrum, we're processing what to say and it's a lot slower. So it's like you're thinking about it on the dot. You're trying to like get in line, pick up the pace. It's that going along with it. So I was really nervous about it, and I always get very nervous about improv, but it was such a fun night. I had such a good time with Sherry. She was so funny. She was so
She's
sweet.
hysterical.
Oh my
Great.
goodness.
So
She's just this. She's just this big ball of energy, and it's just so fun to work with her. But that was such a really good night, and yeah, it was really fun.
Dr. Graham-Pichet and I are at the head of your fan club. We just want you
Yes.
to know.
I want to join.
We're adoring you right now.
And I don't know how many people know this about you, Joe, that you're a director and that you've directed some amazing, also a playwright too. So
It's like,
I like how you dismiss that.
free
One of my husband's
time,
favorite
my free
plays.
time.
Okay, so you just make the dismissal there. I saw that. But
I'm a good
I know
golfer,
I
too.
saw I saw a play that you directed a few years ago before the pandemic, and then I saw it on your IMDb. Did you guys film it? We're talking about the Lenny Bruce.
Yeah, we did. During the pandemic, we figured we'd take that opportunity. So I filmed like about 5 or 6 episodes and then edited it together. But we're still actually holding on to the film because now that we're back doing live theaters happening again, right now Ronnie Marmo, who actually wrote the play, he's up in Seattle right now. He'll be doing the show all week up in Washington State. And it's been traveling around the country. We've already done Chicago, New York, LA, and at some point, the film version will come out. But right now we're letting the play kind of, let him enjoy doing the live performances of
It's a
it.
great show. I love Lenny
Amazing.
Bruce,
Thank
and
you.
Ronnie Marmo is like amazing.
Yeah.
He came on the show with you a couple of
Yes,
years ago.
he did.
With Joanne Lara, the
That's
great,
right.
great Joanne Lara.
Exactly. Well, we
God bless her.
co-produced actually a play about autism at the theater that Ronnie, is part of
Right,
it.
self-injurious behavior, right?
Yeah,
Well, that was the
exactly,
play. Amazing.
exactly.
And Miss Holly, I gotta know, because, I need my Hallmark fix. Because, you tend to, I don't want to put pressure on you, but you tend to do at least one Christmas movie, sometimes more than one, because you do guest stars on other Hallmark Christmas movies, and I look out for you, because yours destroy me. Every year, they destroy me. But then, you also did one this last year that wasn't a Christmas movie, that was
Yeah,
a
The Journey
whole
Ahead.
different thing.
Yeah, it was
that-
totally different.
Oh my
totally
gosh,
different.
and I just thought it was really lovely.
Well, I was so proud of that because The Journey Ahead was really about, I played a fading movie star who wasn't getting the good roles anymore. She was kind of bitter. And she had all these secrets, she had a child she gave up for adoption and everything. And she runs up against this young free spirit kayak young lady, amazing young actress, and who's also queer. And so it was just such a cool Hallmark moment because it was very inclusive and it was just beautiful. So I love that I got a chance to break out a little bit of my Christmas mold. But now
We like the Christmas mold too.
Oh no,
but
I'm not
this
going
was-
anywhere.
But this was
They
amazing.
didn't name me Holly for no reason.
It was such a great, different buddy film.
No, it
wasn't
was.
what you were expecting.
Oh,
and
you
it was
didn't
fantastic.
know which direction
Yeah.
The Journey Ahead was
Yeah.
going to go. And I read the script and I was like, wow. And then worked with this actress. It was awesome. But now we're pitching. It's that time of year. We might have a pending writer strike, so we got a few
Right,
things.
exactly.
We got a few things going on here. And so we're developing my next one. And we'll see. Shannon, I'm going to let you know what it's called. And
I
when
have
it
to
happens.
mainline my Hallmark. You know that about me. I get very mushy about it. Do you know that I watch all the Hallmark movies?
I love Hallmark too.
She watches
My
all
mom
of
is the same
them.
way. She loves Hallmark.
Hallmark,
Oh my
I
goodness.
It's a religion with me. There we go. Okay, so I need to say the winners, and each one of you has won. If I say your name, you've won a $25 gift certificate. But here's the deal: I have to have your email. So you need to email me to claim it, and then I will send it back to you. Give me a couple of days because I'm going to be a little busy for a couple of days. But so here we go. Eric Levitt, you won a $25 gift certificate. Judy Go, Gary Burge, Mike Hipple, Parker Odell, Alyssa Alfonso, Chonky Lee, May Tebb, Sophia Mendoza, Daniel Fowler, Shauna, I'm not going to say your last name because I'm going to, Shalom Perez. It wasn't that hard. It looked different when I was looking at it. Sorry. Michelle Reeves, Sleepy Mama 14, 619 Poker King, and Gemma's Journey Grace. You've all won gift cards for Discover Toys. So you have to email me, ready for this? Got your pencil ready? Shannon at autism-live.com. Again, that's Shannon at autism-live.com. If you will email me, I will get those. It's a digital gift card that you'll be able to spend at the Discovery Toys USA website. It will only be good there. We'll send you the instructions along with it. I gotta say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
guys.
You guys are amazing, and thank you for starting us off on such a good light. And love always. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the
Always.
work that you guys are doing, and good luck the
Absolutely.
rest of the way.
Bon voyage.
So share, tell people about it because we've got some
Yeah.
really amazing shows coming up.
And make sure you look at us, watch us on the last hour when
Yes.
I'm shaving.
Yes,
Oh,
I'll
yeah.
be watching.
Yeah.
That'll be at
Yeah.
10 o'clock on Thursday.
Yeah.
Yes, 10
Great.
o'clock on Thursday morning.
Should be
The
fun.
live buzzing.
Yes.
I can't wait. I can't wait. I'm thrilled about it. I can't wait. So we are going to take a short pause, and then we are going to be back with Ask Dr. Doreen. So don't go anywhere, you guys.
Dr. Doreen Grand-Pichet is the Dr. Doreen is an expert in autism. Doreen Grand-Pichet.
Dr. Graham Pichet.
Dr. Doreen Grand-Pichet.
Dr. Doreen Grand-Pichet is a visionary in the field of autism. Now you can ask her questions on Ask Dr. Doreen. Parent to parent, you might be asking yourself, how on earth can I afford ABA therapy for my child? Well, the short answer is you can't. No one can. It's really expensive and it's overwhelming to most families. But the story doesn't end there, fortunately. The first thing that I want you to think about is tapping insurance resources. So many insurance companies are paying for ABA therapy right now. So that's your first best bet. Make sure and see if your insurance company is providing benefits for ABA therapy and check back often. Now, if you see that you don't have insurance right now for ABA, don't panic, there are still other resources. The next place to go is to your local support groups and ask them what local resources there are. That's a great place to ask for information because often states and even counties have support for ABA. And then beyond that, you might consider applying for grants. There are many fabulous grants out there to help you to get support for your ABA therapy. But most important, it's absolutely essential that you get ABA services for your child. We know that that's essential for all of our children and that you won't be able to do it on your own. So seek out those services and support groups that will help you to fund your ABA.
Dr. Grandin, what is it like for you personally to have become the most celebrated person in the field of autism?
Well, I feel it's a responsibility. I get a lot of emails and letters from young kids. In fact, at the last conference I was at, I got a whole envelope of letters from kids in an English class. What makes me pleased is I think I'm inspiring a lot of kids to succeed because I want to see kids succeed. Now, one problem I'm seeing with some of the fully verbal kids is they're not getting stretched enough. I see kids coming up to me at conferences where nobody's taught them how to shake hands. See, when I was a young child, I had to be party host at my mother's parties. I had to shake hands, say please and thank you, have table manners, learn how to shop. And I'm seeing too many situations where they aren't learning those basic skills.
Yeah, so you really think they need the basic skills that every child should learn?
Yes, now in the 50s, every child was taught social skills in a much more structured way. And today that's not the case. Now the so-called normal kids, they pick it up, but the autistic kids have got to be taught.
Okay.
And that's not being done enough.
What kind of preconceptions, though, do you think most people have about relating to those with ASD?
Autism is a really big spectrum. You're going all the way from Silicon Valley down to somebody with a lot of intellectual challenges. Now, the kinds of services and things a person needs is very different, those two ends of the spectrum. And I go to different places. I go to Silicon Valley and I see a lot of people that I know are on the spectrum. And then I go see another kid that's smart at math, but nothing's being done to develop his skills and he's getting addicted to video games. And they are the same kind of kid. The thing that I'm seeing, especially on the mild end of the spectrum, is too many kids sort of becoming the label. I'm very concerned about them getting a handicap mentality. Then I go over to the meatpacking plant, and there's a whole maintenance shop of old hippies that I know are on the spectrum, and they run that maintenance shop. And they've been there for years and years and years.
Why do you think the numbers, 1 in 68 now, have risen so dramatically?
I think on the mild end of the spectrum, it's increased detection. Because I can think of kids I went to elementary school with, kids I went to college with, that today would be diagnosed on the spectrum. I think that's a big part of it on the mild end of the spectrum. Now, I think there also is some severe autism that may have actually increased because there's more environmental contaminants and there's more medications being given during early pregnancy.
Dr. Grandin, you beg parents not to let their children with autism be defined by the DSM or the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Why?
Well, I think the DSM made a big mistake removing Asperger's syndrome. Because under the DMS-4, autism you had to have speech delay, Asperger was no speech delay. Now, you could argue scientific reasons for taking out the speech delay stuff, but from a service provider standpoint, you know, the kind of services that somebody's nonverbal has is different than a mild kid with Asperger's. And I'm seeing too many fully verbal kids, less severe than me, getting put into a class with nonverbal kids. I'm seeing too many smart kids not learning job skills. That's another thing that I really push. Because when I was 13, my mother had got me in a sewing job. When I was 15, I was cleaning horse stalls. It's really important that students intern in a job before they graduate from high school. They got to learn that discipline of getting to work.
If you could speak to every business owner in America, what would you say to convince them to hire somebody on the autism spectrum?
Well, there's certain things they can do extremely well. In fact, the SAP Corporation is hiring people with autism. There's another Project Search, where there's work being done with collaborating with hospitals to train them to set up surgical instruments for different types of surgery. And they take longer to train, but once they're trained, they're super, super good and meticulous about making sure the instruments are set up right. And that's got about a 78% employment rate.
So you think the skills that those with ASD have to offer are often overlooked by people
Well,
that employ?
as I said before, I can think of kids that I went to college with that definitely were on the autism spectrum. Those individuals are all employed in good jobs. And I think a lot of this gets back to pounding those manners in the 50s and the 60s, and kids being on things like paper routes, where they learned work skills.
Why do you think the experts in the field of ASDs focus so intensely on the deficits and not on the strengths of
Well,
autism?
we need to be building up strengths. My ability in art was always encouraged. And I was encouraged to do lots of different kinds of art. If you got a third grader that's good at math and he can do a high school math book, let him do the high school math book. Don't hold them back.
I want to know why you think that so little attention has been paid to the sensory processing issues. What can we learn from those?
Well, I just heard about a brand new study that's been done up at in California, Dr. Wu, and they took children aged 4 through 12 that had speech delay, and they stayed in their regular programs, ABA or whatever the speech therapy the school was doing, and then they got an hour a day of sensory therapy where they did a lot of variety of stimulation, like walk on different kinds of flooring, smell different smells, do different activities in a mirror, big variety, always doing more than one sensory thing at a time. And it was done as a controlled experiment, where half the kids just got the regular treatment and the other half got this added sensory treatment. And they got some really big, significant improvements. And they made the point of using all very inexpensive things that would be in any house.
There's so much division in the autism community. How do you think we can all come together and
Well,
find a common ground?
I think that merging Asperger's together with autism has made all of this worse. Because you have a segment of very, very severely handicapped kids where they're never going to be able to live independently, That's a very different kind of situation than a mild Asperger's type of kid. You see, you're putting too many apples and oranges together. Every other diagnosis, like dyslexia, learning problems, ADHD, you've got a fully verbal kid. Only in autism, right now, are you getting a range going from, smart computer geek down to somebody who has very, very severe challenges. Now, I think the American Psychiatric Association originally figured the Asperger kids would get into this social communication category. That's not what's happening. Nobody's going into that because there's no funding for it.
As the most admired person in this field, and we are literally becoming an autism nation, what do you think the most important thing is for us to be aware of?
Well, there's a point where personality variants are just normal variation. I think a brain can be made more cognitive and thinking, or a brain can be made more social. Now, at what point does that become abnormal? There's no black and white dividing line. I'm getting concerned that what we're saying is abnormal is getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Obviously, a child that has severe speech delay, that's an abnormality. But when you take the kids that are just kind of socially awkward, a lot of those kids are really smart. And then you got the person that's a total social butterfly. And let's think back to the caveman days. I don't think the social yak-yaks around the campfire made the first stone spear.
Dr. Grandin, thank you for inspiring all of us as parents and children.
Welcome back to the Autism Network Podcastathon. We're glad that you guys stuck with us. And Parker wanted to know, where had I gone? Did I go get a bunch of energy drinks? No, we had to change the set a little bit. But I am here right now with Ask Dr. Doreen and Dr. Doreen Grant-Pichet.
Hello again.
We hope that you guys watched the last hour. How amazing was that?
Oh my gosh, that was so much fun. And I love them. They're so lovely, all of them.
All three of them are really amazing
they really
guests.
are.
And we loved that you guys wrote in so many comments. We're continuing this hour. We're going to give away 10 more gift cards from Discovery Toys. We want to thank Discovery Toys for that. I have one of their award winners I have here with me.
Yeah.
This is Family Talk 2, and they have so many great things. But this was one of the things that won an award a couple of years ago. And basically, it's a very simple thing, but it's a ring, and it's got questions on it that you can ask someone to be conversation starters.
Yes.
When you've got older kids and like grandparents are coming, there's one that's grandparents. They have several different versions of this. So I just turned to, have you ever stood up for something you believed in, describe the situation? And it's a great way to start a conversation as a family. We used to keep these in the bowl on the dining room table.
I love it.
As a conversation starter. So that's, and so many wonderful things. I really encourage you to check out our toy guide to see some of the winners from Discovery Toys. But better yet, when you win a gift certificate, go on their website and take a look around, because they've got some amazing toys. And we thank them for being a part of the podcastathon and making it possible for you guys to win gift cards. Now, here's how this works. As we're talking and you guys are asking questions, we want questions and comments. So every time you ask a question or give a comment, you'll be entered. You'll get one ticket that goes into a hat for that winner. We're going to give away 10 gift certificates in this hour, 10 $25 gift certificates. Now, if you already won in the first hour, you won't be eligible, but please feel free to ask questions and comments anyway. But we're going to continue that. We're not doing that every hour of the podcastathon, but especially here at the beginning.
That's
we wanted to give away a bunch of those. Also want to remind everybody that we, every hour, the guests and hosts will have a charity that they want donations to go to. You and I feel very strongly about a very special charity.
Autism Care Today.
Yes, that gives grants for things that families need and ask for.
Yes.
And we both feel very strongly about functional communication. Mike Hipple was with us last hour. I don't know if he's still with us, but Mike is a very outspoken AAC advocate.
Right.
And so you will appreciate this, I hope, Mike. But we felt that we wanted to make sure that some more iPads got into people's hands.
Absolutely.
For functional communication. So we put our heads together and thought it'd be good if my head would be bald. You like how that works?
We're looking for any opportunity.
Honestly, really. So I have agreed that if we raise a minimum of $5,000, because that'll be, a few iPads. Now, would we like to raise $10,000? Sure. But if we raise a minimum of $5,000 in the 44th hour, which will take place, of the podcastathon will take place on Thursday morning, what will you do?
I will with all joy and happiness, shave Shannon's head while we're live on the show.
And who doesn't want to see that?
Oh my gosh, I'm so excited.
I am too. It's like, let's just fast forward. Let's just do it. If it wasn't that I know that I'm going to want to take a shower immediately afterwards, I would say, let's just do it now. But we also want to raise the money, right? So
That's right.
we're asking for donations. And there is on my Facebook right now, I don't know if I put the link. We'll get you the link. It would be a good thing if we got you guys the link. But anyway, right now we're hour 2 and we're already giddy.
Oh my
Do you
God,
see
I
how this
can't
is gonna
imagine
go
how
by
you're
hour
going to be by
44?
like exactly.
We're going to be,
exactly.
there it is. Look at how great Traven is.
Oh,
So it's
great.
givebetter.com.
Is it give better or give butter?
Give butter, excuse me, I can't read. We're giddy. We just, like, how fun was it to sit with Joe Mantegna and Holly and Kobe?
Honestly.
I mean, come on. Givebutter.com/iPad challenge. A donation of any size helps us to get there, so we really appreciate that. And absolutely love, we've got all kinds of people who are joining the conversation. Andrea is here. It says it was awesome. You guys are amazing. Alicia is here. And I'm so glad you guys, I put my email in the stream on the chat so that you guys could get my email, those of you who won gift certificates last time. So this is the first hour of Ask Dr. Doreen, where we will take questions,
Right.
live questions. You guys can be writing in questions or comments. But we really love the opportunity because Dr. Grant-Pichet is a true expert in the field of autism. She's been working in this field for more than 45 years. 45. I mean, like, that's a thing.
Yeah,
Like-
I know, it is a thing, and especially when I was talking to the folks on the previous hour
Yeah.
and thinking, you know, when Joe's daughter is in her 30s, I guess, and
Yeah.
I, of course, as you know, I have a couple of kids who are in their 30s and who are now married, and I love that. I'm waiting for my first grandchild, right? So I
Okay.
haven't had that yet.
But people need to understand, you're talking about kids you treated.
Kids I
Because
treated.
you also have kids of your own.
Yes,
But
but I'm talking about kids I treated, and of course, several of them are in their 30s, and 2 of them are married, and
Yeah.
I'm waiting for either one of
Aren't we
those couples
To have pop out
to
a
have
baby.
a child. Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, you know, and it's just talking to Joe and remembering what it was like in the 70s and 80s, and it's kind of a very different world now.
It is a very different world.
Yeah.
And in some ways, great. And in some ways, you know, I wish we hadn't gone back as far as on some things that we have.
Well, I just think that it's a very, very aware world, right? I mean, you know, Shannon, when I was in grad school, so that was like late 80s, and I was actually, anyone would ask me, what do you do? And I'd say, oh, I work with autistic children. And they would say, oh, artistic? Are they good at art?
Right.
So like nobody really knew what this was, you know, and of course Autism Speaks did a lot for awareness. The movie Rain Man did a lot for awareness. Things have changed, as we talked about. You know, you can go to a restaurant and order gluten-free, casein-free food. There's health insurance coverage now. Things have changed.
Yeah.
At the same time, the other thing that has changed is the prevalence is just continuing to increase.
Yeah. Now
Which
it's 1
is
in 36
unbelievable.
as of
Yeah.
last week.
Yeah.
Eric says, "Give Better would have been a better name." LOL. I'm with you. That's why I saw.
I don't really know
But
where
Give Butter is more memorable, right? Parker is. I don't know why you would apologize because Parker did a lovely thing today. Parker sent me an email today and wished us good luck.
Oh my gosh,
And
Parker.
so you should not apologize for that, Parker. I thought it was particularly lovely and it was very meaningful to me. So please don't apologize for that. 619 Poker King wants to know what is the difference between autism. First of all, I have to give a disclaimer because we're doing a regular show here. I have to give the disclaimer that although Dr. Grant-Pichet is a true expert in the field of autism, I believe the preeminent expert of autism in our time. There is no one who can give individual specific advice in this format. So for those of you who might be tuning in to our program for the first time, as I said, Dr. Grant-Pichet has been working in this field for 45 years, and we would love a question from you about anything that you have going on, as specific as possible. It also helps us to know where in the world you are because the resources are different in different places. If you say,
Absolutely.
I'm living in St. Louis, or you say, I'm living in Sri Lanka, there are going to be different resources in those different places.
Yes.
So we don't need your home address, but just to know, like, closest major city to where you live is helpful. Or if you're living way in rural, that's good to know too, because then it would be different resources. So I started to say 619 Poker King has written in and says, what's the difference between autism and Jacobson syndrome?
Right. And I love that you have raised this question because there are currently a number of genetic syndromes similar to Jacobson syndrome that an individual, for instance, will first be diagnosed with autism and then later on it'll be discovered that they have Jacobson syndrome. Or sometimes now it was, I gave birth a long time ago. And recently I was talking to a friend of mine who's an OBGYN, and they have actually at birth, they offer you the option now of doing genetic testing at birth with your child, which is pretty amazing.
That is.
Yeah, so the way to explain this is that, autism is described based on a series of symptoms. So we have two sets of two areas where there's a difference in individuals with autism. One area is social communication, and there are specific symptoms in that area that a person has to have those symptoms. And then in the other area is the area of what we call stereotypic, repetitive, stereotypical types of behaviors. And in that, you have to have two symptoms. So you end up having 3 in the first area, 2 in the second area, and you get the diagnosis. However, there are several types of genetic syndromes that could also trigger those same symptoms. So ideally, over time, like for instance with Jacobson syndrome, there will be several symptoms that are exactly the same. What you see in Jacobson syndrome and autism are the same. And there are other syndromes, genetic disorders or syndromes that have this overlap in how they are seen in their symptomology. The ideal situation, and what geneticists have been trying to do for many, many, many years, is to identify all the genes or gene mutations that go into the picture that we call autism. And they believe that it's somewhere around 30 or so gene changes, some of which have been identified and are called Jacobson, some of which are identified and called other types of disabilities or syndromes. But so there's overlap. But remember, with autism, if it is a genetic syndrome, we don't know all of the gene mutations that lead to that picture. We just don't know them yet. If we get to a point, and there has been a lot of money goes into genetic research. So there has been some progress, not as much as one would hope. But so, eventually, I think what will happen, and hopefully this gives you a better picture, is that we have this huge spectrum of autism. And I think what will eventually happen is we will have subtypes. And these subtypes, some of them will be genetic syndromes, like Jacobson's. And there are other subtypes that are not necessarily going to be defined just based on their genetic composition. They might be defined on toxicity or on some other environmental cause. But that's kind of how they overlap.
That's amazing. Thank you for sharing that.
Sure.
Amy wants to know, first of all, I want to say hello to Robbie in Brisbane, Queensland, Australia,
Ooh, awesome.
who is here for her 24-year-old stepdaughter. I'm so glad you're here with us, Robbie. But Amy wants to know any tips on giving meds that need to be crushed.
Right.
My son is now gagging on the meds mixed with pudding.
Yeah. I mean, eventually, our kids are super smart, right? Eventually, it ends up that they figure out this doesn't quite taste like what I wanted it to taste like.
Can't get one past me.
Yeah, you can't do it. So, you can reduce the amount of the pill in the pudding. In other words, make it taste good again.
Right.
Or you can do what I suggest, which is actually to teach your child how to swallow pills. And that is not as hard as you would think. A lot of people think that's a super, super difficult thing to do. And honestly, it's not really. In fact, when we were doing this just as a specific service that we would do pill swallowing, we had found that even the largest, most obnoxious, like if you guys ever saw a pill cam, this is a capsule that is literally about like almost the size, half of my finger. It's massive because it actually has a camera inside it. And when the child swallows it, a gastroenterologist is able to actually take photos as the pill goes through the intestines. And we would take, young children, 5 years old, and teach them how to swallow that monster of a thing. And the maximum time it ever took us to do that was around 70 hours. So it's not, what you do is it's a shaping procedure. And honestly, if you have access to a behavior analyst, the BCBA, they should know how to do this because it's similar to feeding, but it is, we have these specific kits that are multiple sections, containers that have multiple sections, and it starts with something as tiny as a sprinkle. All right? So it's just a tiny, tiny sprinkle, and then we actually order things that continuously increase in size. If you go on Amazon, you can even order different capsules of different sizes. And then in order to make sure that the capsule is not too light, we would actually fill it with just, you can purchase also powder, which is similar to, let's say, almond flour or something like that. And so you have these capsules that, so you have the sprinkles, and then you have another thing that is, let's say, the size of a split pea or a lentil or something. And then you just have, more bigger and bigger sizes until you reach that capsule size that you need. And you will have the child put the object on their tongue, give them a glass of water, and just go on with it. What we tend to do is we make a huge fuss with our kids, and the only beneficial trick to this is that if it's when a child learns to swallow, and if they just put the item in the middle of their tongue, it will go down if they're not anxious about it. So that's why you start with very, very small things and make sure the child's very successful. There's one pointer that is helpful. If it's a tablet, have the child put their head back. If it's a capsule, have their child put their head forward. People don't realize that, but capsules float on water. So when you have water in your mouth, it's better to put your head forward because it'll go back down easier. Other than that, you just shape it and you do a gradual thing, and that way you can get to have your child swallow pills, which is so helpful. Like, I had so many parents tell me that it would take them, an hour extra in the morning just getting their child to take these pills.
I used to have the mortar and the pestle, and I would be in there grinding up the
It's
pills.
so hard.
And it was one of those things that it seemed like it was completely insurmountable, that we would never get to the point. And then it seemed like it was a blip in time. It was about a week. And then suddenly he was able to take pills. But I want to make sure that we stress, too, that every time that they do it, you're keeping it low-key and not, getting them all nervous about it, but we have to heavily reinforce
You
them.
have to reinforce, of course. So, as soon as they do it, you really want to, give them a spoon of some form of ice cream or something that they are allowed to eat, but that they adore, their favorite reinforcer.
Well, the famous story was the family that lived in Orange County, and their daughter's favorite thing was to go to Disneyland. And they started the pill swallowing thing, and they said, we're going to do, and she was a little bit older, and they said, we're going to do this one and this one, and then when you're able to swallow your actual pill, the minute that you do that, we're going to go to Disneyland. And everybody around them was like, what if she does it at a time? They were like, no, it's so worth it for our lives. And the day she swallowed that pill, it was like the car was already packed. Mom knew it was kind of coming that day. And they got right in the car and they went to Disneyland because it was that big of a deal for them.
Yeah, it is. It's important.
That they were going to do that. So, okay, Parker, I just adore you, Parker. Parker says, here's a question I want to ask. I'm going to start the question session with a bang.
All right.
What are some resources on dating? As you know, I'm 25. I'm jealous of love. A friend with higher support needs is getting married in September legally. How can I find the one? I am afraid of either getting taken advantage of or being treated as someone's I did good project.
Oh, wow.
I know. Basically dating me because it makes them look good in front of their friends' family. I would have asked this weeks ago, but now is the best time as any. Please help me.
That's an amazing question.
Yes.
Parker, you are an amazing individual. You always ask great questions. You know, I don't know exactly where you live, Parker. Unfortunately, there are not enough resources across the U.S. for bringing people together. I mean, there's online dating, which honestly, I have so many people that I know who complain about, like just social, you know, like on the online platforms. Maybe we can look for organizations where you are that would just provide you the opportunity, because I'm going to tell you a little bit about some of the stuff that will help you, but I think the opportunity is important. Now, I would say this to my son, so I'm saying it to you. You have to find people by doing things that are your favorite activities to do. Try to think of hobbies that involve more than, you know, they're not isolated hobbies, things that you would do alone. Like, for instance, if you like art, try to go to places where people are doing arts and crafts, like an art class or a drawing class, or, you know, even like places where you can produce clay stuff. Yeah. Or if you like sports, try to get engaged with physical activities, or going to a gym is often a place where people find each other and begin to talk. Now, you definitely want to be prepared. So you want to put yourself, first you want to put yourself in situations or opportunities where others might occur. And by the way, it's not going to happen the first time or the 10th time. It could happen. You know, you got to keep going, and you should, my advice is to try to focus on enjoying yourself rather than just focusing on, oh my God, I've been doing this 10 different times and I still haven't met anyone. Enjoy yourself. The more fun you have, the more likely others will be attracted to that, because you're enjoying yourself, first of all. Secondly, prepare. Like, think of some questions that might be openers. As you know, when Shannon was talking about this thing, I was thinking, oh, great, this is like so great for some of our kids who have social anxiety, right? So think of some things that might help you just open a question and practice them with someone who's a friend or mom or sister or cousin, or someone, a female, who can tell you, no, that's a good way to open the conversation. That doesn't feel odd. Something like that. And actually, not just openers, but have enough questions to be able to dialogue for a little bit, right? Not a lot, just a little bit. And then perhaps a way to offer your own personal information, or ask for the other person's personal information, and, you know, suggest perhaps an activity. This is why it's good to start with activities that you're interested in, because if the other person is there, they're interested in that too. Right. And you might be able to meet up again in that class. Now remember, it could be anything. It could be an art class, a language class, a music class, some hiking group. It could be anything, right, where other people are there. So all that, so prepare and find the opportunity, prepare. And the fears that you have, just realize that because you have those fears, you're aware. You don't have to be afraid of someone taking advantage of you, because you're aware. If you meet someone and it appears to you, it feels like they are taking advantage, or they are just kind of going out with you to look cool, then you know it. Then you walk away from that and you step away. One thing that's really important, Parker, is not to let any fear stop you from moving forward. That's all. It doesn't matter how many times you fail. It doesn't matter how difficult it is, as long as you keep moving forward and don't let fear paralyze you, because that's the biggest mistake we all make.
Amazing. Parker wants you to know that he lives in West Virginia. So,
Ah.
and he and I both have looked a little bit at resources, a little bit thin there. But sometimes we've seen people who say, I need something, and they discover that it's not there for them, so they create something.
Yeah.
And, we've seen people who have created a group, a social group, to do something.
Yes.
And I love your example of, and this is true for people who aren't on the spectrum too, Parker. I have a dear friend that was struggling to meet somebody that she really wanted to spend her life with. And a bunch of her friends were like, well, what kind of a guy are you looking for? And somebody recommended that she go and start taking some of the free classes at Home Depot on Saturday mornings.
Yeah.
She said, well, I learned how to grout my
Oh my
bathtub.
God, they're so good,
right?
those classes.
Right?
Yeah.
She said, I learned how to grout my bathtub, and I met the love of my life. And
There you
and
go.
they've been happily together for 20
There you
years.
go.
So, you go someplace where, and I met my husband doing a play.
There you go.
So, I think that is the safe bet. That's where the people who are your people are going to be when you're doing the thing that you like to do
Absolutely.
anyway.
Absolutely. And Parker, you're one of the most self-aware people, and I love that you come on our show frequently because you bring up subjects that show how self-aware you really are. And I think that sometimes on the show you've said to us that you have anxiety about certain things, and here you brought up fear, which is very similar to anxiety in a lot of ways. And work on that. In the next hour, I'll talk a little bit about anxiety and how to manage it. And you're going to like that if you're around or later watch it, because I'm going to talk about some of the ways that our minds play tricks on us and make us fear things just because of the way we're thinking, not because of reality, but just because of the way we're thinking. So I think you should tune into that.
I'm also going to recommend a couple of other hours during the podcast-a-thon. Dr. Kerry Magro is going to be doing 2 hours of stories from the spectrum. He has a book out about dating and love on the spectrum from the perspective of someone who's looking for love. Amy Gravino is going to host 2 hours, and she is an autism, sexuality advocate, and relationship coach.
Yes, there you go.
So she's got some great tips and advice for you. And then Tom Island is going to be doing a Stories from the Spectrum for us, where the whole subject is going to be about dating, love, relationships, and marriage.
That's amazing.
And he's going to be here doing that talk with his girlfriend. She is not on the spectrum. He is on the spectrum.
There you go.
That you'll have a really frank conversation with that. So check out those hours, Parker, because I think you'll find something really good there. I want to go to Angie, who says, how to help with hitting. It seems to be worse when the other child is crying. My son is 5 and in ABA.
Yeah. Oh, so we enter challenging behaviors.
Yes.
And it's fun. It's interesting that, not funny, it's interesting that you brought up, it seems to be worse when the other child is crying. I'm experiencing that right now with one of my own patients. With a baby who has just entered his world. But what I wanted to tell you is, in general, when it's a behavior that is challenging, the first thing you want to remember is that it is communication. When our kids cry, hit, tantrum, aggress, run away, spit, whatever it is, they're trying to communicate something. Often, they're trying to communicate something that is so frustrating that they can't either don't have the verbal capacity or can't find the words to express how they're feeling. Just 2 hours ago I was chatting with Kobe, and he was telling me that when he was much younger, just textures on his skin were so irritating that he had such a hard time saying that or expressing that. And obviously then he would scream or cry or get away. And in this particular case, in every challenging behavior, whenever it happens, you want to ask yourself the question, what are they trying to communicate? And that is, in ABA language, we call that the function of the behavior. And the key to it is, we as human beings are always trying to communicate 2 things. One is that we want to get closer to something, or the second is we want to get away from something. And some examples of that are, you want to get more attention. That would be one thing. You want to get more tangible items. I want to get my toys. I want to get a nice car. I want to get whatever it is. I want to get more money as an adult. I want to get to go outside and play as a child. You're always looking for something that you want to get more of, or you're trying to avoid something, which is, I want to get away from this classroom, which is forcing me to sit down. I want to get away from these people who are telling me what to do all the time. I want to get away from this crying baby because that sound is bothering me. I want to get away from clothes that are too irritating to my skin, whatever it is. If you can try to figure out what it is the individual is trying to communicate, and the way we as behavior analysts figure that out, by the way, is that we observe lots and lots of times. And for instance, you've made a big jump already. You've realized that the crying increases when there's a baby around. Is it a baby around? Is it a crying baby, or a child is crying? Maybe that sound is bothering your child. That could be it. Or maybe your child is just afraid they will lose attention because this other individual who's crying is going to get the attention. When you figure out what it is, you teach your child, you model exactly how to communicate that in a more adaptive way. So instead of aggressing, hitting, can they say, I don't like this noise. I want to get away from here. Or I don't want you to play with that child. Whatever it is that that would fulfill what they're trying to communicate. How can they communicate that to you? It doesn't even have to be verbally. They could just give you a card that represents, noise. This noise is bothering me. They could give you a card that represents, I want a cuddle, a hug, attention. Whatever it is, if they can communicate, then they won't hit. Because remember, the hitting is a form of communication. So what we try to do is we try to teach our kids how to communicate in more adaptive ways rather than challenging ways.
Amazing. I want to remind everybody, writing your questions and comments right now. We're going to do last call on those because then we're going to pick winners a little bit later. And we're not going to get to all the questions and comments, which I apologize to, but we'll continue on and get to as many of them as we can. Susie, hello, Susie. Susie wants to know, can you talk a little bit about texture sensitivity with food? We can't get our son to try different foods.
Yes. So this is, feeding, Susie, is also one of those things that behavior analysts, some are trained to do. We used to do a lot of feeding programs. And you have to identify the textures. You've already done step one, which is you've identified that there is some sensitivity. Now you have to kind of figure out which ones. Like sometimes kids are sensitive to mushy foods. Sometimes they're sensitive to crunchy foods, salty foods. It depends on what it is. And basically, once you've identified that, you will now have one plate or bowl of a food that is highly desired, a huge, powerful reinforcer, and then a tiny, tiny morsel of the texture that your child doesn't like. And you just do that. You say one tiny little bit and you get this bowl of ice cream, let's say. And you start there and your child's like, okay, I guess it's worth it because I really, really want that bowl of ice cream. So you give them that quarter of a spoon of whatever it is and then a big, big reinforcer. And then over the course of the next 2 weeks, 3 weeks, you gradually increase the amount of the textured food that they wouldn't like, and you will decrease the reinforcer a little bit so that it's almost even with the others, and then they become interchangeable. But you have to do it very gradually. Now, I explained it, and it's usually pretty simple, but then remember, there are kids who have never learned how to chew, for instance, and if your child has not, if it's more than just texture sensitivity and they're not able to chew or swallow, then I think I would refer you to a professional. Speech therapists are often trained also to do feeding therapy, so you just need to find someone to do that. Otherwise, if he has been eating some things that are different textures, but it's this one particular texture that is hard, then I would try to shape it that way.
Okay. And, here's the thing that we get so emotional about the food. right? And it turns into a battle.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I learned from you guys was, do you see where it is there?
Yeah.
One of the things that I learned from you guys is that I needed to get unemotional about some stuff.
Yes.
And that there wasn't an argument, there wasn't a fight, that I could just say, so, would you like to have this ice cream? As soon as you have this one little tiny taste of it, you can have the ice cream, and then I'm done.
Yeah.
I don't need to belabor it. I don't need to beg. I don't need to cajole. And our kids are so sharp. That sometimes they pick up on our energy and go, okay, this is a non-negotiable thing.
Right.
And if you're all hysterical and saying, please, 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 then they will, I love how our kids, when it's not your kid, when it's your kid, it's a whole other thing.
It's amazing.
But our kids get hysterical and they will gag, and some of them will make themselves throw up. And it turns into this whole Emmy award-winning performance, right? And you just don't need to participate in it. It's just this is what's here, and if you don't want that, then you're not going to have that. And that's just all that it is. But you can have it. But it's unemotional, no histrionics, no war, no battle,
and even and no discussion even.
Yeah.
Like a lot of times I like to have like visual, like so it's like a visual picture of the object, the reinforcer they want, and the tiny morsel of thing that you're asking them. So you would like, chew a quarter of a carrot, and I will give you a bowl of ice cream. Those two pictures, and then just let them decide.
And you get very busy with some little thing that's right there at the table, so you're not ignoring your child, but you're folding the napkin or doing whatever, drawing your attention to something else and letting them see this is not a big deal.
Right.
But when you do it, then it's a big deal, and then you get the big reinforcer.
That's
okay.
right.
I want to get to, we've got a lot of people writing in about body changes. Bear started it by saying, good evening, I'm the father of an autistic child. My oldest son is 12. We're living in Las Vegas, Nevada. Are there any books on body changes for this age level? I've been racking my brain.
Yeah, I'm not sure there are.
Well, there's a need. Somebody needs to fill that need.
Absolutely, and maybe there are, and you know what, we'll look, and if we can find something, then we will shoot you an email if you send us your email.
Yes, absolutely. I want to get
or
to
if maybe some of our viewers have an idea.
Yes, write things in. I haven't scrolled down enough to see. Maybe somebody did. NJZ says, we have a 3.5-year-old that does 40 hours a week of ABA therapy. Good on you. My wife says that biomedical treatment is essential for recovery. How important is it, and is it a good investment for us as parents? What a great question.
What a fantastic question.
You get a gold star, NJZ.
And thank you for throwing that question at me.
Yes.
Because honestly, it's like I love the opportunity to be able to talk about this. So biomedical interventions could be the key to the success of your child. They could be. Not every single child needs biomedical interventions, but a lot of kids that I've met have benefited from biomedical interventions, and I'll tell you specifically what I'm talking about. So for example, a large percentage of the children that I meet and diagnose and treat have gastrointestinal issues, like they have bloating, they have reactions to certain foods, they can't digest, sometimes there's diarrhea, sometimes there's constipation. That in itself is something that's very disturbing to anyone. And if your child is going through that experience, for example, not only are they struggling and possibly have pain, but they're also not really digesting their food properly. There's not enough nutrition getting to their brain. When there's inflammation in the GI tract, the immune system is mostly in the GI tract, so you're going to affect their immune system. That issue needs to be treated, because then you have a child who doesn't have reactions to food, doesn't have bloating, doesn't have constipation or diarrhea. They're feeling better. A lot of times this kind of thing also affects their sleep. So they might be sleeping better. Or say you just have a child who has sleep disturbance or this difficulty. That has to be treated. Let's say you have a child who has food allergies, is not able to digest certain things. If you don't figure out your child's food reactions, when your child eats particular foods, like let's say anything with gluten or anything with casein, just as an example, could be corn, could be soy, whatever, they'll eat that thing, and the protein, that protein, like casein is the protein in dairy, will break down kind of halfway. When we break our proteins down, they first break down into peptides, and then they break down into amino acids, and then the rest of our body can benefit once they're down to the level of an amino acid. If they don't, if they break down in the chain of peptides, then those peptides can also cause havoc. They can leak through the gut lining, they can give our brain different messages. In fact, we've found, research has shown that gluten and casein peptides can mimic endorphins. So they can affect the brain the same way endorphins would. So our kids are kind of like tuned out or zoned out as if they've had alcohol, for instance. Speaking of that, another thing to find out, obviously, from a biological perspective, is if the child has yeast issues. Some of our kids do. And if they do, that's going to definitely cloud their thinking. So for me, being able to figure out the biomedical issues is step one. Because if you do that, and if you're able to keep your child medically stable, healthy, and that means they're sleeping well, they're not ingesting foods that are affecting their brain in a negative way, then they can really benefit from ABA, because now they're fresh, awake, learning. I mean, imagine if you yourself, for instance, had a food allergy and they gave you that food and then they wanted you to do 40 hours of ABA. You'd lose your mind. So we want to make sure that our kids are feeling as good as they possibly can when we give them all this ABA so that they can learn more. That's kind of, and then that being said, I've also had kids who did not have any of these biomedical issues, but it's definitely worth the evaluation.
And the field of biomedical is so large. I mean, there's so many different things to try. So Amanda wrote in and said, I noticed as my son's spontaneous language and conversational skills are increasing, his speaking in Mandarin has decreased. It's probably about an 80% decrease in just a few months. For me, it's a win, but what does this say about him and what's happening? Also, she wants us to know that she is doing biomedical interventions. I'm loving that the spontaneous language and conversation skills are increasing in English.
Yeah,
it is interesting.
I'm assuming it's in English.
Yeah, I think it is.
So, and that's, I think, part of it, Amanda. I think it might just be that he's reaching a different level in English. And maybe there's a lot more conversation going on around him in English. And so as he reaches that level, his comfort is more in English. You know, for instance, I could say I speak several other languages, but obviously English is one of my two that are the most comfortable. And so I will always have higher conversational skills in English and let's say another language as opposed to, you know, German or French. So I will reduce my use of those where my conversational skills are not as strong. So I would say that's a good thing, Amanda. So I would be excited about that.
Yeah, and I love that she is. Sleepy Mama 14 says, my child was extremely premature, and we were told that her autism and IDD was caused by brain bleeds. How do I interact with folks who assert that ASD is just natural variation of human experience?
Yeah.
It's hard.
Yeah, you know, this is the thing with autism, and that's kind of what I was talking about a little bit earlier today. You know, it's a series of symptoms, and there are lots of different things that are causing it for different individuals. You know, I was very engaged for many, many years in trying to identify some of the subtypes of autism we call phenotypes, because there are so many, as we heard from somebody earlier, Jacobson syndrome, you know, and obviously some sort of injury to the brain could cause those symptoms as well. There are seizures. There are kids where nothing is happening until they have seizures. There are so many different things that could be leading to those symptoms. It's hard to talk to people about this. No one should ever yet say, I know exactly what causes autism, because we don't. There's multiple different things we know can trigger it, but all of those things are also different. And what triggers it in one child is not going to be the same as what triggers it in another child. And, you know, so if someone suggests that they know more, I don't, you know, just
It's so
ignore them
hard.
and move on.
It's
Yeah.
so hard sometimes. You can't convince everybody of everything. Hey, we're here at the end of the hour, and many of you have written in questions that are about anxiety.
How
Surprise,
did that
surprise.
even happen?
I know. Well, we went a couple of minutes over in the last hour, but I want to get us a little bit back on track so that we're sticking with the clock. So we're 3 minutes away from the anxiety talk, but I wanted to take this opportunity to tell the 10 lucky winners of the Discovery Toys gift certificates that are worth $25 on their USA website. That'll come in the instructions that I give you. So I'm going to list off 10 names, and I'm going to ask you to please email me. We will, and in a second, I will put my email into the chat, but it is shannon@autism-live.com. When I have your email, then I will be able to email it back you the gift certificate and the rules and regulations that come with it, but you'll have a good time with it. So are you ready to cheer for the happy winners? Joanne Crawford, you have won. Rosie Alvarado, Matt Spiel, Andrea Waldron Zimmerman, M. Lou, NGZ 022, Hallie Becker, Bear 86, Jason Mertz, and Tin Foil Barbie. Love your handle.
Yay.
You guys have all won a $25 gift card. We want to thank Discovery Toys for making that possible, and you'll definitely want to check out the amazing toys that they have. We've given them so many awards in our toy guide because I just love, love, love their toys. We've got well, we don't really even have a minute. What am I saying? We're going to sign off from this hour, and then when we come back, Dr. Doreen is going to give her very specific talk about anxiety, and hopefully there'll be an opportunity for you guys to ask. You've been asking a lot of questions, some of which probably will be answered during her presentation, but there will be an opportunity at the end, perhaps, if there's time,
questions.
for questions.
And then, of course, over the next 2 days, I'm doing several more hours of Ask Dr. Doreen, and happy to answer any questions that we don't get to answer next hour.
We apologize that, you know, it takes a while to end, but we love that you guys are writing in. Please make sure that you're sharing the feed with other people so that other people can hear the answers. Don't forget that in the hours coming up, after the anxiety talk, there will be a special Autism Live with Dr. Stephen Shore, which I think you guys are going to really love. And then the hour after that, we will have Dr. Temple Grandin answering your questions live. So that's the first 5 hours here. And then great things, check out Autism Network.com and click on the calendar so that you can be following along with who the guests are and what's happening in what hour. So stick with us. We'll be back in just a minute with Ask Dr. Doreen, the Anxiety Show.
Yay.
Hello, fellow activists. Today we're going to talk about the 10 steps to empowerment. Step number 1, accept and embrace this challenge. By telling you to accept and embrace the challenge, I don't mean you have to love autism. Let's get this straight. I love my child with autism, but I hate that autism stole a big part of his childhood. When I look back at my journey, I realize that I knew in my gut that my son was regressing at the age of 2. I had a hard time with acceptance. It didn't come easy for me. My denial may have stemmed from the fact that I didn't want to go through what my own mother had, raising a child with Down syndrome with no support. I even equated my mother's alcoholism with her being stuck at home with a disabled child. I didn't want that life for myself. I couldn't believe that having lived through the experience of having a brother with special needs, I was now faced with having to raise my own child with special needs as well. But being in denial did not make the truth go away. It's when we can accept the truth that it can set us free. Until next time, stay strong and keep the faith.
So we're gonna do down dog next. So with down dog, there are several different ways that you can do it, and I wanna show you first and then help you with yours so that we can work on what feels good for you, okay? All right, because there's no right way to do it, it's more about what your body likes, right? So for me, what I'm gonna do is start off with my hands at the top of my mat, my headlights. My fingers are aiming towards the top of my mat. And then I'm going to tuck my toes, and then my head is also gonna drop, and I'm going to look between my toes. Okay? And my body should be, or hopefully, like an A shape. Or V, yes.
Upside down V.
Yep. And so if your quads are tight or your hamstrings are tight, you might need to bend your knees a little bit.
Then it's a U.
Or if your shoulders are a little strained or a little tight, remember to push in through your feet, but also sometimes what feels really good is going down on your forearms, like this. You can actually start out this way instead, it's a little easier. So your forearms rest on the floor. You still tuck your toes, and then you're still looking between your toes, but rather than being on your hands then, your weight's along your hands and your forearms. Okay? All right. So, now it's your turn. Okay? So, yep. You're gonna do on your hands? Okay, yep. So your fingers are facing the front of the mat. Are you doing forearms? Forearms? Okay, there we go. Wow, you're very bendy. Very nice. And your gaze is right here between your toes. Excellent. Very nice, Jem. Wow. Awesome. Feet are a nice distance apart. How does that feel?
Okay.
Awesome. You want to come down? Excellent. Good.
Back to Ask Dr. Doreen. And this is your talk. I'm going to let you talk. But
Yeah.
can I just say first, terrible, like you talk, and then I'm like, wait, can I just give, we are still going to give away another 10
Yeah.
Discovery Toys gift cards during this hour. If you're just tuning in, we love Discovery Toys. They were very generous with us. We're not going to be able to do this for every single podcast, but there'll be several special ones. And for this is a special one. We're going to give away 10 because we want to start this out right. It's a $25 gift card that you can use on their USA Discovery Toy website, not on Amazon, not in a store, but on their website. So amazing, the toys to choose
Yes.
from. So how you will, look at their lovely logo. So how you will do this is throughout Dr. Granpichet's talk, if you make a comment or ask a question, then you will be entered. We have people backstage who are sitting in the green room and writing down your names and putting them in a hat, and then they pick the names out. And so we'll announce those at the end of the hour. Also, let you know that you can donate right now to a fundraiser that we are doing, both Dr. Granpichet and I, where I love how you giggle every time we bring it up. I can't wait.
I'm so excited. Last night I was ordering all these things. I'm like, I'm going to do this.
If I had known it would make you happy to shave my head, I would have offered a long time ago.
I've never
But-
shaved anyone's head, so
Oh my-
this is going to be
that's
so
funny, 'cause
interesting.
You officiate weddings and you save people's lives.
That's right.
And you do all these wonderful things. So now you're going to be able to add barber
love
to
it.
your female barber to your list of things. So what are we talking about? We're raising money for autism care today for iPads, for grants where people have asked for iPads to help an individual on the spectrum to be able to communicate, because we feel like that's a really important thing. So we're trying to raise at least $5,000.
Right.
If we raise at least $5,000, then in the last hour of the podcastathon, which will be Thursday morning at 10 a.m. Pacific time, Dr. Granpichet will buzz my head live on the
You do
show.
not want to miss that.
And so there is the place where you need to go to donate. Any size amount of money, we'll take whatever you've got, couch cushion change, whatever it is. Give Butter, butter.com/iPad challenge. If you will go there.
Who came up with this name? I want to know.
I'm pretty sure it was Sarah. But if you will go there, and donate, then we can get to that $5,000. I'm sure
love
we
it.
can raise at least $5,000, right?
I certainly hope so.
So be writing in, and we'll get you entered. But I'm going to turn this over. The fabulous Dr. Doreen Granpichet is here. She's an expert in the field of autism, has been working in this field for over 45 years, and has
Thank you.
just been a godsend to so many of us. Myself at
My
the top
pleasure.
of the list,
Honestly,
right?
it's
But this is the important talk.
Thank you so much.
It's all yours.
And of course, I can't do it unless Trayvon puts up my PowerPoint.
He will. He will.
So, oh, there we go. So that's awesome. So thanks very much, everybody. And I'm going to try and go through and talk about anxiety in our kids and in ourselves, because it's a topic that comes up over and over. And I'm so happy that it comes up because so many people talk to me about anxiety. In fact, the last hour we had a ton of questions on this subject. So we're going to explore anxiety in ourselves. What is anxiety? What are the signs of anxiety? How do I know if my child has anxiety? How do I treat anxiety in my child? And how do I treat anxiety in myself? Because I really do want to hit both how we experience it and how our kids do as well. Okay, so, oh, there's little me.
Yes,
That's so
isn't that
nice.
fun?
I love it. I love how Trayvon does that, too.
He's
It's so
amazing.
cool. How do we define anxiety? So this is something that was written by the National Institutes of Mental Health, and they said, anxiety is a normal reaction to stress. It helps us deal with a tense situation in the office, study harder for an exam, keep focused on an important speech. In general, it helps one cope. But when anxiety becomes excessive or an irrational dread of everyday situations, now it's something that is a disabling disorder. And this is important because when we say anxiety, initially everybody thinks anxiety equals a bad thing. A certain level of anxiety is actually a good thing. If we didn't have any anxiety at all, none of us would ever get up or do anything or accomplish anything. Okay, so let's keep that in mind. The second thing is we all experience anxiety differently. When I'm nervous, and I actually got these answers from a class I was teaching one time. People threw them out. This is how people experience anxiety. I worry. I am afraid. I don't sleep. I don't eat. I eat too much. I obsess about things. I have racing thoughts. I have heart palpitations. I have irritable bowel syndrome. I feel dizzy. So people have different experiences of anxiety as well. And the way we manage anxiety is completely different as well. Here are, again, some things that some of my people in my class threw out. I said, how do you manage it when you have anxiety? I distract myself. I keep myself busy. I talk to my friends to gain reassurance. I pray. I take medications that help me. I exercise. I breathe, meditate, and do yoga. I practice positive self-talk. I try to change my beliefs. I avoid what's making me anxious. I take drugs or alcohol or other addictive substances. I try to change what is causing me the anxiety, okay? So just keep, notice that there's a huge array of how people handle anxiety. And we're going to talk about some of these because they're important. Now, first I'm going to put on my behaviorist hat, and as you guys all know, I've many times said from a behavioral psychology perspective, everything we do is to get something good or avoid something bad. Feeling anxious is generally something people don't like, right? So sometimes we will avoid situations that may bring on anxiety. A lot of people, and that's when we start to talk about social anxiety, that's one of those things, is that you'll avoid social situations because when you go into that situation, you're experiencing anxiety. And of course, if we can't avoid the situation, if you're thrown into it, you'll do something to cope. Now, some of the things you do to cope are good, and some of the things that we do are not so good. Like, as I mentioned on the previous slide, for instance, people who might drink a lot. A lot of people drink excessively because they're anxious and they're trying to reduce their anxiety, right? So some of the coping mechanisms are not ideal, but they're all coping strategies. And when we do these coping strategies, what are we trying to gain? Well, we're trying to avoid or reduce the anxiety, and we're finding other things that are rewarding, or we're hoping to find other things so that they can replace the anxiety. Or we want to try to gain a better understanding of what's causing the anxiety, or we want to change our perceptions and beliefs so we have less anxiety. This is why we do these various things, because we're trying to wrap our arms around this and figure out how to cope with it, right? Okay. Now let's talk for a moment, and this is kind of important because a lot of you as parents may actually have experienced a lot of anxiety yourselves. We're going to come back to that in a minute. And those of you who are watching who have autism, I want you to just kind of sit back and later on maybe email me or text me and let me know if you think I'm right. Because when for many, many years, I tried to figure out, how do we know if our kids, especially kids who can't communicate, how do we know that they have anxiety, right? And I started seeing it, and I always wondered, what would we always know? How would the anxiety show up in our kids? What ways do they have to cope? Because remember, we all have coping. Someone had said, I exercise. What a great way to cope. I do yoga, meditation. What about our kids? Do they have a way to cope? And how do they calm themselves? Can we help reduce what causes them anxiety to begin with? Or can we teach them coping mechanisms? Because so if you think about our overall goal, I'm a clinician, but you as parents or you as individuals who on the spectrum who are experiencing anxiety, your goal is basically to recognize anxiety in the individual, to help the person recognize what makes them anxious, like what is actually causing the anxiety, help them find good coping strategies, help them feel confident enough to approach situations that would normally cause them anxiety, help them overcome that anxiety, and then help them find ways to reward themselves for having accomplished that. By the way, are you amazed that I could read that? I was having a hard time.
No, I was literally sitting here going, boy, she's got much better eyesight than I do.
Yeah. So we're basically trying to help folks understand what is causing the anxiety and to find a way to overcome it or cope with it. Okay, so definition time. From a very, technical, clinical way, the Diagnostic Manual 5, which is called the DSM-5, has a whole chapter on anxiety. It's a huge section on anxiety. And all of these things that you see on the screen are listed under anxiety. So I'll just list them for those folks who are just on the audio podcast. Yeah. So we have separation anxiety disorder, selective mutism. Selective mutism is when the individual doesn't talk, doesn't respond, does not vocalize. Specific phobias, any kind of phobia or fear. Social anxiety disorder, which we will talk about. Panic disorder. Agoraphobia, those are individuals who will just not come out of their house anymore because they're so afraid. Generalized anxiety disorder, which is having anxiety towards one or more stimuli. It's generalized to multiple situations. Substance or medication induced. There are medications, for instance, if someone who does not have ADHD takes medications for ADHD, stimulant drugs, will cause you to feel anxious. So there are medications or substances that will heighten your anxiety experience. Anxiety disorder due to other medical condition. A lot of people who have heart problems will feel a flutter, and that can cause anxiety. If you have just any other kind of pain that suddenly occurs, it can cause anxiety. Other specified anxiety disorder and unspecified anxiety disorder. In other words, there's so much anxiety occurring that sometimes it's none of these and we still can't figure out exactly what's causing the individual to suffer. The specific definition in the diagnostic manual says that anxiety is excessive worry and apprehensive expectations occurring more days than not for at least 6 months about a number of events or activities, and you have to have 3 or more of the following symptoms to get the diagnosis. So it has to be occurring more often than not, right? So let's say, 4 days of the week, and it has to be going on for at least 6 months, And you should be seeing 3 of the following things. Restlessness. So that's one that you see, like people who are very, very restless. Easily fatigued. Of course, anxiety is very taxing on the body, so someone with a lot of heightened anxiety will actually be exhausted. Difficulty concentrating, irritability, muscle tension, and last but not least, sleep disturbance. Those are the main features, and if you have 3 of those and they've been ongoing for 6 months, then you will get a diagnosis in the anxiety area. Okay?
Isn't this almost all of us now
It
since
really
the
is.
pandemic?
It really is. There's so much of that going on that it could, I mean, there's so much increased anxiety after the pandemic, absolutely. Okay, so let's go back for a minute. And again, I wanted to, I don't know, oh yeah, good, I can go back. So just so as you're reading this, and some of you will be thinking about yourselves, and some of you might be thinking about your children, I'm going to try to tie it to both sides because, you know, I had 2 different talks, Shannon. One was just for parents and one was for individuals. And I felt like it's so common now that I can try to tie it in for both. Okay, so if you, and this is really important now. I loved Kobe's comments in 2 hours ago because he was talking about some of this stuff.
Yeah.
And you know, when someone has autism, ask yourself, why would someone with autism have anxiety? And there's so many reasons, and I just tried to list some of them here. For example, you are having a hard time understanding everything that's going on around you. That in itself is anxiety provoking because you feel lost, you feel like you're falling behind, you don't know what people are talking about. It's, you know, you're not able to attend to important things. For example, you might be distracted and a sound that triggers everyone else, you might be like, oh my God, why is everybody running now? What's going on? And that can lead to anxiety, not being on track with important things that are happening in your environment. Black and white thinking. Now this is super important. It's gonna come up in like 10 slides in a minute. Whenever, and this is important for both adults and children, whenever you have black or white thinking, you will tend to have more anxiety. And that's because you will tend to do this thing that's called a cognitive distortion. And it'll come up, and there's a lot of cognitive distortions, and I'll talk about them because one of the treatments for anxiety, the most effective treatment, is to recognize when your brain is playing tricks on you. And as you know, a lot of our kids have black or white thinking. They have a very hard time thinking things like kind of in the gray. It could be this, it could also be this. They're very rule governed, right? And that causes anxiety. Fear of failure. Obviously, any of us who are afraid, and Kobe was talking about this earlier,
Yes.
and he was saying, I was so nervous of like acting or giving a speech, and it was just causing so much anxiety. Feeling like they don't fit in, not knowing how to handle situations, not understanding what is expected of them, hyper-reactive to environmental sounds and lights. All of these things could be causing anxiety. There's more. What about the underlying stuff that a lot of people with autism actually experience? For example, not getting enough sleep. Any of you, if you don't, and this is like one of the things I'm worried about for you in this 44 hours, and you said, oh no, I'll get giddy and silly. I'm
Yes.
like, well, when I don't sleep, my anxiety levels go high because I'm just like so jittery.
Yeah.
So not getting enough sleep, not feeling well due to an underlying gastrointestinal issue. You guys, I don't know, you know, if you've ever gone to a restaurant, had something to eat, and your stomach's like, oh my God, it's hurting. The number one emotion that people associate that with or label that feeling is anxiety.
Mm-hmm.
People always say, God, I feel so anxious because I don't know when I'm going to have to go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
So a lot of our kids have ongoing gastrointestinal distress, and that could be causing it as well. How about sensory overload? The number one thing, sensory overload. I often give the example that when I went to give a talk in Hong Kong, I was so incredibly, first of all, it was almost all of these. I had not slept, I was jet lagged. I didn't really know where I am. I couldn't understand what's going on around me because nothing is in English letters, in Latin letters. You can't read, nobody speaks English. Like they give you at the hotel a card so that in case you get lost, you can give that card to the taxi driver, right? Because you don't know how to tell them where to go. Yeah. So it's, and there's neon lights everywhere, noise, smells, everything is foreign, right? So sensory overload will cause anxiety in everyone. That's just a given. Being on medications that can agitate or cause a sensation of anxiety. A lot of our kids are on stimulants for ADHD. They could be experiencing anxiety as well. Receiving treatments then can increase. Imagine there was when I wrote this slide years ago, of course, it was and still a lot of people are doing methyl B12 shots. Or let's say if your child is very anxious about a procedure like receiving an injection or any other thing that they're going through, let's say they have allergies, whatever that might be, that the treatment for that other comorbid illness could be causing anxiety. Imbalances in neurotransmitters, and this is really important because anxiety is very, very strongly correlated with an imbalance of serotonin, the neurotransmitter serotonin, which is why a lot of the medications for anxiety are serotonin reuptake inhibitors. They help us absorb our own serotonin better. And that is something that's very important because, all the way back to the, I guess, late 70s, early 80s, when I was doing research on cause of autism, all we knew back then was, it's very associated with serotonin. There's a lot of articles that say it's too much serotonin, too little serotonin. It's just, we know that it's highly associated with, now we know not just serotonin, but also norepinephrine and dopamine. And then, of course, abnormal activity levels in certain parts of the brain. So these are all things that our kids, like children who have seizures, for instance, have very heightened anxiety when a seizure is about to occur as well. So there's all of these things make it very clear that the likelihood that a child that someone on the spectrum will experience anxiety is high. It is higher than the typical population. How do we see anxiety in individuals who have ASD? Possible ways. We could see lots of different things, but here are some things. How about the obsessive compulsive ritualistic behavior? It's one of the symptoms of autism, right? Ritualistic behavior. And what if that's anxiety? I often, when someone says to me, what do you think about the stereotypies? I say, well, I think it's either sensory, pain, or anxiety. And a lot of times you can see, like when there's obsessive compulsive behavior, like lining up objects, that is, in fact, by the way, I don't know if folks know this, but until this very last diagnostic manual, OCD, obsessive compulsive, was one of the anxiety disorders. Now OCD became so big that they gave it its own chapter. But it has a huge overlap. It has a 76% overlap. Wow. But if you have anxiety, you're going to have, 76% of the time, you're going to also have obsessive compulsive behaviors. Like, people like washing their hands repetitively or doing a routine repetitively. And in our kids, you see that as things like lining up objects or hoarding. Hoarding is anxiety. It's an anxiety disorder, right? It gives you a sense of safety. Body rocking is another interesting one. I don't know if I've told you this, but when you rock, one of the things that you're doing forward and backwards is you are activating the parasympathetic activity of the brain, and that is calming. So body rocking is actually something that is a way to calm ourselves. And that's why we have rocking chairs, by the way, so that's kind of an interesting thing. What about the other things that our kids exhibit that could be anxiety? For instance, they don't sleep. Right? What if our kids are not sleeping partially because of that? What about irritable bowel or GI issues? Now I'm saying the GI issues could be causing the anxiety. Remember, it goes both ways, right? The anxiety can also be causing GI issues. Yeah. When you have anxiety, your digestion speeds up. and you could easily be experiencing a lot of anxiety or irritable bowel, or a lot of GI issues just because you're anxious. Hives is a very, very clear sign of anxiety. What about the avoidance behaviors, like for instance, self-isolation or not giving eye contact? I mean, you know, anyone who has ever had a fear of social public speaking knows that the first thing they have a hard time with is giving eye contact. Eye contact increases anxiety, it's more intrusive. Social avoidance and the self-stimulatory behaviors that we do. I don't know if you know, people who have anxiety will always be fidgeting with an object or something like that. Now, only in children with autism do we call it self-stimulatory, but it is self-stimulatory.
Yeah.
So these are all signs that an individual with autism could be experiencing anxiety. Research shows that studies say that individuals with ASD experience greater levels of anxiety than all community populations, doesn't matter the age. In fact, individuals with ASD show greater levels of anxiety than individuals within other clinical groups, in other words, within developmental disabilities, ADHD, or any other kind of, now it's called intellectual disability. So all other diagnoses, ASD folks still experience more anxiety. In fact, people with ASD show similar levels of anxiety only to when they're compared with people who have an actual diagnosis of anxiety.
Wow.
In other words, it's a huge overlap, and it's the only diagnosis where the level of anxiety that we see in individuals who are diagnosed with it is just as high as people who have a pure diagnosis of like generalized anxiety.
Wow.
So it's very common. Now, why is it hard to diagnose anxiety in individuals with autism? Well, we have this thing called diagnostic overshadowing, where something that is so big as autism, we attribute everything to that, right? We ignore things like, you know, I've told you the story where a lot of times, like, someone will come and tell me, oh, but they told me that's just the autism.
Right.
And I'm like, no, it's not just the autism. It's something else that we need to deal with, right? Sometimes the reason it's overshadowed is because it's misunderstood as a behavior problem. So many times, and this is what I think people refer to now as progressive ABA, or like you're more aware in ABA, is when you actually pay attention to what the child is going through or what the individual is going through. You know, if someone has extreme social anxiety, if someone has hypersensitivity to sounds and sights and stimuli, and that causes them extreme anxiety, do I really want to flood them by throwing them into a social situation, or do I need to be a little bit more like cautious around it? What is causing it? And of course, the symptoms get mixed up. Like, is someone avoiding the situation because he has autism, or is it anxiety, right? Because of course, with autism, everybody says you isolate, self-isolate. The question you have to ask is, why? Why do you self-isolate? And I believe it's always because of anxiety. So there are a couple of assessment tools, the anxiety rating scales. This is called, it's a stress survey, and it's a form that you fill out, and it's okay. It can help identify the autism comorbidity interview. A semi-structured interview is a little bit better because it will identify things other than just anxiety. But I think the way that you want to look for anxiety in an individual is all those other things that I had said before, is look for the symptoms. If you see the symptoms, then assume that there could be anxiety, and now let's talk about how you're going to help the individual cope with or overcome those fears. And of course, as a behaviorist, again, I have to say direct observation is the best way. As behaviorists, generally you want to do what's called a functional behavior assessment, and it's looking at things that happen before and after a behavior. This is kind of an example of what I was talking about earlier. From behavioral perspective, someone will say, you know, it's time for school, and Joe will have a tantrum. And then, of course, as soon as he is in school, they'll send him home because he had a tantrum. And the behaviorist might say, is he having a tantrum because he's trying to avoid school? Well, I have to make sure that he can identify and tell me in a better way how he wants to avoid school, but I also have to teach him not to avoid school.
Right.
And another way to look at it, Shannon, is to say, he must have so much anxiety about going to school. How do I help his anxiety? How do I help him vocalize that he's feeling anxious? And how do I help him develop coping strategies to get over that? So, treatments for anxiety, we have to touch this subject. The number one, there's two basic treatments. One is cognitive behavioral and behavioral, and on the other side are medications, psychopharmacology. And there are a lot of medications that are just for anxiety. And as I said earlier, all of these medications influence the neurotransmitters and control our ability to feel anxious. And these are not, when you look at the top, we're talking selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors or serotonin and norepinephrine reuptake inhibitors. These are not medications that usually have any kind, they don't change your personality at all. They just basically take the edge off a little bit and make it a little bit less likely that a certain situation or stimulus will irritate you or cause you anxiety. So they are. I'm very supportive of these medications, and I will tell you that I think in the U.S. there's easily close to 70% of people across the board, not on the spectrum, but across the board, who take one form of or other of medication for anxiety. By the way, the medications for anxiety and depression are the same, because anxiety is essentially the same as depression. Depression is when anxiety has not been dealt with for a long time. There are also, of course, treatments that are medications that can help with the stuff that's underlying. So remember we said, let's say if you have gastrointestinal issues, that can lead to anxiety. Okay, let's take some medications so you don't have GI problems. And then let's take some medications that help sleep. And all of if you can get rid of those medical issues that are underlying the anxiety or causing the anxiety, then obviously you're also going to help the anxiety. So that's something to consider as well. Then in terms of a behavioral perspective, this is systematic desensitization. This is the primary pure behavioral way, and it's not even pure, it's very cognitive behavioral way of handling anxiety. And it starts with it basically has three components. The first component is that you want to develop a hierarchy of anxiety-provoking images or experiences. It could be video, could be real experiences. You basically, let's say someone has a specific phobia of dogs, right? And every time they want to go out of the house, they are going to be terrified and have massive anxiety meltdown because there are dogs everywhere. So what do? We produce a hierarchy. So we produce 20 pictures, and the first picture might be, 10 pictures. And the first picture might be a scene of their school or something, but there's a tiny dog somewhere in the background of the picture. The next one will be, a scene they're familiar with, but a dog is closer in the picture. So on and so forth. By the time you get to picture 10, we're looking at a dog with teeth, like with their face up front in the picture. So you've increased. Now, after 10, you might go to a video of a dog. And so you make it as real life as you can from 0 to 20 or whatever you want. And so that's your first thing that you do. The second thing is you will now teach the individual some form of relaxation, breathing exercise, or imagery. And that means you will teach them to relax, close their eyes, do breathing. We've done this with lots and lots of kids, just counting. Counting and breathing helps a lot. Just 1, like that, 2. And you will teach them. You can also even teach the child to visualize something very pleasant, right? You can help them by giving them material, like visualize your favorite scene in a movie or visualize a beautiful place that you like, that kind of thing. Now, the third step is that you pair these two. So first you start with picture number 1. That's not even that anxiety-provoking. and you have the child sit and visualize until they're totally comfortable with it. And then you go to picture number 2, and you do this gradually. You will eventually, of course, get to a point where the child's showing signs of anxiety. And that's where you stay for a while. And you will do meditation, breathing, until your child feels more comfortable with this. And then now you're ready to move up. And this whole thing, systematic desensitization, is used in general for phobias and generalized anxiety and so on. And it is very, very effective. The last step, of course, is to go in vivo, which means you go outside and there's a small dog on a leash. Again, you want to make it very gradual exposure. And don't forget, in addition to the meditation and breathing, you always want to reward your child for every step that they conclude and that they succeed at. So this is kind of the behavioral way of managing anxiety when it's a little bit too difficult for the child to understand or become aware of their own thoughts. And sometimes our kids are too young, or they're just not at the point where they have the cognitive awareness. And this paired with medication is a very, very effective way of helping the child. Now we want to go back for a minute and talk about how anxiety affects ourselves. Well, if you're a parent, let me tell you, your anxiety will affect your child tremendously. There is no question about it, no matter how much you try to hide it. And I can tell you this with just me and my typically developing kids. Like, they always knew when I was anxious because I was trying to do things fast. I was getting upset that things were not happening. Kids know. So we need to also make sure that I think you gave me the example of the oxygen mask, or someone, when you're on a plane and the oxygen mask drops, you're supposed to put it on yourself first before you help your child. So let's talk about some things that will help you and also people who are on this spectrum but have cognitive awareness and can analyze their thoughts, because we're going to really get into that in a minute. Okay, so this is the whole area called cognitive behavior therapy, my favorite. I love CBT more than I love ABA. I love cognitive behavior therapy, but as I said, it is a little bit harder because it has to do with mental and cognition. But the concept with cognitive behavior therapy is, and anxiety, is that our thoughts result in our emotions, right? Everything we think produces a feeling. If you can learn to control your thoughts, then you can control your emotions. There's no question about it. Problem is, a lot of the time we can't control our thoughts. It's just too hard. We have to get good at that. When you feel anxiety, cognitive behavior therapy tells you to break down your whole belief system and evaluate what thought triggered that anxiety. What was it that you were thinking that made you feel anxious? Where did it come from? And is it actually helpful to you? For example, Kobe was saying he had social anxiety. Yeah. And so the next question for him from a CBT therapist would be, what about the social experience? When you think of a social experience, what about it causes you anxiety? For instance, he might say, I feel like I'm going to fail in a social experience, or whatever it is. You have to identify that thing, that stimulus that's making you feel anxious. And now we're going to talk about changing that thought pattern and changing those stories that we tell ourselves and see if it's going to change the resulting fear and anxiety. There are these things called cognitive distortions. This is where, like, every time I go through this lecture, it's such a good reminder for myself even. So remember earlier when I was talking about all or nothing thinking? Well, here we go. This is when we perceive things as extremes, right? This distortion, distortion is just a bad way of thinking. We think this way, it leads to the belief that things are either all good or all bad, and that there's no middle ground. So for example, I didn't have a clever response when she said hi to me, so I am a complete failure. And that's it. You destroy yourself because of one failure, right? I'm afraid of failing. because that one time that I said something wrong means that I'm just not worthy. I'm a complete, so we all or none, right? Whereas in reality, if you could reframe that thought and say, it doesn't really matter that I didn't have one clever reply, that doesn't mean I'm a complete failure. Everybody has heart, not a big deal, not a big deal. So again, this is the beginning of, I want you guys to just pay attention to the different little tricks. These distortions are little tricks that our mind plays. And right now I'm just asking you to be aware of them, right? All or nothing thinking. Be aware of them, that you do that. And when you do that, try to look at it from a different perspective. Try to write the opposite. I'm not a complete failure. And we're going to also talk about other things you can do with these distortions. Here's another one, catastrophizing. This is when we think a disastrous thing will happen after a relatively small occurrence, right? Earlier today, I was hanging this giant picture here, and I think I dropped something like a nail or something, and both I and Sarah, who's Hollywood, both were like, something like that, and we're like, don't fall, don't break. That's catastrophizing. It's like a small thing that happens, and we're like, oh my God, a catastrophe is about to happen, right? It's the same, and what I wrote is catastrophes actually very, very rarely happen in reality. They happen a lot more frequently in our thoughts, right? So being able to recognize our belief patterns when they describe an imaginary catastrophe can be very helpful in reducing anxiety. After every time I give this lecture, for the next 24 hours, I'm recognizing the cognitive distortions in myself continuously. So I hope you will do the same. Emotional reasoning is an interesting one. This is when you accept your emotional response as proof that of something bad having happened. So for example, you feel bad, right? You're feeling horrible, and you say to yourself, must be something about this place is causing me anxiety. And it's not even anxiety, it's nothing at all, but just because you feel bad and anxiety is a feeling you're familiar with, you kind of pair them together. And we do that a lot. Fortune telling, of course. Fortune telling is when we make dramatic predictions about the future with very little or no evidence. Right? For example, earlier Parker had written, I'm afraid that somebody might take advantage of me.
Yeah.
You're fortune telling, right? You're predicting something in the future, and it's not based on reality. Maybe one thing may have happened that makes you feel that way, but now you're thinking all or none, right? It's not just because it happened one time, it doesn't mean it's going to keep happening. Mind reading, that's another one where, earlier I think, was it Joe or Holly I think Joe was talking about how when you go to supermarkets and
Oh, yes.
the parent, the experience of the parents of the child with autism, I mean, this is going to put it, like you guys are going to completely feel this one, right? When your child is young and they want everything, or they just don't want the sound and sights in a supermarket, they don't want to be there. And so every time you go to a supermarket, it's a terrible experience, and like over and over that happens. The first thing you're thinking, mind reading, everyone here probably thinks I'm an evil mom. It's funny because one time I was in a supermarket and a mom was having, her child was having a meltdown, and she was in line behind me, and she turned to me and she was like, I'm so sorry, I can't imagine what you think. And she was about to say, my child has autism.
Yeah.
And I said, no, don't think that I'm judging you at all. I'm thinking of ways I could possibly help you, and truthfully, that's mind reading, because we have had a bad experience. We think other people are judging us in a bad way.
Yes.
Other people are looking at us and thinking you failed, thinking you don't know how to socialize, thinking you're a bad parent, thinking this is mind reading. And it happens, it's together with that all or none thinking, because you might have 5 bad experiences at the supermarket, doesn't mean that it's going to be for the rest of your life.
Right.
Overgeneralization, that's again one of those things. Broad conclusions based on very small scenarios, right? It happens one time, doesn't mean that every trip is going to be a failure. Labeling. Labeling, of course, is best known. It's a cognitive distortion for all folks who are in some way racist, or, so they label a whole genre of people based on the color of their skin, or based on their culture, or based on their religion. That is called labeling, and it's a cognitive distortion, because what you're saying is everyone of this population will do the same exact thing. It's a distortion. It's a thought that is not based on reality. Magnifying the negative and minimizing the positive. Two sides of the same coin, self-descriptive, right? We tend to always minimize positive situations. And like, for instance, you remember when I had 4 days of no electricity there?
Oh, yeah.
I could have, and I was like, oh my God, or everything in the fridge has gone bad, blah, blah, blah. But I could have also just said, the great thing is one of our sockets has a little bit of electricity, so I can actually charge my phone. So there's always a positive side that we don't see or talk about. We see negative. We tend to, human beings, tend to see negative stuff more. So with cognitive behavior therapy, all you're supposed to do is recognize your pattern. If you recognize the pattern, it becomes really easy to reframe it and to say, wait a minute, this is not reality. This is just an imaginary fiction in my head. How can I reframe it? How can I think of myself as a success, not a failure? How can I think that people are not judging my kid right now, or me? How can I reframe these things? But the key is recognizing the kind of false belief, the kind of cognitive distortion. So I said false belief, Shannon, because when you look at cognitive distortions as false beliefs, you realize how hard our kids have it, because our kids struggle with false beliefs.
Yes.
Theory of mind, it helps them learn about these distortions, like that people think different things, right?
And I want to reiterate that you said when you started talking about cognitive behavioral therapy, you were talking about with kids who are at a certain level of understanding, and for the parents.
Correct.
This isn't necessarily going to be what's right for everyone, but very effective for people who can reason through the
That's
behavior.
right, that's right. And when it's for children who are not quite cognitively aware, that's where I was talking about the systematic desensitization process, which really works with everyone, and also psychopharmacology and medication, and I guess environmental change in general. If you know that your child has anxiety whenever they go to a certain situation, give them tools, right? Help them with, let's say, prepare them better. Give them, a lot of times when kids have sensory issues, I say help them with giving them noise canceling headphones, giving them an area where they can calm down, all of those types of things. And here's some modifications for individuals on the spectrum, right? So use many visual stimuli to help identify and reframe. So for example, toolbox, like for instance, you can tell the child, oh, we're going to go to a party right now. It's going to be noisy. Let's see what's in our toolbox. And then you open it, and in there is a headphone, and there's like, a book, their favorite book, or things that they might have in there, or just books or pictures that might help them stay calmer. Written schedules in general will reduce anxiety, because a lot of anxiety has to do with not knowing what's coming, right? That's why we always do schedules for the child. You don't want to ever pick up a child and immediately just go run out with them. You want to make sure they have a schedule of what's happening to them in their day, written or visual of any type. Narratives are, what do they call them? Story?
Social stories.
Social stories are narratives, right? You give the child a narrative, like, I am the boss. Anxiety is not the boss. And you would not believe how effective it is to draw a character and call it anxiety, and this is your character, and you're like, having a sword fight or something, and you win, or something like that. So, or you even go up and you can hug the anxiety, and now the anxiety turns into happiness, or something like that. Visuals. Stories, as I said. Role play. Role-playing is really effective for our kids, because all you have to do is you sit with them and you can show them how they can go into situations that are fear-evoking, and you can practice it with them, obviously. Choice lists, the same thing. Here are some choices. Remember I said whenever your thinking is black and white, you tend to have more anxiety. So if you go into a situation and a child says, or you can see that your child is, let's say, social anxiety, which is the most common, then you can write out and you can say, okay, so here, what are the things that are making you afraid? Like, mom won't be there, or I will fail in front of other people, or whatever. And then you can write another list for them, which is, I'm going to shine. I'm going to have lots of friends. I'm going to play with this toy. Give them visual options that they can also consider as the outcome of an anxiety-provoking situation. Drawings, thought bubbles. This is if your child is able or kind of on the verge of being able to think of emotions. That's why I loved that movie, Inside Out. Inside Out was fantastic, you know, where you could actually see emotions as thought bubbles or as, feeling bubbles, characters. And that is so helpful for a child to realize all of these things are inside them and they can choose which one comes out, right? And that is giving the child strength. Visual worksheets. There's lots of worksheets on how to handle fear-evoking situations. Rules lists of how to cope. This is the kind of stuff I was telling you earlier about practice, right? So write down, if I feel like scared, I will go outside for a few minutes and take a deep breath. If I feel, lost, I will put my hand in my pocket and there I have my fidget toy where I can play. Lots of different techniques that you can use. Rules lists of what's normal and what is excessive, because a lot of times fear and anxiety only occurs when our thoughts go out of control. I want to talk real quickly, and I know we only have like 7 or 8 minutes left, but I want to talk real quickly about ACT. ACT is a form of therapy that is used a lot has been shown to be very beneficial for parents. And basically it has to do with acceptance and mindfulness. In fact, let me show you this other slide. When we have issues, when we are focused on those cognitive distortions, it's because a distortion occurs in our head and then we fuse with it. We kind of like go with it and we obsess, and our thoughts are just so involved and engaged that we can't disassociate and realize for a minute, this is just a false belief, it's not real. ACT tells you all you need to do is to really just be aware of your thoughts. And actually, if you look at the 6 steps that are involved in ACT therapy, I love them. The first one is cognitive diffusion, right? Which is you learn how to observe your thoughts in images or emotions and memories. Just observe them. Don't relive them. Observe them. Be aware of them. Accept them. And this is very interesting because in therapy we have found that if you fight a thought, it tends to recur. If you just think of a thought as a fleeting experience, this is an experience that's entering my body, it's exiting my body. It's there. Just every minute you have a different thought. And imagine it that way. Look at it as waves that come and go, snowflakes that fall, something that passes. Allow yourself to just be with it, okay? And then if you're really starting to feel anxious, start having contact with the present moment. The way you do that is senses. Sense the things that are around you. Think for a moment what my hands are feeling. What am I breathing? How's my breathing? How do my feet feel in my shoes? How does my back? Go through your body that way. Go into your senses and it'll bring you into the present time, which is often very, very helpful in getting you out of your head. Observe yourself, see? Access a transcendental sense of self, of consciousness. This is mindfulness therapy talks about. If you can just like kind of one by one go through your entire, how your body feels, what your senses are, you will be feeling more than thinking. And that will get you out of those run-on thoughts that are false beliefs. And then identify, and this is very important for parents because this I've seen over and over again, discover something that is super important to you, to yourself. And a lot of times the values here are, I just want my child to be happy. I want me to be happy. It's not, you come to realize that all those other thoughts, all those other things are not important. It's not important if you go in and someone is looking at you in a supermarket. It's just not vital to your life. And then you take an action that is a commitment to something. For instance, I know a lot of parents who feel successful, it's because they've committed to some intervention, they've committed to some routine, they've committed to learning some task that gets them closer and closer to their values. A lot of parents, of course, are, like Shannon, for instance, is completely committed to spreading the news and getting information out there. So, with that, your whole life changes and your anxiety levels definitely go down. And I think that should be it.
My goodness, I didn't think
we
you
have
were
like
going to make you.
3 or 4 minutes.
Well, but we have to say who the winners are.
Okay.
And there were so many questions that came in too that I don't think we're gonna get to all of them.
But I'm happy to also talk more about everything I mentioned and answer questions tomorrow when I do more Ask Dr. Doreen.
There we go, and we can try to bank those. But I want to take a second to say that we have our 10 winners of the $25 Discovery Toys gift card. So what you'll need to do is email me. My email is shannon@autism-live.com, and I will put that into the chat in just a second. But let me say that our winners, and remember, you can use these on the Discovery Toys website that is the US website. They aren't for use in stores or on other people's websites or internationally or on Amazon. So do have to give that disclaimer. But congratulations, Amy Scott. You have won a gift card. Amanda Bright, you won a gift card. Angie Suarez Munoz, sorry for slaughtering your middle name. Susie Bay, Robbie Moyle, Alicia Romero, Carrie Mallory Thompson, Pamela Elmore, Johanny, you won, and so did Dahlia. So my email is on the screen there. It's shannon@autism-live.com. If you will email me now or in the next couple of days, I will get those to you. Give me a couple of days. It's probably going to be Monday before I send those out, but you guys have won. Congratulations. Now you can go do some shopping for $25 with Discovery Toys, who we absolutely love. We have got to take a break now. Was there something you wanted to end with?
Well, first of all, I do want to say that the newer noise canceling headphones have a switch on them that you can have background noise enter.
Oh.
Just it's muffled, it's not huge. So you have on or off, so it's completely blocks everything, or you can hear conversations, but not a lot of noise.
There you
so
go.
they're fabulous for our kids. And I will talk much more about it, a lot of these things that came up. And then the last thing I want to say, Shannon, because I'm about to leave for today, my dear friend Stephen Shore is next with you, I believe.
Yes.
And I'm so sorry that I cannot stay. I love Stephen. We know each other for a long time, and we actually were on the Autism Society of America Central Board together for several years, and I have missed him, and I will definitely look back on this show and see how he's been doing.
Amazing.
And please give him my best.
I will. I absolutely will. Which teases for us, our next show is going to be Autism Live, and our special guest will be Dr. Stephen Shore. Remember that the hour after that, we're going to be joined by Temple Grandin, also live. Stephen this hour, and then Dr. Grandin the hour after. We're going to take a short break because Mama does need to use the restroom.
Yes.
So, and then we will be back with Autism Live, and we will see Dr. Granpeesheh tomorrow.
8 a.m.
8 a.m.
Pacific time.
And you've got an amazing show then. In fact, you're going to be here for, I think, 3 hours in a
few
row.
hours. Yep.
So that'll be great, and then more in the afternoon tomorrow. So the podcastathon just parades on, you guys. Stick with us, and we're going to be back in just a couple of minutes with Autism Live. Parent to parent, all autism parents are concerned with, will my child speak and when will they speak? It's really important to remember that all children do not speak. But having said that, we can work towards all children having functional communication. That's really the key. We all want to be able to communicate with our children. So just a couple of quick tips, things that we can do to work towards functional communication. We want to start, first of all, with something we know our child loves. Something that really they'll want to reach out for, that they're willing to work a little bit for. And as soon as we identify what that object is or what those objects are, then we put that object in front of a child and encourage them to make a sound, a gesture, point to an icon, exchange an icon, some kind of functional communication in order to get that object. This is called manding, and it's just the first of many steps that we can take to help our child gain functional communication and hopefully speech.
Hello, fellow activists. Last week, we talked about the first step to empowerment. Accept and embrace this challenge. Sometimes you have people that support you in your denial. Maybe it's your husband. Maybe it's your mother. When I expressed my concern to my pediatrician about Wyatt losing language around the age of 2, his response, maybe he's a late talker. He's a boy. Let's wait and see. But what about the temper tantrums? What about the fact that he put his head through the kitchen window? What about the bite marks and scratches all over my arms and chest? He said he's probably just frustrated that he can't express himself. Let's wait and see. But autism doesn't afford us that luxury. Of course, I was relieved with my pediatrician's reassurances, but I should have gone with my gut, because if I had, I could have gotten a diagnosis 2 years earlier. And I lost 2 valuable years that could have been spent on early intervention. And finally, when Wyatt was diagnosed, he was misdiagnosed. But of course, part of that was my problem too. I lied in a lot of those parent questionnaires so things looked better. I can't turn back the hands of time, but I can recommend that you face this challenge head on. Denial prevents us from walking a path we eventually will have to walk anyway. The sooner you face the truth, the sooner you can help your child. Until next time, take care of yourself and keep the faith.
Parent to parent, you might be asking yourself, how can I work on sensory issues during the holidays like fire? My child is terrified of fire or has an extreme reaction every time they're around fire. Well, the first thing that I want to suggest is that we not worry about that during the holidays. There's a lot of other sensory stuff going on during the holidays. So is there a way that we can minimize the child's exposure to fire? Like if you're going to go to somebody else's house, can you talk to them about whether they're going to have candles, if they could have flameless candles, if they're going to have the fireplace going, and make your decisions based on that. But we don't want to just leave it at that. This is a great thing to be working on with an expert throughout the year to help systematically desensitize your child to fire so that they have an appropriate response when they're around fire. You really want to do that with an expert, but as I said, do that the rest of the year. During the holidays, try to minimize their exposure if possible.
Hello, fellow activists. Last week, we talked about step number 1, accept and embrace this challenge. Now we're moving on to step number 2, educate yourself. After my son Wyatt was diagnosed, I put up a sign over my home office that said Autism Central. I went to school in my home office every night after my husband and Wyatt had gone to bed because I was determined to learn everything there was about autism. That's because knowledge is power. Visit all the autism websites you can. Read all the books you can. Learn about all the organizations that are out there that offer free guides to help you. Some of them even offer mentors to help guide you. Find out about local support services. Find out about what educational services your child is entitled to. Get to every autism conference and seminar you can. I'll never forget the first autism conference that I went to. The first speaker was a beautiful, brilliant woman named Dr. Doreen Graham-Pichet. She spoke about a therapy called Applied Behavioral Analysis, or ABA. She told about how it could improve the life of children with autism and in some cases recover them. Now, despite the fact that Wyatt had been diagnosed for over a year, nobody had told me about this therapy. I remember calling my husband on the cell phone and saying, honey, I met the woman who is going to help improve Wyatt's life. And I'm happy to say that 8 years later, that's true. Are you feeling a little overwhelmed by all the information that's out there? Well, you're not alone. But try different approaches for your child. Trust your gut. Just 40 short years ago, mothers were told if their child had autism that they would have to be institutionalized, and in some cases, they were actually blamed for their child's autism for failing to bond with the child. That was called refrigerator mother syndrome. Well, thank goodness, times have changed. So until next time, learn everything you can about autism and keep the faith.
Welcome back to, it looks like it's still Ask Dr. Doreen. We were going to go to Autism Live, but we're having trouble connecting with Dr. Stephen Shore. Hopefully he's going to be able to join us soon. So in the meantime, Dr. Grant-Pichet agreed to come back and answer some of the questions that you guys had written in, because this is the podcastathon, and
That's
this
right.
is how we do it.
We got to keep going.
We keep going no matter what. So I'm going to start with some of the questions that you guys had written in and saying congratulations to all the winners. Okay, well, a very specific question about what's a good way to get my son's iron levels up. Because one of the things that you talked about was that anxiety, you can, can be if you have too much of something or too little of something. I remember they put me on vitamin D. My vitamin D was so catastrophically low, and I thought, well, that can't be causing my anxiety.
Yeah.
And yet it helped.
Yeah, and you had also this phase where you had a lot of vertigo. Do you remember?
Oh, I totally remember.
Yeah, and that's a very common one that
Really?
causes anxiety. Any kind of dizziness, yeah. They're very correlated with each other. I really recommend functional medicine physicians, and they're everywhere.
Yes.
And you just have to find one, because the functional medicine doctors will start with, and I know sometimes our kids, this in itself will cause anxiety, but they'll do a blood test. And from that, they will, because urine testing is not going to be able to give you everything, but together that will give you a lot of information about any kind of deficiency. Iron is not that hard to replace. There are supplements, obviously. You would want to make sure that your child is able to take the supplements. Be careful with iron. Iron also causes constipation. So a lot of times when you take iron, it's together with a stool softener in the pill. So, you can just supplement according to what your body needs, and that's super important.
Yes, wonderful. They also wrote about transition anxiety, when they're transitioning from one thing to another
And
one.
I love the fact that some of the folks on here are talking about sensory experiences that help our kids. As I was talking, kind of saying that one of the ways to get out of your head is just to feel the things that are around you and start to one by one go through your body and what it is experiencing. With our children, a lot of times it helps if they're doing things that involve smell. Definitely. Smell is, in fact, one of those that a lot of people have found really, really affects memory. Like, smell is very closely associated to various experiences and memory. Like, it evokes memory.
In both a good way and a bad way,
In a
right?
good way and a bad way. So if you can establish routines or experiences that are wonderful for your child, and pair them with a particular smell, that smell in the future will cause comfort and happiness and will bring about some of the positive emotions that you paired. This is why a lot of us love candles that smell like candy cane, because of Disneyland, because of places where we were kids. We would go to those places, it was just heaven, and we paired it with that smell.
I am not going to make a Gwyneth Paltrow joke. I'm just saying. Pamela Elmore says, this is so good, thank you. Will the slides be available? I appreciate this information so much. And you had said we could
Absolutely,
we can make this available.
Of course, we will provide you all the slides.
Okay, Joanne had written in while you were talking about some of the cognitive distortion and things of that nature, and says this works with the higher functioning kids, which is kind of what you had been saying before, that if there's the level of understanding to be able to cognitively look at it, that's absolutely true. And she said, I know exactly what you're talking about, but my son has severe autism and is nonverbal. I've been attacked many times. Breathing does not work in that case. And of course it doesn't. You're absolutely right. Because when you are still being attacked, like that's trauma. And so anxiety because of trauma, if it's still happening, is an entirely different kettle of fish.
Now remember, anxiety is a feeling, right? Anxiety is a feeling, and as we said, it is usually a feeling of apprehension. In other words, something bad's going to happen in the future, right? What you're going through is trauma over and over and over. So you're essentially habituating your body to trauma, and you're saying, oh, this is just going to be part of my life. It shouldn't. You need to really focus. There's no need to focus on the anxiety. Your anxiety is a normal response to what you're experiencing. You need to actually go in and try to figure out how you can gain support for the hitting. And remember, we're talking again about challenging behavior, and every child will stop those challenging behaviors if they're given a different way to communicate whatever it is. So that's where your focus needs to be on doing a functional analysis of the hitting and getting help for that.
I didn't take a second at the start of the show to say that we are going to be giving away another 10 gift cards in this hour from Discovery Toys. How you can make yourself eligible is by, on YouTube or on Twitter or on Facebook, write in a comment or a question, and then you are eligible. Every time you write in a comment or a question, that is one ticket that goes in the hat. At the end of the hour, we will draw out 10 names. And you can only win one, though. So if you've already won, you can still comment and question, but your name won't go into the hat and you won't win. But be very happy that you've won a Discovery Toy gift card. We love Discovery Toys. They've been very generous with us for the Podcastathon. We won't be giving them away every hour, but every once in a while we'll pop up and go, this is an hour that we're going to be giving them away. It's super fun. I will say, though, that you can only use the gift cards on the USA Discovery Toys website. You'll get those instructions when I email the gift card to you. It's a virtual gift card. They will not work on Amazon or in any store or on any sites that are around the world, just the US site. So a wonderful thing. Now, Carrie wrote in and said, if an adult is showing signs of both anxiety and autism, what benefits are there for that adult to be evaluated?
That's really good.
What kind of treatments are available for adults? It's a great question.
That's a fabulous question, because you just gave a perfect example of a situation where if the individual is suffering from both anxiety and autism, and let's say they've only been diagnosed with autism, they're very unlikely to be placed on an SSRI medication. It's possible, but unlikely. But if they're diagnosed with anxiety, they are going to be offered a medication for anxiety, which, by the way, will definitely also affect the autism. Like, it will improve things for your child. And the other thing is, no one's going to really focus on doing cognitive behavior therapy or even behavioral, like desensitization. No one's dealing with the anxiety, and the anxiety will continue to evoke types of emotions and things that will make autism, the experience of autism, harder.
Okay, amazing.
So it's important to get the eval.
Yes, absolutely, always. Joanne had written in and said that when we were talking about breathing and taking deep breaths, because we've had this happen before where people have written in and said, I have a small child who doesn't have language, teaching them how to breathe. She says, we tell them to smell the flower.
I love that.
And then blow out the candle while demonstrating how to do it. I love that. I also love that in a lot of schools now where they're teaching meditation, in the preschools, they have what they call breathing buddies. And they model this behavior too. They lay down on the mats with kids and they get to pick out which stuffed animal they want to be their buddy. And they put the stuffed animal on their belly. And then the teacher says, okay, we're gonna take they use the words, we're going to take a deep breath, but we're going to make the thing go up, and then we're going to push out the air and make it go down.
That's right.
And so then the kids focus on that, and
That's
they'll go
right.
at the rate that the teacher teaches them. And then the pairing of, now we're going to breathe in and we're going to breathe out, they learn, oh, that's what it is.
Right.
When you're blowing the air, it's the breathing out. So
I love it.
I
Yeah,
love that,
I
Joanne.
remember thinking that when we were all getting trained on CPR. Because
Oh, yeah.
CPR dummies are perfect for learning how to breathe in and out,
There you
right?
go.
Because
That's
you blow
wonderful.
into them and they inflate.
Do you know what I learned from watching, I don't know whether it was Grey's Anatomy or the one that's right before it, but because now they're teaching people for CPR to sing the Bee Gees song, Staying
Oh,
Alive.
yeah, that's the beat. That's the beat,
I
yeah.
didn't know that. I learned that.
Yeah, my
Grey's
daughter
Anatomy.
taught me that when she got her EMT. Yeah.
Yes, that's amazing. Okay, I want to go back. Yes, we were talking about ear muffs, that they were really important. Joanne asked a really good question. Why is anxiety so prevalent right now, Dr. Doreen?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think there's several different reasons, honestly, Johnny. One is, of course, we all just the entire world just went through COVID. And a lot of bad things happened during COVID, right? A lot of people were ill, a lot of people passed away. I mean, it was probably, I would say, at the beginning of COVID was one of the highest periods of anxiety globally, right? I mean, it was unbelievable, a pandemic, but it was kind of like, what is this? Yeah. And for those of us who have lived through other viruses, they were never as big as this, right? I mean, we've been through several
Not
others.
in our lifetime.
Not in our lifetime, right. So if you go back to the Spanish flu, it probably was. But in our lifetimes or in the last centuries, it has been this was a global anxiety-evoking event. And it lasted for a long time, and it therefore kind of generalized to other things, right? So now, if you think about it, if someone has gotten chronically ill, they will always ask themselves, I wonder if it was from the vaccines that I got. Mm-hmm. Or, in fact, someone the other day, I said to someone, I hadn't even thought about this, but I was mentioning that autism has increased to 1 in 36, and they said, oh, is that because of COVID vaccine? And I said, actually, this is pre-vaccine. This is 2020, early 2020, right. So we'll just have to see what happens after this. But, so that's another source of anxiety, which is always apprehension about the future. The other thing, of course, is, you have a cough or someone out there coughs, and everyone is immediately like, oops, what's going on?
Yes.
So like we've been taught to be hypersensitive. So, and COVID had multiple other things that happened. Obviously, people lost jobs, people lost money, people lost their homes. And of course, those types of conditions that are very real will cause also a lot of fear and anxiety. So that's also another part of what is happening. But I think also overall, like we talk about how anxiety is very correlated to serotonin, right? I mean, every medication for anxiety is to regulate serotonin. And our neurotransmitters are heavily impacted by the food we eat. And, I am a big believer that unfortunately our food source has become very toxic and it's not really providing the nutrition that it should anymore. And part of that is also that it is not regulating our neurotransmitters appropriately and causing all sorts of issues and illnesses. Anxiety is just one of them.
And I don't know a single soul who hasn't been experiencing some pretty big anxiety in the last couple of years. And people are managing it in different ways. But when I saw the definition that you gave, I was like,
everyone.
It's
pretty
everybody
much
I
all
know.
of us.
Everybody I know.
Yeah.
Amy wrote in and said, over the past year has been a tough time.
Yeah.
We are working on teaching my nonverbal 16-year-old how to communicate his feelings without being aggressive.
Yeah.
It's a lot.
It's very, very hard, and especially when your child has hit 16 and they're nonverbal, they are prone to become frustrated, and when we are frustrated, we tend to have challenging behaviors rather than express ourselves. I mean, think about us. We have language, we have very advanced language, And when we're frustrated, we tend to yell at each other, right? We yell, people will cuss, like whatever. I was just at a wedding, as you know, and there was like a fight broke out, a physical
Oh my
fight.
goodness.
And you think to
You
yourself,
left out the headline when I asked you how the wedding was.
I know, but I'm just like, you think to yourself, like, adults fighting? I mean, it's so, but that's what we do. People do that when they're very frustrated. And so with our kids who don't even have the ability to express themselves adequately, it is just something they're more prone to do that than to use words. I really, I guess the message I want to get out there is that you should be getting help. There's medical insurance that covers ABA, and a lot of ABA folks will be able to help you with managing those challenging behaviors. This is one of those things that's really important. There are so many people in need of support and help, and behaviorists can really help when it comes to just making sure that your child learns a different way to communicate.
And can I put in a word about respite here? You
Yes.
talked about it earlier, but
Yes.
if you have a 16-year-old that is having trouble communicating and engaging in challenging behavior to do that, then can I please, please, please beg you to get as much respite care as you possibly can, because you need it. You need to have time away where you can be who you are. Tomorrow at, I believe it's 4 o'clock, we're doing a special episode of Let's Talk Autism with Nancy Alspaugh-Jackson. And we have the filmmaker and the subject matter, the star of the documentary Beyond, Tamara Mark. And I have to recommend this film to you because Tamara is a former dancer who had 2 boys. Both ended up being pretty impacted on the autism spectrum. And it is one of the most raw depictions of what it is like to live in a home with these 2 amazing souls who are struggling to be able to communicate, and what they do, and what this amazing, I mean, this woman needs to be nominated for sainthood because she brings her dancer soul to her children and can communicate with her children, but it's a lot. And the movie is about the fact that it's a full-time job for her.
Absolutely.
And in it, she talks about every once in a while I got to step away, but the planning that has to happen in order for her to step away
is tremendous. Yeah.
But it's worth it. It is worth it. It's important to do.
What is it called again?
It's called Beyond.
Beyond.
And it's a really beautiful feature-length documentary. And
is it available now? Or?
It's in film festivals right now, but I can hook you up.
Okay.
And for all of you, we'll ask the director tomorrow will tell us about when and how you can watch it. They're doing showings different places right now, but it's really a beautiful, a very important film in my opinion.
Absolutely.
I hope that they're going to enter it in the Academy Awards. Now that we know how that works now.
Yes.
We didn't know before how that worked, and now we know how that works. But anyway, but I really want to encourage you to be kind to yourself, because that is a lot. To have, first of all, you always say, and I said this about you before, you're like the best person at perspective taking in the world. And if I try to think like you think, right? That, what would Dr. Granpichet, do you know how often I say that? What would she say? But I'm thinking about, do you remember when you were 16?
Yeah.
And all the raging hormones that you had going on,
Yeah.
and you couldn't figure things out, and it was like, why did everything just change? And if you didn't have a way of talking about that with anybody, or writing about it, or having, like, I know people who were like, they didn't know how to deal with those feelings, so they ran. But, I used to love the Waltons. And in the original Walton movie, he journals, and it's in the original book, he journals about, I'm 16 years old, and my body is growing, and I feel like maybe I'm going to explode.
Yeah.
And it's very honest and raw about what it feels like to be a 16-year-old boy. Imagine if he didn't have that outlet to write.
Yeah.
What that must be like.
Journaling is a very, respected tool in therapy.
But so for our kiddos who don't have communication,
It's so hard.
and I don't know if Mike
so
Hipple
hard.
is still watching, but Mike can tell you that, before he got his AAC device and was able to type, he talks very eloquently about what that was like for him. And he's a huge proponent of making sure that they have devices so they can communicate. So he's a ball of frustration at 16 not being able to communicate. But
Yeah.
that's hard for you to be there with, and you're going to need to take some time away.
Yeah.
And that doesn't make you a bad parent. That will actually make you a better parent if you give yourself some time and space to remember who you are aside from being your child's
Yeah,
parent.
that's
It's
so
hard.
important.
It's so hard, right? But
It really is. It's
sending you a
there's-
hug.
Yeah, it's
Sending
just
you a hug.
very difficult.
2008, R.A. Fix wants to know, and I'm not familiar with this book. They want to know, what's your opinion of this book, Teach Me Language by Sabrina Freeman. They've been recommended the book to increase conversational speech in my 9-year-old son, and I'm not familiar with it.
You know, I have this book, and I remember having positive feelings about this
Okay.
book, but I don't remember what in it I liked, because I must have seen it a long time ago.
Okay.
So, but I have this book. So if
Okay.
I keep a book, it's usually because I think it's good in some
Okay.
way.
All right. Well, not a ringing endorsement, but close.
Yeah.
So there you go. I want to acknowledge that so many of you have written in. Judy said, wow, can't say thank you enough for how this information is helping so many lives. Excuse me. And she says, we look up to you, Shannon and Dr. Doreen. I'm just the
Thank you.
person carrying the water.
No.
She's the messenger.
No.
Lucy says, I love Autism Live. Thank you for covering important topics and CBT. Really wonderful. Amanda says, my son is on 1 ml of Prozac. I don't know why I'm so scared to pull him off. After I do, he will be 100% off the pharmaceutical meds. I'm having a hard time taking that final leap. We've been weaning off for 7 months now. He's been on since 11 and he's 14 now. His doctor said I can take him off. It's just me. Well,
Right.
bless your heart, Amanda.
Well, I love that, because you now give us an opportunity to practice some of the stuff we just talked about. Because, Amanda, you're saying you have anxiety about taking him off. Can you tell us why?
There
Can
we
you tell us what about that thought gives you anxiety? Do you think he will fall apart as soon as you take him off the 1 milligram? Let's figure out what the cognitive distortion is here.
There we go. And sometimes just pulling it out into the light is really, really helpful.
Yeah.
I don't like elevators, and there was a time and a place when we were moving offices, and we'd been in a building where we were working on the 2nd floor, and Dr. Granpichet came in and was so excited and said, "Oh, we're moving to a new building. It's so great, and wait till you see." And we're on the 18th floor, and I said, "It's been lovely working with you. It's been nice knowing you." And
I'm out of here.
I really, and I meant it sincerely. And do you recall what you said to me next?
I said, we'll do shaping, or what did I say?
You said, well, we'll start the
Systematic
systematic desensitization on Monday. And the thought of having to get in an elevator and have her talk me down, I went and did it without you.
Well, and you were, not only did you do that, but you later had some really good experiences in elevators that you brought to a class.
Did
And
I?
yes, which was where you got into the elevator. This was when you were talking about how people working together should get to know each other. And you started with this kind of comedy skit, which was my favorite thing in the world, where you went in and you said, I get into an elevator and there's like 10 other people coming to my floor, and we're all looking at each other and we're like, who's that? Who's this? And we don't know each other. And
Or having an in-depth conversation.
Yeah.
And because there was one person that I was standing there and saying, how are your grandkids?
Yeah.
How, did your grandson start kindergarten? I'm so glad.
Yeah.
And then she gets off the elevator and the other person goes, what's her name? And I said, I don't know. I've known her for 3 years. I have no idea what her name is. Yes, well, that's me in the elevators. But I don't miss that elevator at all.
No, I don't either.
We're on the ground floor here, and it makes me very happy. I left New York York City because I swore I was not going to do elevators again. I only did the elevator for you.
Thank you.
And that's, I only
You
did,
succeeded.
because it was important to me. It's that value thing.
Sure.
You said, you know,
Sure.
if you find a value that's really important to you,
Yep.
it was, am I not going to do a show with Dr. Grant-Pichet anymore? Am I going to get over the elevator thing? Some days were easier than other. Can we say that? So Amanda has written in and says, I think he'll fall apart completely.
Yep.
Scared to see him off of it, but I know we have our diet and supplements in place as well. And she said, I did miss the presentation
No
because
worries,
I was putting
Amanda.
my kids to
So
sleep.
that's
It's
actually
okay.
awesome because you can go back and watch the last hour because I talked about things that cause us anxiety and how our mind plays these tricks. And this one is catastrophizing. You are thinking that a catastrophe is about to happen, and it's not. It's just your mind being overly protective and thinking, oh my gosh, you've been weaning him off for 7 months. So I think the last milligram is good. And also just think about this. If he has a little meltdown, you can always add the 1 milligram and take even more time.
Yeah.
There's no, catastrophes very, very rarely happen in real life. And a lot of times it's our belief system that is controlling those fears.
Yeah, somebody said something to me once, because you know, I have a lot of anxiety. Even listening to you talk about anxiety, I don't know if you noticed, I was getting a little anxious.
Yeah, there was like part of you that was into it and part of you that was like,
Yeah, I was like, oh,
don't
this
even.
is fascinating. It's me. Oh, I don't know how happy I am to hear that. Yeah. And Traven, I have to tell you that the battery on my iPad is dying, so I might have to switch it out or plug it in.
I'll give you this one.
Okay. Because otherwise I will lose my questions and I don't want to.
Yeah.
Yes, I know recently I went through a thing because it's that thing about moving the dial. We're about to, in 25 minutes, we're going to have Dr. Temple Grandin with us. And there was a time and a place where I was sitting in a restaurant with Dr. Grandin and my son was there and we were having this conversation and my son threw me under the bus to Dr. Temple Grandin. And he, because Temple was talking to him and saying, you know, what are you doing? What are you working on?
Right.
And, you know, what's your life like and stuff. And they were having this conversation while they were eating spare ribs and they were having a good time. That, like, I wish you'd been there because the conversation that they were having.
It was hilarious.
It was hilarious. And she started telling him about an article in a Business Weekly magazine that was about pairing wines with cat food.
Oh my gosh.
Different cat food dinners.
Oh my
and they got the
goodness.
giggles, the two of them, I wish there'd been cameras. It was the most fun to sit there and watch that. But then my son took a left turn and threw me under the bus to Dr. Grandin, and he said, well, my life isn't very good because my mom won't let me go. We'd just come through an airport, an international airport, and I wouldn't let him go in the bathroom by himself in the men's room.
Okay.
I made him go in the women's room, and there was a woman in there who had a minor cow
Oh my gosh.
about it, and she was like, why is he in here? He's a teenager. He was like 11, but he was tall. And I was like, you know, could you, you know, you're in a stall. What are you so worried about, right? But then he says to Dr. she won't let me go to the men's room by myself. And Dr. Grandin was like, that stops right now, right here. And she said, right now, I want you to get up and go to the men's room. And she gave him a couple of rules. And she said, do you know what you're doing? And he was like, yes.
I love that. That's amazing.
And she was like, and you're going to sit right here and you're going to deal with it. But one of the things that at the time, I was doing ACT therapy. And one of the things that they kept bringing up is that I have this value that I want to keep my son safe, but I have this other value that I want him to live this amazing independent life.
Right.
And that the two go like this
Yes.
sometimes.
Yes, yes.
And that I have to recognize and be aware of that and
Yes.
say, okay, you know, recently, I couldn't even have imagined this when my son was 4 or 5, that he, after his finals, he went away on a ski trip to Big Bear
Yeah.
with like 5 of his friends for
Yeah.
3 days before Christmas.
Yeah.
Someone sedate me. I was like, you're going to do what?
Yeah.
And of course I told you and you were like, oh, how fabulous. And I was
How
like,
fun. Did he have
what
a
are
good time?
you talking about? And it was great and he had a great time. But I was, you know, 8
Yeah.
feet off the floor with anxiety. And then somebody said to me, but isn't the goal that someday you want him to call you and be like, oh, you know, today
Hey, Mom, I'm
today
hanging out with the guys.
Today I'm in Brisbane, and me sitting at lunch with somebody saying, oh, he's in Brisbane, and that gave me something else to picture.
Yeah.
And the only way you get there is but you have to keep moving the goalposts. So, you know, amazing, Amanda, that you've recognized that you've done all the work and that now now it's you. You're having the anxiety.
Yeah.
I think that's half the battle, right?
It definitely is, and it's really all about, like, when Amanda goes back and looks at this, the last presentation, it's really, it changes your life when you have the ability to start analyzing your thoughts. And this is actually, it's very interesting, you know, something Kobe said that I said to you later. I said he reminds me of someone else that we both know. And it's because of that. It's almost like he is analyzing his thoughts and what he wants to try to get through as he's saying it, which is what makes it very hard for him. And he was saying that it's like, I'm thinking as I'm speaking. I experience that when I'm in like a different language, like a foreign language, because you have to pick your words, right? And you're not fluent. It doesn't just fall in place. So you kind of have to figure out, how am I expressing myself here? And you're also thinking. But that ability, which so many of our kids who have, let's say, you know, gone through years of ABA or cognitive behavior therapy, or have gotten to that kind of very highest level where they can actually analyze their thoughts, they just learn to be extremely aware individuals, like more so than the normal population.
Yeah.
I have that with so many of my kids that they, like, this is an example where Jim was, he was much younger, you know, and you were panicking or something, and he was like, Mom, I think you need to calm down and take a few deep breaths. But that's what I mean. Like, the kids actually learn incredible. Like, I don't know if you, one of my kids, as I'm writing this book, and asking a lot of the kids who have gone through therapy to kind of tell me their experience and so on, I find these responses to be unbelievably deep.
Yeah.
And just so self-aware.
Yes.
It's incredible that they are just, and that awareness of the self, I think, will help them with anxiety. This is what we all need to be, is like aware of how funny the reasons are for our anxiety, you know?
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, when somebody takes the time to teach you perspective taking, your understanding of yourself and other people is so much more profound. And I think maybe there used to be more of that in the education system for neurotypical people that isn't there anymore.
No.
That, you know, it's almost this crazy thing to me that when people talk about, well, you know, that for individuals on the spectrum, part of their deficit is perspective taking, it's almost always coming out of the mouth of someone who is not bothering to take their perspective.
Oh, yeah.
And I want to go,
that's true.
I want to go, you know, that finger pointing thing about when
Yeah,
you're pointing
you
one
focus it.
finger, the other four are going to you. Check out where those four fingers are.
Yeah.
Because
a lot of people have a hard time with perspective taking, a lot of people.
a lot of very neurotypical
Yep.
grown people have a hard time with that.
Absolutely.
Amazing.
Absolutely.
I also want to acknowledge our journey, Cameron's New Life says, I know if it was not for both of you, my son would not be where he is today. Very grateful. We're sending you a hug.
Thank you.
Absolutely sending you a hug. Lucy says, can you provide more information on sensory therapy? Temple Grandin mentioned this during a short video during the break. The sensory therapy was in addition to ABA and OT. Also, would sensory therapy be a part of OT? What does sensory therapy consist of?
I think, I mean, and I'm not sure because we weren't listening during the break. What?
I know which clip it is, though.
Okay. And is she speaking about sensory integration, or?
Well, there was a study that came out about, I don't know, 8 years ago that talked about sensory integration therapy and how it could be very effective used in conjunction with ABA. And it was something that she was talking about a lot at that time. Then, as happens with all things, a bunch of people hung out a thing saying, I do sensory integration therapy, and they weren't.
Yes.
And so Temple talks about it less. I think only not that she doesn't support what the original study said, and I don't want to put words in her mouth, but there are a lot of people who say that they're doing sensory integration, and it's not what the study was shown to be effective.
That's very true. That's really very true, because I have observed a lot of occupational therapists, you know, and it's interesting because in this part of the world, like ABA is primary in general.
Yes, yeah.
In other parts of the world, occupational therapy is primary.
Oh, India, yeah.
A lot of the Middle East, it's all about OT. And some OT folks are trained in sensory integration. And let me just explain that, you know, we know very little about sensory integration. But what it is we're talking about sensory dysregulation to begin with. So individuals who will experience either too much of something or not enough of something. And I loved that Kobe was also talking, I use those words so often, that it is about how they perceive the world, how the individual perceives the world. And, you know, I always talk about visual input and how they see things, how they hear things. He was also adding how you sense things on your skin and textures and so on. And sometimes it's funny because he was saying, I loved my conversation. If you can't tell, I've referred to Kobe like 10 times today.
Well, he was so inspirational.
He's awesome. And he was just talking, I mean, I feel like I learn the most when I have conversations with individuals like him.
Yeah.
Over all the years, I've learned the most from my adult kids because they just tell me so much. But, you know, he was saying that when he was younger, sometimes certain clothes would feel like sandpaper on his skin, and that over time he got acclimated to it, and it doesn't feel that way anymore. That means that particular sensory sensitivity gradually regulated itself, so that over time he no longer has that strong reaction. And that could happen with auditory, visual, you know, auditory integration therapy. Was the goal of it was to integrate sounds so that you are not just hearing those extreme sounds. With visual use of goggles and prisms, the goal of it is to integrate your vision in a way that you're not just seeing things in a particular way, but you're seeing them in the way the rest of us see things or receive that information. So, and sensory integration can, on certain individuals, that was my response to Kobe, was, what was he saying? He was saying he hated the feeling of things that are constraining. Mm-hmm. And I said, that's so interesting because some people need that feeling in order to feel grounded. A lot of kids don't have a good proprioceptive sense, which is like their own body in space. They don't feel the ground. They don't, you know, they feel they're lost. They're running around and all this sort of stuff. And weight actually will help them. And they sleep better when they're weighted down. They have things that will help them feel their body better. So it's both directions, right? So some kids feel one way, others have other sensory dysregulation. And these activities some of the activities that are in sensory therapy or sensory integration can upregulate you and others can downregulate you. So I find, for instance, if I have a child who is extremely hyper, there are certain activities where I can actually, like for instance, if I roll them in a blanket, if they're tightly rolled up, it will help them downregulate and it will help them calm down. Same as when you see children who really, I have a child right now who if he just missed about 4 or 5 days because he had a rash, he missed 4 or 5 days of swimming. And let me tell you, his behavior was black and white, so like completely different. And now we're back to swimming again, and swimming has such a huge impact on regulating his senses. Other activities might upregulate you, for instance, playing with rice or beads or putting your hands inside those things. So, you know, a good occupational therapist who has been trained in sensory integration has a lot of these up their sleeve, and they can kind of identify what your child needs, and then they can tell your ABA team or whoever is spending your classroom, et cetera, your teachers, to actually put those sensory activities inside the child's schedule. We used to call it a sensory diet, and you would be doing these types of activities to help regulate the child over the day.
Okay, a couple of quick things. Dr. Shore, I think, is going to try to
Ooh,
join
great.
now for these last 15 minutes, but there's a couple of things that I want to get to. R has written in and said, how do I get ABA therapy for my 5-year-old who's currently getting early intervention therapy but will age out of the program when she starts school at 6? Will the school bring in ABA therapists? I need to know, where are you? Are you in the United States, and if so, what state? Because it's very likely that your child shouldn't be aging out of, and you absolutely can be getting ABA, but if you'll write in,
And also,
we'll talk
early
about that.
intervention is supposed to be kind of the same.
Yeah.
So there's no end at 5 or 6 for sure. And if your school doesn't provide it, your health insurance most likely will.
And the ABA, most likely, there are a couple of exceptions of schools that have what is actually really ABA, but like I guarantee you it's not what your school has, because it would be a world famous ABA school. And there's like, what, 2, 3 of them? It probably isn't your school. They're going to tell you that they're going to do ABA at the school, which means they're going to use some of the principles of ABA, but you're not going to get intensive ABA, because that would be one-to-one.
Well, and the next question is it normal to have an IEP including intensive ABA? You can. You could have an IEP which gives you intensive ABA, but it is more likely that you will not. It's more likely that someone will tell you, we're going to do 10 hours of ABA in the classroom, and if it's in the classroom and it's with multiple other kids, it's not really one-to-one ABA. So I would suggest that you approach outside health insurance as well as have your school provide ABA. You want it in all environments.
And she's in Wisconsin, or they are in Wisconsin, and they went on to say, okay, they told us that they only work at this facility
That's
until
fine.
age 6, and I just lost my iPad.
So then you
It's among the
basically,
dead.
so then basically what you would do is you will get health insurance. You'll talk to your insurance company. They will offer you providers of ABA. You will contact those folks and get started. And by the way, if they take too long, go back to your insurance, because they're obligated to have contact with your child, usually within 30 days.
Yes, there is a phrase that every time we talk about it on the air, people kind of lose their minds over it. But because so many people post-pandemic have been told, oh, you're on a waiting list, and it's like a year later and they haven't started services. And you do need to call your insurance company, and you need to say that this is a denial of access to care. I'm going to say that again slower. A denial of access to care.
Yeah.
And you will notice that they'll be like, hold on a minute, and suddenly you'll be talking to somebody else, and suddenly they'll be like, well, we might have to switch your provider and da-da-da-da-da, because it's illegal to charge you a premium and then say we don't have somebody. And by the way, this isn't just for autism. This is if you're having a pain in your hip and you've been referred to the specialist. This is for your mom who has Alzheimer's. This is the story across the board that people are being told, well, we don't have somebody for you to see for the next 6 months. Well, then they have to pay for somebody else. That's what health insurance is, not health sometimes when we have somebody here to take you. And ask me how I really feel about all of that. Traven's going to let us know when we have Dr. Shore, and I'm going to continue on until then. Okay, he's here. We're just going to get him in. Let me talk a little bit about him. And you were saying before that this is somebody that, you know, you love and respect and have for a long, long time. Dr. Stephen Shore is a professor of special education at Adelphi University.
How lucky are those folks?
No kidding.
Yeah, that they learn
Seriously.
actually the reality. Yeah, it's awesome.
And he is an outspoken advocate for individuals, especially adults, on the autism spectrum, and for their rights and for their human and civil rights, and speaks around the world on a regular basis doing that. He is the person who is credited with saying, when you've met one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. So we welcome Dr. Shore to the program and are thrilled to have him here with us, if we in fact do. Can I talk a little bit about his books till he comes in? He's got a bunch of different books. He's been a part of a lot of different research. Some of my favorite books of his include College for Students with Disabilities.
Amazing.
Understanding Autism for Dummies. Love that one. Living Along the Autism Spectrum, Beyond the Wall, and Ask and Tell, Self-Advocacy and Disclosure for People on the Autism Spectrum. What an amazing, amazing body of work that he has. Are we able to bring him in yet? Perhaps not. too, Dr. Shore speaks all over the world. And I had said to him the other day that I'm so excited to have him here because he used to go on a regular basis on a series of different places that he would go with Joanne Lara. They would often speak together and go to India and places like that. And so I always feel like I'm close to Joanne when I get a chance to speak to Dr. Shore. And he is the ultimate from his personal experience after being diagnosed with autism, and his parents were given that never talk that Holly was talking about earlier with RJ. Well, he's never going to do, because imagine, what autism was like when Dr. Shore was diagnosed. But his parents were given this, very,
this is lifelong.
And I believe, we'll ask him to confirm, but I believe they said, put him in an institution. Which, can I tell you that when the woman who diagnosed my son, it was her first day of her retirement. She'd been working in the field for 50 years.
Yeah.
And she said, well, you should just consider yourself lucky, because if this were the first day, that I would have absolutely told you to put this child in an institution and walk away and never look back. My child, I can't even, there's Dr. Shore. But, his parents didn't listen, and here we have this amazing individual. Dr. Shore, welcome. He can hear us, but I don't think we can hear him yet. Well, I'm going to keep saying nice things about him. He's also an accomplished musician.
Yeah. That's right, he is.
And someone who, I just always feel like when he speaks, it's like he just cuts right through the crap and goes right to the heart of the matter about the fact that these are individuals and they have rights.
Yeah.
I don't know
Have you
why
ever met him in person?
Yes.
Yeah, he's very calming presence.
Yes, the soul is
just a
soothing.
really lovely person. Yeah.
I just was, after you said that, I was thinking, oh, what must it be like to be a student in his classroom?
I know, how nice, right?
Right? I
would love to be in his classroom.
Well, and then next, in just a few minutes, we're going to have Dr. Temple Grandin.
I know.
And I've talked to people who have been in her classroom before. I don't know if you know this about Dr. Grandin. I'm sure I'm not supposed to say it. She's going to be mad if I say it, but she speaks internationally too, and she commands a pretty, a nice price when she speaks, which she donates to her college programs so that no student that goes through is denied being able to be there and has money to be able to go. Isn't that not one of the most philanthropically lovely things ever on the face of the planet?
Love that.
Absolutely love that. So what do we think? We've got like 7 minutes left now.
I almost feel like we should really just try to get Stephen back for another hour or another half hour somewhere, because
maybe we need to do that.
It's too valuable of an interview to do
I don't
in 7 minutes.
I don't want to rush it. If we think we can do it,
I'm happy to give up some of my time too and interview him on one of my shows.
Okay, well, and we've got time. We especially have, he could join us in the last hour. He could be talking to us while we're shaving my head. I don't know if he has a class then, but we'll talk to him about that if he can't come in. But I was dying to know what his thoughts were on the new CDC numbers and what that feels like for him, because it's been very interesting to me, everybody's individual reaction to that. That some people have said, well, it's just a number, and our kids are our kids, and we trudge on. Which is very stoic for me. I had a day of grief. I allowed myself one day where I felt, it's that kind of feeling you have when you say to somebody, I see this horrible thing, I see this car accident about to happen, and everybody goes, no, it's not. And then the car accident happens, and everybody goes, oh, wow, you really called that. But there's no solace in that whatsoever, that we've been saying for a while, that the numbers are changing and that there are more. I just ask people this. Do you know 2 people in your life that don't have a diagnosis that you think likely, children I'm talking, friends, children, that people are like, nope, we're not going to get the dog? Because I know at least 2 people. And if we all know 2 people that don't have a diagnosis yet or are waiting for the diagnosis, then the number is different than 1 in 36.
And I had a feeling that was similar to the beginning of COVID.
Oh.
Because I didn't know what it means.
Oh.
And it was the same. It was fear of like this global issue.
Yeah.
That why? Where is this coming from? Why is this happening? And it was just the beginning. Remember, we had no idea what this means. And with autism, it's kind of like, I don't want to compare it to COVID because it's not, but it's a thing we know very little about, despite billions of dollars of research, you know, and we just are completely taken over by it and still don't have a direct connection.
Amazing. I'm looking to see, okay, I'm going to go ahead and announce the winners for this hour. And I guess, are we going to try to reconnect with Dr. Shore another time? I'm looking at Traven's face to see a yes or no. No, we couldn't hear him. But that's all right. Will you give him our apologies and say I will contact him and we'll try to get him on another time? Because we've only got like 3 minutes now before Dr. Grandin. This is me talking to my producer. Sorry, good television. It's live. I do want to go over the winners of this hour's Discovery Toys gift certificates. These are all $25 gift certificates. Remember, once you've won one, you can't win again. So our winners in this hour are Amy Scott. No, I'm looking at the wrong ones. That was last hour, excuse me. In this hour, it's Our Journey, Cameron's New Life. Woo! Sarah Sellery, Kelsey Eddings, Jim Miller, Simone Koch, 2008 R.A. Fix, Madeline Hahn, Matthew Asner is tuning in, Lou ZC, and R. You have won. R, have you seen the movie RRR? My favorite movie this year. I had to say that, that came up. I'm so sorry, but we're going to try to get Dr. Shore back in a different hour. We're going to invite him to come the last hour, but we've got 44 hours. We'll find another hour.
We've got lots of options for him.
We'll find a place where we can, because he's too fabulous to not have. So
Absolutely.
Our apologies to him. We thought we could make it work, but we just need more time to make that work. But up next, we have the fabulous Dr. Temple Grandin.
Amazing.
And I'm so excited to be talking with her because, you know, her new book came out today.
Yeah.
Autism and Education, the Way I See It, or As I See It. I think it's As I See It. Sorry, Temple. That's from Future Horizons, who is also the publisher of my book. We love Future Horizons, so we're really excited to talk with her about that. And you guys can be writing in your questions. We are going to continue the Discovery Toys giveaway in the next hour, and we will have 10 more gift certificates to give away. So that will be super fun. I see a bunch of questions. Matt Asner said that's a federal law, correct? But I don't know what you were referring to about the age of 7 or aging out, Matt. I don't know if that's what you were referring to. Because we do have state laws and we have federal laws. We talked about that early this morning on the program, that there are state mandates about when your services can happen, and they say sometimes things like,
I think he was referring to access to care. Because we were talking about
denial of access to care.
Denial of access to care.
But that is federal. In both cases, it's an appeal.
Yes.
So there we are. Okay, I think you're absolutely right. All right, so we're going to say goodbye to you because you've been here a long, long time.
And again, like at some point, I will have to say hello to Dr. Grandin, and I met her in 79 or 80.
Wow.
Long time ago.
So you were just a baby.
I was, through a mutual connection, Cecilia Fabulich, which I'm sure she might know.
I really thought you were going to say Fabulous, and I was going to say her name is Cecilia Fabulous.
She was fabulous. She is fabulous.
Okay, there we have it.
Greetings, and I hope you have a wonderful hour.
I'm sure we will, because it's always a wonderful hour with Dr.
Absolutely.
Grandin. All right, we're going to sign off from this hour. Stick with us, though. We're going to be back with Dr. Temple Grandin right after these messages.
Hello there, fellow activist. You're an activist because you're making the world a better place for someone living with autism. Now on Autism Live, you learn all about your children. You learn about their bodies and their brains. But this empowerment moment is all about you. It's about your heart and your soul. Now don't worry, I'm not going to have you start singing Kumbaya or doing chanting. Let's talk about blessings. One of the blessings of living with a child with autism is learning to love them unconditionally. Learning to love them despite all the ups and downs, all the sacrifices. In fact, you learn to love them more so because of them. I call this my empowerment prayer. God grant me the wisdom to see my disability as an opportunity, the courage to love my child unconditionally, and the faith to live a life of purpose. So going from the sublime to the ridiculous, I have a little song for you today. It's a rap song, so I know that an old or, middle-aged white woman rapping just doesn't seem right, but I'm gonna go for it anyway. My style is a little like Nicki Minaj meets Dr. Seuss. Nancy's Autism Rap. It's just a diagnosis, your life's not over. Don't lay there like a dog, get up, Rover. You say your head is spinning with GF, CF, ABA, IEPs, and neurofeedback? Autism tough, that much is true, but you'll survive because you're you. Your life's not over, it's just begun, so walk out that door and go be someone. More Dr. Seuss than Nicki Minaj. Until next time, stay strong and keep the faith.
Welcome back to Autism Live during the podcastathon, and we're very excited because in this hour we're going to be joined by Dr. Temple Grandin. A couple of quick housekeeping things. We want to make sure that you guys can be writing in your questions right now. We're live right now on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and other places. You can be writing in your questions for Dr. Grandin live right now. And when you do, every time that you write in a question or comment, you will be entered into a drawing at the end of the hour. We're going to be giving away another 10 Discovery Toys gift cards during this hour. 10 more of them. Now, you can only win once. If you've already won one, I know a lot of people have won. We've already given away a bunch of gift cards already tonight. But we have more people you can be entered to win. And they have fabulous toys. They are always a staple winner in our toy and gift guide because they make incredible, incredible toys. So make sure you do that. Also reminding you that we have an iPad challenge going on, continuing during this hour, that Dr. Grant Pichet and I put our heads together, and we're raising money for Autism Care Today, for grants for iPads, for families that have written in and said that they want an iPad for their child, teen, or adult on the spectrum, and we want to be able to give more grants. So we're trying to raise $5,000. If we reach a minimum of $5,000, Dr. Grant Pichet will shave my head live on the last hour. Yes, I said shave my head. Buzz it right off, bald. We're going to make me bald during the last hour of the podcastathon. That's hour 44. That will take place on Thursday morning at 10 a.m. Pacific time. So we've talked about all of those things. I want to welcome Dr. Grandin back to the program. It's almost like, I want to say, here's a guest who needs no introduction, but I want to do it anyway because Dr. Temple Grandin is a living legend. You guys know, if you've seen her before on this program and other places, she's amazing. She's an author, a speaker, a professor of animal science at Colorado State University. Her life was the subject of the Emmy Award-winning HBO film Temple Grandin. I know somebody wrote it and said they just recently watched it. Oh, isn't it great? It's the best thing ever. She's written many books that have been so helpful to so many people and have changed the way the world has looked at autism. But her newest book, Autism and Education, The Way I See It, is out today. It came out today, published by Future Horizons and available in every major books retailer. So, Dr. Grandin, welcome.
Well, it's good to be here.
I'm so excited to see you. I haven't talked to you in a little while. How are you doing, first of all?
I'm doing fine. I'm going to get to see you. I'm just looking at pictures of myself.
Well, we're thrilled that you are here with us this evening and that this worked out. I want to start by talking a little bit about the book, and people are going to be writing in questions, but tell us a little bit about this new book, Autism and Education, The Way I See It. Why now for this book, and why was this so important to you?
Well, there's been a lot of controversy about ABA, and so this book's aimed at, parents of very young children. So I addressed some of the issues about ABA in there. There was some old-fashioned ABA that was bad, and I discussed that. And I discussed, well, how does a parent evaluate a program for a 3-year-old? Now, this is aimed at the parents, teachers that are working with a very young children. Well, let me tell you the things I want to get out of a little kids program. First of all, you got to have the right teacher. Some teachers just have the knack. They know kind of how to engage this kid to get progress. And you've got to push some, but you don't want to be pushing them into sensory overload. You absolutely don't want to have that happen. So what you want to get out of a 3-year-old is language. The other thing we need to be teaching them is how to wait and take turns at games. This teaches kids to inhibit a response. Then also basic skills, dressing, washing their hands, eating with utensils, just basic skills. And if the therapy is effective, the kid should like going to therapy. That's really important. So that's kind of the 4 things that you would want to really have out of a little kids program for early intervention.
And in this book, I just think it's so wonderful, Dr. Grannon, because it addresses everything. It is for educators. So if somebody is a teacher, this is a must-have book. Right. But it's also for parents and for individuals that are on the spectrum. It also addresses for them things to do with education. So amazing. I applaud you. I think that this book is needed more today than at any other time in our history, especially because of what we just have been through with the pandemic, that a lot of programs changed and a lot of the way things were taught and online, a lot has changed. But also, I've been saying all week with these new numbers, 1 in 36, that means that in every classroom in the United States, there is an individual on the autism spectrum. And if we're not teaching educators how to be prepared for them, we are going to have a problem.
Well, starting working with these kids early is really super important. I want to answer a question from Johnny Batista that's on the chat about kids with ASD going into skilled trades.
Yes.
When I was out working on the big heavy construction projects, for 25 years I worked on heavy construction projects, supervising installation of things like center track restrainers and equipment I designed for industry. I'm going to estimate that 20% of the people I worked with were either autistic, dyslexic, or ADHD. And some of them owned big shops, and did all kinds of patents and stuff like that. No, you have to teach them to use tools safely. And lots of times people on the spectrum are going to be better about things like using a saw safely. But I've worked with a lot of skilled tradespeople that were definitely on the spectrum. And one of the problems right now is they're retiring out and they're not getting replaced. And that's what this book is all about, visual thinking. We're losing skills. We need the visual thinkers like me who can't do algebra.
I want to read what Joanne's question was so that people who aren't on Facebook can see. She said, Dr. Grannon,
I'm
thank
sorry,
you.
I thought it was the chat. I didn't realize that was on Facebook.
No, you're fine. She says, Dr. Grannon, thank you for your time. My question is about technical training and a trade for my son with ASD. I think that hands-on training is important, but I'm terrified about the equipment, suggestions and recommendations. And so you gave her that really wonderful answer. But yes, teaching the safety first. And and we know that our kids really respond to that. When they're taught rules and taught them well, they tend to be very rule governed.
No, they'll be rule bound, and I think they'll be safer with the tools than a lot of other people. And another thing that bothers me is you'll have a kid who's super good with Legos, and he's like 7 or 8 years old, and nobody starts to introduce any tools, like maybe screwdriver, pliers, some things like that.
Absolutely. I also want to address that Vanessa Reyes says on YouTube says, thank you for all the work that you do. I've learned so much, and thank you for the support and all the positive energy. Tara on Facebook says, help me understand the difference between executive function and cognitive function. How do I help my child improve in that area? Thanks.
Okay, I can answer that. Cognitive is just, thinking, basically. And if I was a computer, I'd be an Intel 286 with a small processor. The processor speed, that's where we get into the executive function. When I do design work, it's sort of like I got big servers, warehouses full of servers, full of computers. But my processor is small. So I'm going to have problems with rapid multitasking. That's something I can't do. Another big problem area is we got to give kids an external working memory at work. Any task that is a sequence. Let's say they're at a job, they got to close out the cash register at Walmart. Give them a pilot's checklist of the steps to close out the cash register. In jobs where the tasks change each day, you need to give them a list in the morning. Yeah, there was an electrician apprenticeship job recently lost because they just yacked out the things they were going to install that day. They changed every day, and the man did it wrong. If they just made a checklist of the electrical things they were going to install that day, he would not have lost the job.
Wow. We love checklists here at Autism Live. We think that they're super important. Also, Carl Matson says, ask Temple Grandin about teaching children self-determination.
Well, one of the things that when I was a little kid, I spent hours and hours and hours making little bird kites, which I described me. I'm really big on promoting books.
We want you to promote your
promoter.
books. We love your
But
books.
in this book right here on Calling All Minds, this is all my little kids' projects. Kids aren't doing things like making paper snowflakes today and stuff like that. I would spend hours tinkering with little bird kites to get them to work, tinkering with parachutes to get them work. And did the grown-ups help me on that? No. I had to figure out myself how to get my bird kite to work. You know, kids aren't doing enough of those things where they just have to figure out how to do stuff. Here's a paper snowflake. You know, a lot of kids today that don't do stuff like make paper snowflakes. And then you've got a teacher who's concerned about self-esteem, says, what's going to happen if the paper snowflake's cut wrong and it fell apart? Well, you get another piece of paper out of the printer and you try again.
Wonderful. And Amanda says that she just ordered your new book on Amazon. I think you're going to love it, Amanda. And Nava Paskowitz-Asner says, we love you, Temple. We all love you. I want to go back to the book a little bit and ask you to talk about, one of the things that you talk about is the different types of thinkers. And I can only imagine that you have some pretty incredible things to teach us about how you might teach each different type of thinker.
All right, let's discuss that. There's three kinds of thinkers. And when you get a kid with autism, they tend to be an extreme version of one of those three kinds of thinkers, where most people are mixtures. Now, the three kinds are object visualization, visual spatial, and verbal. So let's just go through how each one of these does. I'm an object visualizer. Everything I think about is a picture. So the kinds of stuff that my kind of mind will be good at, real high-end skilled trades, working with animals, because animals are not verbal, they live in a sensory world, art and photography. But the thing that I cannot do is algebra. And I'm concerned that all these algebra requirements are locking a lot of object visualizers out of really good jobs. Then you have the visual spatial mathematical mind, patterns, computer programming, chemistry, physics. And then you have the verbal thinkers. And if you want a more scientific explanation of the different kinds of minds, this book made the New York Times bestseller list, Visual Thinking. I've got a whole chapter that goes into the science that these different kinds of thinking actually exist. And they have different skills. Like, for example, when we were building a big beef plant, the object visualizers would invent the mechanical equipment, and the green engineer and the mathematicians would do boilers, refrigeration, and make sure the building doesn't fall down.
So if you're teaching these different individuals, it would seem to me that the first step would be that you should have an understanding of which type of thinker the individual is.
Well, you won't, normally you're not going to be able to tell in 4-year-olds. You know, my ability in art started showing up around 7 years old. My mother always encouraged, you know, my ability in art. If the kid gets fixated on something like cars, broaden the fixation. You want to broaden that fixation.
Well,
you know,
that goes right to my next question.
With cars.
My next question for you is about you. I've always heard you speak about really fostering those special interests that somebody has, that if they have an interest in something, and you just said broaden it, can you give us an example of how you would broaden somebody's interest?
Well, I just talked a little bit about cars.
Right.
Well, I started out when I was young drawing the same horse head over and over and over again. Some others said, well, let's draw the whole horse. And I would just use pencil. Then she said, well, let's use watercolor, you know, some other different kind of paint. You want to take that and broaden. So let's go back to cars. I mentioned reading about cars, doing math with cars, broaden it, learn about how cars work. That's science, that's physics. Learn about the history of the car. You see, those are all ways I can broaden it. Now, how did I get interested in cattle? I got exposed to them as a teenager. So how did interest start? A kid had to get exposed to cars to get interested in them.
That's why we need to take kids out and show them interesting stuff so they can get interested into stuff that can become a career. And transportation's a big one. Airplanes, trains, and cars, because they like to watch them. Well, there are also things where there's a lot of careers in transportation, lots and lots of careers.
But so to put a fine point on it, you know, because I agree with you on the exposure thing, but there are a lot of people that right now, they were home for a couple of years with their kids during the pandemic and things got comfortable at home, and taking their kids back out into the community can sometimes be a little bit overwhelming. But it sounds like you're saying that it's essential that we expose them to things so that we can uncover.
We've got to get them out doing things. There's too many kids that don't know how to shop. They don't know how to order food in restaurants. Now, even before COVID, we had this problem.
Yes.
Now, maybe with COVID, it's gotten worse. But they've got to get out and do things and give the kid choices. We can go to Walmart or Target.
Yeah.
Let's give them a choice. And we'll go when the store is not so busy.
Well,
Yeah,
you
give
talk
them
in the
some
book.
choices.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. You talk in the book about maintaining high expectations. Can you talk a little bit about what you mean by that?
Well, one of the things is I was expected to behave. And when we went out to nice restaurants, and I got to eat some really nice things that I really liked, I behaved. I liked nice restaurants. And I knew that if I behaved badly in a nice restaurant, I wouldn't be able to go. You know, that there's, now there's some situations, I remember going on a ferry boat, and when the ferry boat came into the harbor, they blew the horn and I threw myself on the deck because it hurt my ears. I didn't get punished for that. My mother recognized that maybe it's better for me to ride in the cabin below so I wouldn't be blasted out by the horn.
Yeah.
But other situations, like not causing a commotion at church, this gets down to the other rest of the family wants to go to church. I cannot mess it up. And this is just an extended version of turn taking. Yeah, you've got to you got to do stuff that other people want to do. That's an important thing to learn.
Yeah. When you were going to school, you had some tough circumstances. And I don't know, you can talk about that if you want to, but the sort of juxtaposition between being at a school where you were bullied, and then one of the things in the book that I always get so in your movie, the HBO movie, that I get so emotional about was the difference in your life that one teacher made.
Oh yes, oh so important. That was Mr. Carlock. He was shown. We gave him an honorary doctorate in the movie, but he was just so important. And I worked with him for about 3 years. And I was still seeing him on weekends after I went to college, because the college was only a few miles from the other school. But this is where a good teacher can make such a difference. I've got to thank my mother. I've got to thank my speech teacher, my 3rd grade teacher, Mr. Karloff. And then another person I have to thank is Jim Uhl, the contractor, who seeked me out. He'd seen my drawings and he seeked me out.
But for the teachers, I wonder if you could, because I know we have educators watching tonight, Temple, that are watching you. You've got this new book out. They're looking to you and they're listening. And I wonder if you could tell them a little bit about what it was about those teachers that made your experience so much better night and day.
Well, what Mr. Carlock did is I had absolutely no interest in studying. I didn't see any reason to study. And he gave me interesting projects to build. I got very interested in optical illusions. That was showed very nicely in the movie. And he challenged me to build it, to figure it out for myself, to build the optical illusion, and gave me other interesting kind of perceptual optical illusion projects. And, you know, there's research you can do on that. And then I got motivated to studying because I wanted to become a scientist. So I knuckled down and studied. I was still absolutely terrible in math. I got a C in statistics. I had to drop a physics class. Higher math, I just couldn't do it. But the thing is, in science, we need the people like me that aren't good at the higher math, but can visualize how to do experiments.
Well, and clearly, you've had a very illustrious career. You teach at an esteemed university, have helped so many students. Excuse me, I have a tickle. And you've had so many professional opportunities in your chosen career, and designed so many different places. But, you know, now all the books and, excuse me, and you're an internationally renowned speaker. So clearly you don't have to be necessarily good at that higher math then, I'm thinking.
Well, what I'm concerned is I'm having students that are at the community college that want to be a veterinary nurse, which is a 2-year degree. They're on their second and third algebra class and failing it.
Yeah.
And the thing we got to really think about, do you need abstract algebra to be a veterinary nurse? No. There are a few things with drug dosing you've got to learn. Those you have to learn. But I talked to a dean at a vet school, not our vet school, but another vet school, and he thinks that algebra, it helps you do logical problem solving. No, that's not how I think.
Yeah.
I don't use algebra for logical problem solving. You see, this is where a lot of the math people and a lot of the verbal people don't understand how the visual thinker thinks. In fact, when I was promoting my visual thinking book in October, I went to school where we did a book signing, and I sat and talked to the principal of that school. He didn't know what visual thinking was. They're pushing all these math requirements. Yes, arithmetic I know how to do. Size hydraulic cylinders, I know how to do that. I can learn pi times a radius squared. I know to subtract the rod area from the cylinder area. I fully understand how that works because that math goes back to a real thing that I can see.
Amazing. And you also mentioned, was it your third grade teacher that was somebody that was really amazing, aside from
She was excellent.
Why?
And one
What
of the things
was
that
it?
she and my mother did is make sure in elementary school where I was not bullied, because Mrs. Deach explained to the other children that I had a disability that was not visible, like crutches or a wheelchair, and that they needed to be helping me, not torturing me. And so where the bullying started, it was high school. That was an absolute disaster for me.
But what I love about that story, Temple, is that your mother stuck up for you. She, you know, when the principal was upset about what happened when you were being bullied and your reaction to it, my favorite part of that story is that your mother stuck up for you and said, this is not the place for you.
Well, and then I ended up going to a special school, and they put me to work taking care of the horse barn. I had 9 stalls to clean every day, put the horses in and out and feed them. And the thing is, I learned how to work. Yeah. One of the problems today is kids aren't learning how to work. You know, now with COVID winding down, you know, some businesses are concerned that, you know, people just aren't quite getting back to work the same way they were.
But, you know, would you do me a favor and hold up the Calling All Minds book again?
Yeah,
because I think
this is the children's project book, Calling All Minds. It has things in there like my bird kites, parachutes, paper snowflakes. When I did a book signing for this about 5 years ago, I was horrified to learn that 20 to 30% of elementary school children in a suburb of Denver had never made a paper airplane. We've got kids growing up today that don't do any hands-on things. I had a girl in my class 2 years ago who never used a ruler. I talked to a shop teacher. In fact, we're bringing shop classes back here in Colorado. That's just got published in our paper just, you know, a couple of days ago. And I talked to a shop teacher just a couple of days ago, and they said now they have to spend 2 days just teaching tape measures and measuring. That was not something they had to teach before in a high school shop class.
Wow. Well, doesn't that say something right there?
Well,
but I love that book. I love Calling All Minds, Temple, because I think a lot of times, well, it used to be that they taught that stuff at school and parents and parents don't realize, and so they don't know to supplement it. But a lot of times parents will say, well, I don't know how to start that. You say that we need to get to job skills and that they need to start doing other things, but they don't know where to start. And I think that that book is perfect because it's got projects.
Yeah, it's got projects starting with very simple, basic paper airplane, very simple, basic paper airplane, basic snowflake, and then the optical illusion room that I made in the movie is also in there too. You know, it's a more complicated project, but this has got some very basic projects. And I was shocked when I did the book signing 5 years ago that the amount of kids that have never in their life had made a paper airplane, and they made them that night and they were chucking them off the balcony in the theater and having a really good time.
Oh my gosh, I'll bet that was fun. I want to say that Joannie wrote back in, she had asked before about being concerned about this, the equipment and safety. She said, thank you, Dr. Grant, and we are currently doing the Home Depot projects. No saws yet, but hammers, screwdrivers, and painting regularly. Thanks again. I don't know if you're aware of this, but on Home Depot sells little packages now that have projects that people can do with their kids at home. It used to be, I don't know if they've started them again, but every Saturday morning they would have a project that you could, it was free back then. And
Well,
you
and
could
I hope they keep doing it. And I think that because kids aren't doing real things. Now, have you been following the stuff going on with ChatGPT, the artificial intelligence computer?
No, tell me.
Oh, let me tell you, it's writing papers. High school kids are having to write their papers. You know what an English teacher told me?
What?
Since November, it's got better at writing students' papers. You know what else it's doing? It's programming, and it's correcting programming code. I was on the computer last night reading, well, Google gives me all the good tech tidbits. And I read a thing that was like an email exchange with another person to fix programming. It was an email exchange with a computer fixing coding.
And how do you feel about that? Do
So
you
let's
feel
look
like
at the jobs we might go out in the future. It's not going to be the hands-on stuff.
Yes, no, I think you're absolutely right. It's a little scary to me, but it certainly saves some time. As a former English teacher, I'm appalled that somebody could write their whole paper, and that, it used to be that we could do a check on it to see if it was plagiarized. But
It beats the plagiarism software.
Oh, that's not
now,
good.
Where a lot of people are using it now, and I read in the Wall Street Journal that 70% of the people that use it in writing jobs don't tell their boss. So what people do is they put their sloppy rough draft out and they let chat clean it up for them.
Yeah. I'll be honest that we, as we were building this website for the podcastathon, they were asking me to write a blurb, and the web designer said, no, don't write a blurb. We're going to tell it what we want, and it formed it. And then we edited it from there, the first blurb.
That's ChatGPT.
Yeah.
In fact, ChatGPT can make the whole website.
Yeah, that's scary to me.
You kind of have to tell it. And then I talked to another lady that, was making up titles for songs and saying, like a cute Southern song or something like that's about flowers. That's giving her these cute titles. She was showing me that.
Amazing.
So there's things like, I'm concerned that low-level programming jobs are going to go out. But you still are going to need people to check them, because the problem is ChatGPT is only as good as its database. And if people feed garbage into it, nasty stuff into it, they'll mess up its database. And I actually discussed this problem in this book with problems with artificial intelligence.
Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
But I'm seeing stuff like last night, I'm sitting here at this monitor right here. I don't understand all the programming corrections. I said, this thing is just like, it was like he was conversing with another programmer, and it's giving the results back. And then they had him, he tried to have the program do a really difficult piece of programming, and it messed that up. Hasn't learned it yet, but it's learning. That's the thing that's crazy. It's learning. It's writing better student English papers now than it did in the fall.
Well, do we think we're going to end up being Terminator, where they're going to take over, or we're not worried about that?
Well, I can tell you, mechanical systems better have mechanical controls. It's discussed in here.
Okay.
I have a whole chapter on disasters, visual thinking and disasters.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, you talked about the Fukushima plant in Japan. There's a disaster.
Well, that's actually, Fukushima is actually described in visual thinking, because it's a visual thinking mistake that it burned up.
Yeah.
The mathematicians did a great job of making it earthquake proof, but they didn't make it waterproof. Yeah. And when a tsunami came over the top of the seawall, it drowned the electric emergency cooling pump. Yeah. That could have been protected with old-fashioned watertight doors. Horrifying. Mathematicians calculate risk. Visual thinkers see risk.
But this
is one of the ways to prevent a computer from hacking into something. And this, Chat's really good at making hacking tools too. It's another thing it does.
Oh, that's great.
It has to protect infrastructure. Big, expensive, difficult to replace equipment with old-fashioned electrical mechanical controls that if it gets too hot, it spins too fast, or it gets too much pressure, she shuts down. No remote restart. Old-fashioned 1950s, 1940 type controllers shut that thing off so the computer cannot command it to damage itself. Those are hacker-proof because they're not electronic.
But this is one of the things I think in your platform that you talk about a lot, is that that people who are on the autism spectrum are going to see those, or maybe it's just visual thinkers, are going to be able to see and recognize those problems, and that this is why we have to make sure as a human race, even beyond the fact that it's the right thing to do, as a human race for preservation, we have to make sure that individuals on the autism spectrum are educated and brought into the job force, because we're not going to be okay without them.
You need us. You need us that can't do algebra. You need us. Somebody has to say, put watertight doors on it.
Yes.
Old-fashioned technology.
We
and it
do
would
need
not
you.
have happened.
We do. I want to say that your new book, Amanda Bright says, this book is coming at the perfect time. My son, who's 14, has been playing around on our computer, and he can figure out any computer program. He also can play by ear and listens to classical music all day. I'm hoping your book will help guide me on where to go with this.
Well, he's 14. Let's start some work skills. And if it's legal in your state for him to work, he needs to work, because we've got to make the transition to work. Okay, music. You might get a job where you play at a church or play in a hotel lobby. Got to start learning work skills, which are very different than academic skills. And that book doesn't address the work skills. That's mainly aimed at the younger children, especially the early intervention. 14 years old, the paper routes are gone, but how about volunteer jobs at a nursing home, at a church, at a synagogue or whatever? Volunteer jobs where they're doing a task on a schedule outside the home.
Yeah.
That's really, really important.
I have to say that we have watching, because I see that they're in the chat, Matt Asner and Nava Paskowitz Asner from the Ed Asner Family Center.
Yeah.
And my son's first real job working out of the home was working at their center as a junior camp counselor. And
Okay.
I had listened to you and so many other people, Joanne Lara, all these people talk about the importance of getting them working in it. And I was taking it seriously. I don't want you to think that I was poo-pooing you, but I had no idea. And I thought, because he was going to do this during the summer, and I thought, he's going to do this for a couple of days, and then he's going to go, I want my free time, and I want to play video games all summer, which we weren't going to allow. But he had such a good time at work, and then when the first paycheck that he got, he stood there and stared at it for the longest time, and he said, I'm getting paid and I'm having such a good time. And he said, he literally looked at me and said, this changes everything. And I was so struck by that. I just wanted to, say thanks to Matt and Nava for being a place that employs young people on the spectrum, because it's been life-changing for my son. And I want to reiterate what you were saying, Temple, because I don't think I would have believed what a big difference it made. It was important.
I've had other parents say to me when they finally got their kid out in the right job, office supply store was a really good one because it's quiet and not a lot of multitasking. And the autistic individual can be appreciated for his knowledge of printers or some other specialized thing. And the mom just said he blossomed. Yes. Another parent said he bloomed. You see, they're getting out doing things. I want to avoid the chaos multitasking jobs. McDonald's takeout window, don't go there.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to avoid those chaos, rapid multitasking. Now, let me just say how McDonald's made a little accommodation that was just sort of done by the manager. There was an autistic lady running the cash register. And when the store wasn't too busy, she could handle it. But during the lunch rush, she couldn't handle it. So they just switched her over to cleaning tables. Really easy little accommodation. We got to do more stuff like that. But the really chaotic things, and the other thing is the pilot's checklist thing. Okay, let's say I was starting out. How do you log into the cash register? How do you close it out? Give them a pilot's checklist with the steps. There's been too many jobs lost over the working memory issue.
Absolutely. Okay. Taryn wants to know, what's the name of the new book? She's very interested.
Well, it's the new book on education. Yeah, it's on autism and education. It's on my website, templegrandin.com. I'll be perfectly honest, I haven't gotten any copies of it yet.
Well, I'm going to be perfectly honest that I had ordered one thinking that I was going to get it today and that I was going to have time to read it, because it didn't come out till today, and that I was going to have time to read it before we came, and it didn't. So I ordered it on Kindle, but I'm not, I've only glanced at it. So, but I'm so excited about it because
it's different compared to some other books is is helping parents with a newly diagnosed young child figure out, what to do with education. You've got all these different people saying, this is bad, or this is good, and all this. And the thing that they need to be looking at, like with their 3-year-old, is, are we getting progress?
Yes.
Here, I'll give you a few other little tips with 3-year-olds.
Because you're a big fan of early
processor. So you've got to give the kid time to respond.
Yeah.
Slow down when you talk to them. Give them time to respond.
But you're a big fan of early intervention. It's just a matter of what the intervention is, correct?
Yeah, I'm totally a fan of early intervention. Now, of course, you get a lot of kids with no speech delay. Obviously, they don't have early intervention, probably didn't need it. But you got 2 and 3-year-olds that are not talking. The worst thing you can do is do nothing with a 3-year-old that's not talking.
Amen.
No, you've got to get them into therapy. And if you don't have services, then enlist the grandmothers in the neighborhood to come in and work with that child, and this new book will be perfect for that.
And I want to say that Vanessa wrote in and said that Home Depot is doing those workshops and that they are free, and we go and the kids love it, so we absolutely love that.
So
Carrie Mallory
doing
Thompson
that.
wrote it in and said 2 days to teach college kids how to read a ruler, and she said shame on our education system.
Well, I think it's terrible, and I've had a scale drawing in my class for years, and I'm having a harder and harder time with the scale drawing. The other thing I have my students do in my livestock handling class is learn how to use scientific databases and look up scientific articles in the scientific databases. And now with chat, and it sometimes makes stuff up when it doesn't know. It's going to be even more important. You read stuff on social media, you need to check it with primary sources.
There you go.
And I think it's important. I'm telling my students now that one of the most important things you're going to learn in my class is how to use scientific databases, how to go to primary sources on things. It's going to be more important now with all this artificial intelligence stuff.
Amen to that. Somebody else wrote in and said, Dr. Grandin, I bought your book because it says you will talk about how to motivate students. My daughter is 14. She doesn't seem to have any interest in doing anything. Her favorite thing to do is to sit on a stool in the kitchen, drink coffee, and stir it with a spoon. She doesn't even want to play on her phone. I would love tips on how to motivate her to try new things so I can even hope to find something else that she might be interested in, and thank you for all that you do.
And is she fully verbal?
She doesn't say, and let's see if she writes back in.
Because I gotta get some idea. All right, let's say she's fully verbal in doing that.
Okay.
We give a choice. She must have been interested at some point. We're going to go out and do something, and we have a choice. We can go to the park or go to the library.
Okay.
I'm just sort of a forced choice. Mother used to do that with me. We're going to get out and do something. And we can have chocolate ice cream or vanilla ice cream. Not all 31 flavors. But give her choice and say, well, we're going to go out, an outing, and we can go to the park or we can go to the library.
Yeah, I love that.
She can pick. She can pick, but we
Yes.
are going out.
There you go. And we just did a talk a little bit earlier about anxiety, and one of the things that we didn't talk about that I wish we had is that when people have a choice, even if it's between 2 choices that aren't their favorite choice, I think that it helps to reduce anxiety, and it seems like studies that support that as well.
Well, we've got to get. I did not have anxiety as a child, but when the hormones hit at puberty, I started having terrible panic attacks. And I guess most people know I take antidepressant medication, and I think my health would have been. I don't even know if I'd be alive if I hadn't taken the medication now, because my health was so bad in my early 30s, torn apart with colitis.
Wow.
Which when I went on the medication cleared up. And that's discussed in my book from 25 years ago, Thinking in Pictures. And it's still accurate. Even though it's 25 years old, the meds haven't changed.
Yeah.
They haven't changed. They're the same meds. You got a few patent extenders. That's just so they can rip you off on it. But the basic meds like Prozac and stuff like that, that hasn't changed.
Amazing.
And the trick with antidepressants for anxiety, low doses. Too high a dose, you're going to get agitation and insomnia.
Okay.
It's a dose window, and that's fully explained in there. It's 25 years old, still accurate. I keep surfing the literature. I go in those scientific databases all the time and keep myself current.
You've also said in the past that a burst of activity, a short burst of activity helps with anxiety. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, I was doing 100 sit-ups every night, and then I got sciatic problems, so do 100 old lady push-ups now, or do I just bring the front end up? But I find that that burst of hard exercise helps with the anxiety. Like if I go walk around the neighborhood or I do a really big walk in the airport, that's good for other kinds of stuff, but it doesn't affect the anxiety. I've got to do that burst of hard exercise. And that seems to have a much better effect on anxiety. You know, where you, okay, if you have exercise equipment, you make the treadmill really stiff, so you have to really work at it. Now, it took me 3 months to work up to the 100 sit-ups.
Yeah.
And then I had to stop them because my sciatic nerve got messed up.
Well, nobody wants sciatica.
Well, it's terrible. I do exercises for it every night, the sciatica.
Amazing. That's a painful thing. I'm so sorry to hear
It's
that.
awful. It's awful.
It is awful. I personally have a question for you that's off topic, but I can't talk to you and not ask you this question. Have you seen the TV show The Last of Us? And if you did, what did you think of it?
I have not seen that.
Because I know you're a very busy person, but we've talked about movies that you like before, and I've been dying to know what you think of this. Do you know the premise of it?
No, tell me about it.
It's that there's a bacteria, a fungus that normally wouldn't exist in the human body, but it takes over and spreads, and so it is a zombie thing, but it really isn't that much of a zombie. It's one of the best things I've seen on television since Star Trek. I'm going to say it. So I'm dying to know your thoughts on it.
Oh, the fungus is kind of gradually killing people, or?
Yeah, well, it turns them into zombies. It grows
Well,
like mushrooms
I've read
out of their
the zombie
heads.
books where there's one Zombie Diaries or something like that. I read one of those, you know, there's some airplane reading.
Yes.
And all these people got infected, and there were a bunch of people, I think it was outside Denver, of all places, and they divided the people up into the really useful occupations and the laborers. So the bankers and the lawyers, they all became laborers. The farmers and the skilled trades and things like that, and the cooks and things like that, those were the people with the important skills. And it was kind of a, you know, they were like little areas and pockets of people where they'd managed to keep the zombies infection out.
Well, there you go. I think you would enjoy it, but I can't know that for sure. But if you have some time, it's on HBO. The first season is out. I would love to know your opinion if you watch
Is it sort of the typical zombie thing where there's like you get infected with something?
It's not the typical zombie thing at all, but there is that element that if one of the zombies bites you, if there's a blood exposure, you've got about a couple of hours before you turn and you become a zombie.
Well, that was similar to the stuff that this book that I read like 10 years ago, the Zombie Diaries.
There we go.
It was something similar like that.
Did you like it?
Fungal infections are scary. I was at a veterinary conference, and I saw hideous pictures of cats and dogs with awful fungal affections in their noses. It was just dreadful.
Oh yeah, no. And the makeup on this thing, because people literally grow mushrooms out of their heads. It's quite the feat. And what I love is that HBO, and I love this for our kids too, HBO, they show an episode, and then immediately afterwards, if you watch it on HBO Max, they show you some of the technical elements of how they made the scene happen, and they show you the behind the scenes. We've grooved on that as much as anything else.
Oh yeah,
because they show how they
it was interesting how they
CGI.
You know, I went on the movie set for the HBO movie, and there was a lot of stuff like, okay, cattle drowning. That was done with editing.
Yeah.
Editing back and forth between a live animal and a fake, it's what they call stuffy fake cow.
Was that the name of the cow, Stuffy, or that's just what
Well,
they call it?
the fake cow was called Stuffy.
Stuffy. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
That is truly hilarious. Somebody has written in and said, Temple, we love you so much. How can I tell what kind of thinker my 8-year-old grandson is? What are the things to look for?
Okay, 8 years old, you should start saying, is he good at art? Good with Legos? If it's a mathematical kid, they're going to be good at math. A word kid, is going to start getting good at words. They tend to gravitate towards the thing they're good at. But I'm concerned today that a lot of kids aren't getting exposed to enough stuff to start gravitating towards what they might be good at. The mathematical kids are often good at music. Music and math tend to go together. And then
So interesting.
art and mechanics go together. I know that sounds weird, but I've been seeing patterns in this.
Amazing. I would never have known
How can
that.
you find out if a kid's mechanical, they're not exposed to any mechanical stuff?
Yeah. Well, take them to the Home Depot to see if they like
Well,
that kind of stuff.
If they like the Home Depot stuff, that's probably, the visual thinker. And a lot of the math kids like that stuff too. But the kid that's really mechanical, you take stuff apart. Let's say you take a vacuum cleaner apart, and then you go, well, you're going to put it back together. And I'll give you a little tip. When you take the parts apart, line them up in a row as you take them apart. Then you can put them back together in the same order.
Oh my gosh. I think we all want you to teach a class to our kids about how to take things apart and put them back together.
Well, they need to put them back together.
Yeah.
But you see, kids don't grow up today tinkering on cars and things like that. But there's a really cool program in Denver where they're teaching kids skilled trades, and car dealerships are hiring them, and they just love them. One of them got hired by the Coors Brewery. It was a lady. She went and fixed the problem on the Coors beer bottling line the first day she was there.
Wow. I love that. Girl power.
That's the kind of stuff I like.
Me too. I love that kind of story. Carrie Mallory Thompson, who her son Connor, they're going to be hosting 2 hours from now a segment. He does a show called Cooking with Connor. He's a 13-year-old. He's an award-winning chef. And Connor wants to know what your favorite food is.
Oh, I love chocolate. I love chocolate stuff with a raspberry sauce on it. I think that's really good. It's one of my favorite things. I have a sweet tooth. It's got to be dark chocolate.
Dark chocolate. But so do you is that a dark chocolate ice cream with a raspberry sauce or any kind of dark chocolate?
No, it's like cake with with raspberry sauce drizzled over it. That's really good. Now, I noticed somebody's asking about best animal moving equipment. Well, if you're into livestock, I've got especially small farm livestock. This is my book on cattle handling, Temple Grandin's Guide to Working with Farm Animals.
Wonderful.
And if it's small farm, show you how to lay out the corral systems. What's happened, the interesting thing that's happened with cattle handling equipment, and I think it's kind of sad, is I've been in this field for 50 years. And for the first 30 years of my career, everybody built their own stuff. And they built beautiful stuff. And now people don't know how to weld anymore. So they just buy prefab.
Yes.
Because they don't know how to weld. Like I've been out on some trips. I can see what's happening. Buy a bunch of portable panels, and then they've got to buy a cheap hydraulic chute because their shoulders are messed up and they can't run a manual squeeze chute anymore. And I just hurt my shoulder on this stupid door handle of an airport shuttle. It's the dumbest thing.
Oh,
and I managed to yank it. And it wasn't anybody's fault. It just got caught in it.
Oh.
And so as shoulders get messed up, they're buying cheap hydraulic chutes, but you have junky portable panels going up to it.
But part of
those small ranches, they used to build the nice things, but nobody knows how to build them anymore.
Well, part of the problem, because we've talked about this for years, that it's hard to find somebody who will teach your kid how to weld.
Well, this is the problem. Then you can't get like community college in Eastern Colorado just put in a new welding shop. They can't find anybody to teach welding.
Yeah. And when you can find somebody who will teach welding, we joined a maker shop after, I had a conversation with you, and my mother's father, my grandfather, was a master welder. And a lot of the boys in our family found that they had great welding skills. I swear it's genetic. And we went to
the visual thinking, because the people I worked with took one welding class in high school, and they were inventing equipment in shops and patenting it. And this would have been all through the 80s and the 90s.
But I want to know, because now
that's another thing I talk about in my visual thinking book, is the loss of skills.
Yes, because nobody's teaching welding in the high school anymore.
I know.
Because So we went to a day, a career fair where kids could try on different careers, and there was a guy there who was welding. And my son was young, and he got to put on the helmet, and he got to weld his name into a piece of metal. And
Cool.
he loved it. And the guy said, "Oh my gosh, you're really good at this." And we thought, oh, it's the genetic thing. And my son was like, "I really want to do it." And I went back even to that guy. I went to a maker shop. Everybody was like, "Oh, no, we won't teach anybody under the age of 18. There's too much liability." I wish somebody would start welding at a younger age.
Well, and the thing is, the people I worked with that owned big metal shops, they took single welding class in school, and that started their career. But right now, when I go out in the ranches, what I'm seeing for cattle handling facilities, people are just buying some portable stuff, and people used to build really nice stuff. I showed my slides today, and I have a lot of old slides that I was showing, and I'm going, "Man, this stuff is really nice." And people don't know how to build it.
Yeah.
I have the drawings for it. I'll just buy portable panels and try to lay them out in the pattern of the drawings. No, but we're losing skills. I think it's a very serious issue. And right before COVID, this is what convinced me to have a really serious problem. I went to a poultry plant where all the equipment came from Holland. I went to 2 pork plants, brand new ones. The equipment came from Holland. And the state-of-the-art electronic chip making machine is Holland. So during COVID, Betsy and Lerner and I wrote Visual Thinking because I'm very, very, very concerned about the skill loss. And there's a connection here with autism because about 20% of the super good welders I worked with were autistic, undiagnosed.
There we go. We're
they're all
running down
retiring
on
now.
time here for a second. I want to get to some questions that came in. You're a legend, and the sheep farmers speak highly of you. Thank you for your help. Adrienne says, would love to know if you dream in color, black and white, or both.
I dream in color. Now, when it comes to welding, there are some of the rural schools are doing it.
Well, and they just wrote in and said our rural schools is where they have the great welders in Southern Oregon. So there we have it.
You see the kids, and then you got to just do it. And some of them, they'll teach people how to use a plasma cutter, so you make all kinds of fancy signs. But that doesn't teach you how to just make equipment from scratch. Like a lot of the farm equipment, you take the original grain harvesting machine, that was made in a blacksmith shop in the late 1800s.
Yeah, amazing. I want to say that Carrie wrote back in and said, raspberry and chocolate. We'll have to find something along those lines for Connor's cookbook and dedicate that recipe to Dr. Grandin. Thank you for answering Connor's question.
Nice dark chocolate cake, good and gooey.
Then
sitting on a puddle of raspberry sauce.
Well, now you're making me hungry.
It's good.
When it's not something sweet, what's your favorite thing that isn't like a dessert?
Well, I have to say, I really do like steak.
Steak.
Yep,
Okay.
I like that.
And you like it barbecued, or is there a special way to cook it?
Well, barbecue, like good brisket, the really good like Texas style brisket, but I like charred on the outside. I know that's supposed to be bad for you, but I just love it.
Well, you love what you love, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got a great question for you here. Dr. Grandin, I'm a 4th grade teacher with 2 students in my class on the spectrum. I'm so excited to get your book today. I have 40 students in my class. One of the students who is on the spectrum is a boy, and the other a girl, and they are very different. The boy has a hard time focusing, and I believe would benefit from a one-to-one aid. The parents have asked for it. I support it, but I know our administration doesn't want to pay for it. The girl is struggling in all aspects of class, socially and academically. I feel that there are sensory issues that overwhelm her in a class this size. I want to recommend she be in a smaller setting, but I don't want the mom to think that I have given up on her. Do you have any recommendations in either
Let's talk
scenario?
about some of the sensory, because this can be a really big problem. The number one problem that comes up in a classroom with a physical classroom is flicker on lighting. Okay, they phased out the fluorescent lights, but there are some bad LED lights that flicker. Okay, now the way you can find out if they flicker is take out your fancy new phone, set it on slow motion video, and take a picture of the room. The lights are bad. Play it back in slow motion. You can see them flicker. And what you have to do if you've got that kind of classroom is get that desk over by the window. If you don't have windows, then you're going to get a lamp and you got to put a bulb in it that does not flicker. Now, I used to just get the old-fashioned incandescents, but you can't hardly buy them anymore.
Yeah.
I think maybe the dollar store has them. Or you're going to have to find an LED that does not flicker, a real strong light, and you put that next to the kid's desk.
So
to
tell
get
us
rid of that
again how
problem.
we check to see so that we make sure we have it. How do you
All
check?
right. You take a picture of the room, the lights on, slow motion video,
Okay.
and I'd wave like this. Then when you play it back, the hand's got to be going like this, because you got to make sure you're playing it back in slow motion.
Okay. And what will you see when you're playing it back in slow motion that will tell
The
you
lights
it's
are
good?
bad, you'll see them flicker.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, you'll see it. And the other thing that can be a problem is intermittent sounds. School bell going off,
Yeah.
the PA system going off. There was one kid, they got him over it by taking him down to the principal's office when the school was closed and let him turn on the bell about 100 times. And that actually helped him get over it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where they control the sound, the dreaded sound.
Absolutely. Okay. And any other recommendation for the boy that she's asking for the one-to-one aid?
Yeah, the thing, yeah, we got to figure out exactly what the problem is. But sensory, now some of these kids need sensory breaks. Some kids are helped with things like weighted vests, and they work 20 minutes on, 20 minutes off. Usually works better. That doesn't work for everybody, but it's a fairly simple intervention that you can try. Getting plenty of exercise. Mother used to say, go outside and run the energy out of you. You know, some of these kids need to go out and run.
Yes, absolutely.
And that will really help.
Well, Dr. Grannon, I just so appreciate you being here. Your new book is out today. The title of the book, I had it here a second ago, it's Autism in Education, The Way I See It by Dr. Temple Grannon. It's out from Future Horizons. There it is. Traven's got the picture. That's what it looks like, you guys. And it's a must-have. It's what parents and teachers need to know is the subtitle there at the bottom. So please get that at any major bookseller. It is available today. So we congratulate you on that and thank you for all the work.
And but the sensory stuff is really, really real.
It is.
And what's happened with the autistic sensory system is like ramped up. Where let's say I just, brush my hand like that. For some kids that's painful. Working with an OT with some of the sensory integration things like deep pressure, sometimes that can help on sensory stuff. Exercise can help. Having the kid having control of the noise can help. Now the problem is if they wear a headphone all the time to block the sound sensitivity will worsen. But what you want to do is let the kid have the headphones with them all the time. Have them with them all the time so they have control. And then if they get in a situation, a really horrible sound, they can put the headphone on.
Great advice to end on. Unfortunately, we're out of time because in our next hour, Dr. Carrie Magro is going to be giving a talk on 15 things. It's the part one of a talk, 15 things that you need to consider when you're talking about autism.
I'm going to have to log off. I've got to get up early tomorrow, catch a flight.
Well,
and we have to leave at 6:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you for doing this late night talk with us. We so appreciate you, Dr. Grannon. You take care.
Well, thank you for having me, and I'm going to leave the meeting right now.
Okay.
And it was great to be here.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm going to take this opportunity to read the winners for this hour's Discovery Toy gift card giveaway. These are $25 gift cards. You will need to email me. If I don't get an email, I don't know who to give it to, right? So I'm going to read your names, and then you have to email me. My email is shannon@autism-live.com. I will put that into the chat after we log off. I can't talk and type at the same time. But here, and there it is on the screen, shannon@autism-live.com. You will email me, and then I'll have your email. So on Monday, I'll be able to send you your code for your $25 gift card that you will be able to spend on the Discovery Toys United States website. You won't be able to use it on other websites, but you'll be so thrilled. They make amazing toys. Oops, my phone just went kafooey, and I had your names. Are you ready? These are the winners for this hour. Adrian Fleming, Tare Carlos, Taryn Parks, Carl Matson, Amelia Estrada, Nava Paskowitz, Asner, Vanessa Reyes, Andrew Nguyen, Kelly 2000, and Shayla Hall. You have all won a $25 gift card to Discovery Toys. They make amazing toys. I know that you will enjoy, but you've got to email me. If you don't email me, then I don't have a way to find you, and that would be terrible. And then you have to be patient with me because it might be Monday before I can send them to you. But we are so glad to have been here and talking with Dr. Grannon. I have to sign off because it is time for Stories from the Spectrum with Dr. Carrie Magro. Check it out after these messages.
Hello there, fellow activist. You're an activist because you're making the world a better place for someone living with autism. Now on Autism Live, you learn all about your children. You learn about their bodies and their brains. But this empowerment moment is all about you. It's about your heart and your soul. Now don't worry, I'm not going to have you start singing Kumbaya or doing chanting. Let's talk about blessings. One of the blessings of living with a child with autism is learning to love them unconditionally. Learning to love them despite all the ups and downs, all the sacrifices. In fact, you learn to love them more so because of them. I call this my empowerment prayer. God grant me the wisdom to see my disability as an opportunity, the courage to love my child unconditionally, and the faith to live a life of purpose. So going from the sublime to the ridiculous, I have a little song for you today. It's a rap song, so I know that an old or, middle-aged white woman rapping just doesn't seem right, but I'm gonna go for it anyway. My style is a little like Nicki Minaj meets Dr. Seuss. Nancy's Autism Rap. It's just a diagnosis, your life's not over. Don't lay there like a dog, get up, Rover. You say your head is spinning with GF, CF, ABA, IEPs, and neurofeedback? Autism tough, that much is true. But you'll survive because you're you. Your life's not over, it's just begun, so walk out that door and go be someone. More Dr. Seuss than Nicki Minaj. Until next time, stay strong and keep the faith.
Hey everyone, my name is Dr. Carrie Magro. I am so excited to be here with all of you for this podcastathon. This will be part one of a two-part series that I will be sharing with you guys for the month of April, which is Autism Acceptance Month. Our producer will be getting the PowerPoint slides up in just a moment. But my journey is that I was non-speaking until I was about 2.5, diagnosed with autism at 4, and today am one of the only openly autistic professionally certified public speakers in the country. And it's given me the wonderful opportunity to travel the globe and to discuss topics like I'm going to share with you today. So when the slides are ready, we will get started. But I'm really excited to be here with all of you. All right, so today I'm going to share with you, in honor of Autism Acceptance Month, I'm going to share with you 15 things to consider when it comes to autism. Now, obviously, autism is a very, very wide spectrum. So you have probably heard by now from one of my dear friends, Dr. Stephen Shore. He says that if you met one autistic person, you met just that one autistic person. So we'll be talking a little bit all over the spectrum. And just remember, these 15 things, nothing is set in stone. There are so many different things that you could learn about during the month of April, but not only during the month of April, but all year round. Next slide. So, first off, for individuals who are joining us tonight, we're going to be providing the PowerPoint slide notes from tonight's presentation. There will be a QR code at the end of the hour. So, feel free to scan the QR code with your smartphone, or if you are like some of my family members and don't have a smartphone, there will also be a link that you can type into your browser so you can receive the PowerPoint slide notes from tonight's presentation. Next slide. So during my journey, I grew up with laser focused key interests. I wanted to grow up to be the next Larry Bird. Growing up, I could tell you all 30 NBA teams and every single player on one of those teams. I also wanted to grow up to be the sixth member of the Backstreet Boys. So I fell in love with music and theater, and I got a degree in sport management. Before deciding to change career paths, realizing that a lot of individuals with disabilities did not have a voice within our community and wanting to do something to help them. So I received my master's in strategic communications, also from Seton Hall University, where I became one of the first professionally certified public speakers with autism in the country. It's given me the opportunity to travel the globe for the past 12 years and now speak at over 1,200 events in not only K through 12 schools, but also businesses about hiring people with autism in the workplace, realizing that those with autism are one of the most untapped talent pools when it comes to employers, and the importance of giving professional development opportunities for companies to understand just that. But I started a nonprofit when I was about 24 years old, so 11 years ago, to help the autism community. And one of my mentees actually said, Carrie, you should start writing books. And I never thought about writing books before. I grew up with a dual diagnosis of dysgraphia, but I realized that by sharing my story in books, that I might be able to help people understand a little bit about people with autism from a first-person perspective. So I wrote my first book called Defining Autism from the Heart, assuming it would be a nice Christmas gift for some of my family members. But within 3 days, it became an Amazon bestseller for special need parenting. Gave us the opportunity to continue writing books, all the books on Amazon, Autism and Falling in Love a year later, realizing that a lot of the time when we talk about adult autism, there are some resources around employment, housing, and post-secondary, but there's very little for dating and those who want to be in relationships. So I wrote a book based on 10 years of trying to find love on the autism spectrum with practical tips on how those with autism can go about dating and putting the best version of themselves out there for a partner. My third book, I Will Light a Blue, is a children's book focused on twins on the autism spectrum. And then finally, our last book, Autistics on Autism, came out last year, which focuses on 100 stories of those with autism navigating their journeys growing up into adulthood. Along the way, I took my love of theater to work with the entertainment industry. We've worked on films like Joyful Noise, Jane Wants a Boyfriend, HBO's Mrs. Fletcher, and then also Netflix Love on the Spectrum, which I had the opportunity to be the autism consultant on. And next slide, please. I'm so thrilled to say that Love on the Spectrum received 3 Emmy Awards last year when when the first U.S. season aired on May 18th, and now it's been renewed for season 2. So stay tuned for more information on what that's going to look like. Next slide. Along the way, we've also had the opportunity to contribute to several other books that I would love for all of you to check out, especially during the month of April, if you're looking to read something new about the autism community. We wrote a book called Life After Lockdown, where I was so glad to see Dr. Temple Grandin in the last hour, because she actually contributed to this book, along with incredible advocates like Tony Atwood and so many more, about what life would look like after lockdown for those on the autism spectrum. Also get an opportunity to write a contribution to The Autistic Child Grows Up from best-selling author Carol Krenowitz, who really focuses on sensory processing disorders, in addition to Love What Matters, which is a book of stories of people who have just been impacted by a wide range of not only disabilities, but have very impactful stories in our communities. Next slide. Along the way, with my nonprofit, not only doing peer mentoring and providing peer mentoring services for those 16 to 24, we've also provided 130 scholarships for autistic students who are pursuing a post-secondary education. When I was in school, Common Core was really, really tough for me. And standardized testing, too, was a really, really big challenge. So I realized, though, that that was a big challenge for many of the autistic adults that I was meeting. So I started a scholarship program in the hopes of helping individuals find scholarship aid so they could potentially pursue a post-secondary education. It gave us the opportunity to not only do that, but in addition to the people who have continued to support my nonprofit organization to provide 25 small business grants for small businesses that hire people with disabilities. And one of the fun things about our latest book, Autistics on Autism, is that not only will you get the opportunity to learn about autism from 100 autistic adults, 100% of the proceeds go back to our nonprofit to support the cause. Next slide. Along the way, though, we also realized the importance of speaking to first responders. We realized that interacting with people with autism was still a challenge for many of our police officers and also our immediate emergency response teams. And one of the big topics that we talk a lot about in the community is wandering. And still, almost about half of children who are on the autism spectrum wander from a safe environment and go missing as a result. So we need to do a better job of highlighting the fact that we need to provide more first responder trainings in our community. And that's an opportunity that I've had the opportunity to do with groups like the Jacksonville Police Department, in addition to the NYPD. And I hope it's something that more first responders will reach out to me about doing, because it's very near and dear to my heart as somebody who used to wander growing up on the autism spectrum. Next slide. My roles today, I wear many hats in the autism community. I am proud to say I'm on the Council of Autistic Advisors for one of the largest grassroots nonprofit organizations in the world called the Autism Society of America. They have 60 affiliate chapters in the United States. So if any of you are trying to build on your village, I would definitely recommend going to their website for more information. We just talked about wandering, and I'm so happy to say I'm on the board of directors for the National Autism Association, who do a great initiative called the Big Red Safety Toolkit, which helps provide resources for families of those who have children who are wandering today. In addition to that, I also have many other different hats, but one of the coolest opportunities I've had the opportunity to do is work on the social media campaign for the first season of The Good Doctor on ABC, focused on Dr. Sean Murphy, a surgeon who's on the autism spectrum, and then also the social media campaign for the first season of Atypical, focused on Sam Gardner, a surgeon who is on the autism, not surgeon, a 18-year-old, God, I need more coffee, an 18-year-old man who is on the autism spectrum, pursuing college and love on the autism spectrum. Next slide. And as we're going to the next slide, one of the things I will say is that for those who are joining us tonight, in addition to some of the videos that we're going to share tonight, we have a video series called A Special Community. So as we continue to the next slide, oh, there we go. Well, there we don't go. But one of the things we often talk about is the fact that it really takes a village, and the importance of first-person perspectives cannot be overstated. So I started a video series to highlight individuals impacted by disabilities, which I'm going to share as our 15 things. We're going to give a video example for each one of these. And then we're also going to have some time for Q&A at the end as well. I hope throughout the month of April, but also all year round, when you guys look at this little meme right here, it's something I really hope you take to heart, because it's not only enough to be aware that if you met one, you met one. You also have to realize that there are going to be some people that you meet in your life who you're not going to know have any challenges. So when you meet people for the first time, we have spoken 4 times today going into this. And every single place we've spoken to, we spoke at a K through 2 school, then we spoke at a 3 through 5, and then we spoke to it 6 through 8, and then we did a parent talk for parents later this evening. And in each one of those presentations, we included this meme because it's truly important. Not all disabilities are visible. And for those who you might meet in your life, you never may know what specific challenges they have. So promote kindness as much as you can within our communities. Next slide. So one of the fun things that we get the opportunity to do that I just mentioned is we get to bring a tripod and the camera every single place we go to speak. And we get to ask self-advocates, what would you like the world to know about you? Not only in the hopes of breaking down barriers for those with special needs, but also giving them a platform to nurture their own self-advocacy. Because we believe self-advocates need to learn at earlier ages about their autism diagnosis. So the video that I'm going to share with you is of a young woman named Rachel, and she has a very unique story of growing up on the spectrum. Oh, one more time. Well, we're going to switch to the first story instead, and that's quite all right. And I will summarize Rachel's story after you hear from these two amazing, incredible individuals in our first thing that we would like you to consider for Autism Acceptance Month. And this is a young couple who are on the autism spectrum. I hope you enjoy.
He could be just like a great friend. And then when we sat down, we just couldn't stop talking. And it's just like, we clicked right away. We started talking about the same interests, what we like. And then, you know, it almost feels like love at first sight.
Oh, well, if you want to put it that way, but things do take time, actually.
That's true. We sure had a lot of memorable moments, don't we? Well,
oh, yes, absolutely.
lots of sweet ones and very exciting.
Any particular favorites that you remember or something?
Well, from what I can remember from our special dates, I remember when we went on a Valentine's date to Olive Garden.
Oh.
And then afterwards, we came back to my place and watched Lady in the Tramp.
Parents and those who are looking after kids on the spectrum, actually, to not give up on them, actually, because you never know what they might be able to show, actually. You just need to be willing, because the key word, I think, is listen, actually, and just pay attention, actually, though, and stuff. Either whether that's to their interests or try to get into their, as was pointed out in the lecture today, about trying to come into their world, if you will, or something, actually, to find that way in, and then go in with them and stuff, actually, and then they might take you to places where, you know, you never thought possible.
So what are some hopes that you have for each other in the future?
I know we've had the conversation before a little bit of a while back, but I wouldn't really mind getting married someday, and hoping possibly someday maybe start a family. And if not, there's plenty of options. There could be adoption. There could also be different kinds of like ways of, and if we don't have the time of having children, there's always different animals, and like pet-wise, cat.
Oh yes, because I know you have a bunch of cats at home and stuff, actually.
I have 4 cats at home.
Hey everyone, this is Carrie from A Special Community.
And you could
If you
skip
like this
that part.
video,
We could go to the
check
next
out our
slide.
channel for more videos of people.
We could go to the next slide,
impacted
sir.
by
But
diagnosis. You can also subscribe and hit the.
When I first met Will, I figured he could be just
You guys have
like a great friend.
run.
And
Okay.
then
You guys have
when we
to
sat
love
down, we just couldn't stop talking.
We're going to go to the
And
next
it's
slide
just
in
like,
just a
we
second.
clicked
yeah.
right away.
But the most important, the most important thing that I wanted to share from this point is that autistic people don't necessarily lack empathy. And that's one of the hardest challenges that I see a lot of individuals in our community facing, because of the fact that some individuals have sensory challenges and don't want to be touched or hugged like I was when I was growing up on the autism spectrum. Some people thought that we lacked empathy. And that couldn't be the furthest thing from the truth. Some of the people I know who are on the autism spectrum are the most empathetic people in our lives. But as we learn more about the autism community, we realize that not everybody is like Rain Man or the Good Doctor, and that a lot of people are not introverts actually, but there are some extroverts out there in our community. And one individual we got to highlight as part of our video series named Joel has a very unique perspective of this idea that some autistic people in our community are extroverts. So I hope you enjoy Joel's video.
I think my greatest accomplishment is tied in with my greatest challenge. My greatest challenge is that, in case you haven't noticed it, I'm an autistic extrovert, and that's a weird combo. So, I was going through life trying to make friends, trying to be the natural leader that I was in elementary school, but then in middle school, all the social rules made that impossible. And so I was alone. I was cut off, and I didn't get why. And then growing up, gradually learning social skills, learning this, that, and the other, and understanding that other people felt the way I did, and that my actions impacted other people the same way theirs impacted mine. I mean, I was socially blind. And then I learned. I paid attention. I studied people. I thought about it. I tried to put myself in their shoes. And eventually, I learned. I was diagnosed when I was 7. My parents always knew I was off. And then they told me when I was in middle school. Now I had the traditional, no, that's impossible, Luke Skywalker reaction. And then I kind of said, you know what, I've been me my entire life. It doesn't matter if I have this label or if I don't. And then senior year of high school rolled around. I was in a psychology class, did a book report, yada, yada. And reading a book on Asperger's, it was like looking in a mirror. I was able to see all the personality traits that I noticed were different. All the things that made me stand out, that made me odd, that made me less likely to be accepted, could be explained by a diagnosis of autism. And all of a sudden, I fit. I wasn't broken, I wasn't a reject, I wasn't a monster, I was a teenager with autism. And when I figured it out, it was a relief. Because again, I wasn't broken, I was just different. So I decided to take it to my psychology class because it changed my view of myself so much that I couldn't not share it. I had to bring it to the rest of the world because it would change how they understood me, and then I could live my best life without them critiquing and misunderstanding and condemning for mistakes I didn't realize I was making. And so I took that to college with me. I gave a talk to my freshman hall. I got in touch with John Elder Robeson. Hi, John. Co-founded the Neurodiversity student group at William & Mary, and been continuing it through today. It was freedom. Right now, I do cosplay and I do speaking engagements. I mean, I am out there. I am an open book. But that's because I've learned how to be me, authentically, emphatically, profoundly me, and still keep those little things that nobody else wants to know about tucked away. You know, everybody's got less than ideal facets of who they are or of what they do, bad habits, whatever. But it was understanding the parts of me that I could be proud of, that I should be proud of, and that I chose to be proud of so that other people could see them, so that other people could really see me the way I wanted to be seen. And I think that right there is the core of why I do advocacy. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm here to change lives and do as much good as possible, but for me, the reason it feeds me emotionally is because elementary school, middle school, high school, I couldn't be seen the way I wanted to be. People saw my reputation and the fact that I was really overweight in middle school. They saw these things that I had been, not what I wanted to be, not who I really was. And yeah.
You're going to be changing some lives with these videos, bro.
Yeah,
Seriously.
I hope so.
I think you're going to impact a lot of lives when people actually watch this.
I look forward to it.
Cool.
So I love Joel's story for many reasons, but one of the things that we need to highlight more in the community is that there are going to be people out there who are more outgoing, who want to pursue different things, who want to pursue large social groups, and that's okay. That is what the spectrum is all about. When we talk about the infinity symbol, we're talking about that true spectrum. Next slide.
I think my greatest accomplishment is tied in with my
So this video is really impactful to me because this was actually one of the first interviews we've actually done. We're going to go back to it in a second. You guys have to love technology. I'm going to sound like a broken record tonight. But we love this story in particular because of self-advocacy. And one of the most amazing things about Liam's story is that Liam was just 10 years old when he did this interview. And this was the first time outside of his immediate family he was able to tell anyone about his autism diagnosis. One of the things I hope I can leave you with today is that I believe that we should start having our conversations about our children's autism diagnosis with them as early as 5 years old. Sometimes I get pushback from families when I say that because they think that's too young and they don't want their child to be defined by a label. But that is when we give them positive peer role models. We give them the Dr. Temple Grants of the world to show them what life might have in store for them so that it's not the end of the world when they get that diagnosis. It's a time of self-awareness and learning. So Liam's story is truly amazing, and I hope you enjoy. So we're going to be talking to the camera, and we want to make you famous. So we literally want to make you probably the most famous person on the planet. How's that sound?
Okay.
No pressure.
Autism basically makes it hard to connect. It makes it hard to get that connection, to make friends. They feel like more loners than, well, in groups. It's also a learning disability, and in some cases, it's hard. You can't speak in some cases. I met a kid called Tom, who he has autism, but he can't speak in proper English. He needs an iPad.
So Liam, one thing I want you to know is that I was actually diagnosed with autism at an early age too. And I don't know if I've ever actually told you that, but I want you to know that I will always be here to be your friend if you need a friend, okay?
Yeah.
Because even though it may be hard at times to connect to other people, you know, I feel like so many people with autism like us just want like what anyone else wants, you know, to feel connected and to have a friend. So you'll always have a friend in me, okay? You want to pound this up?
Yeah.
Do you blow it up too? Oh, he blows it up. You're awesome, Liam.
I'm kind of tearing up. Sorry.
It's okay.
It's kind of a
So I love Liam's story. Liam's story received thousands of views when we posted it originally on our Facebook page, Carrie's Autism Journey. And hi to Joannie, who says, I love Joel's story too. Awesome, Joannie. Thanks so much for joining us. Liam is a true, pure example of why we need to have these conversations. And also I get some pushback sometimes from parents who say, well, my child won't understand the diagnosis. And if a child is not developmentally able to really have that conversation, the most important thing is to not ever hide the diagnosis. And we have the Asner family out here tonight. So excited to have you guys here too. Next slide, please. So another key area, so I was just talking to 3rd through 5th graders today about this, because one of them was curious about this whole concept called stimming. So for people at home who might be new to the autism world, who might just be joining to learn more, stimming is also known as self-stimulatory behavior. And for me growing up, I would do spirit fingers all the time. I would move my hands back and forth as a place of helping me self-regulate when there was a lot of sensory stuff to process. I wore sunglasses in most of my classrooms because of bright lights. I would wear earbuds in my ears because of loud noises. And I would use the ability to either use spirit fingers or rub my hands together as a way of coming back to a place I felt comfortable, which my OT actually encouraged. And if stimming is not self-injurious to that individual or others, we should let people stim freely. So one individual we got to highlight was a young boy named Basi, who is kind of he's not speaking. He speaks a few words. And when we interviewed him, he was stimming a little bit, but he still wanted us to share his video to get the awareness out there. So we're going to share a little bit about what you might realize in the future as somebody who may be stimming or might have some flapping as well, which Yasi has. So hope you enjoy his video.
Wave to the camera and say hi. It's a fun camera. You're amazing. Can I get a high five? Aw, awesome, man.
Basi is 9.
Yeah.
And he's on the autism spectrum.
Nice.
Functionally non-verbal, but we do get words from time to time. Sentences actually from time to time, but very infrequently. One of my hopes is really that we find a way that he is comfortable communicating. Right now he is using a lot of tap to talk, you know, on the iPad, but I really would like to see it develop a little bit more into not just asking for something, but communicating something. Like, I had a good day. It's just that I need to reach him where he is. And, you know, he's an awesome kid if you get to know him.
It definitely seems like it. Is there anything else that you would like for people to know at home about your story, but also your son's story?
I think we need more awareness, and I think people just need to be a little bit more aware. When you see a child throwing a tantrum in a supermarket or screaming on an airplane, it's not that the child is acting out. It may just be that the child needs, you know, the environment is different, and they're having a hard time. Because there's a lot of judgment, and I really wish that people would just stop and just let go of the judgment and just try to understand. Because if you ask me, if we're in a supermarket and he has a moment, if somebody came up to me and said, is he okay? And I could explain, oh, you know, he's just, this is what is happening today. That's so much better than saying, looking and, you know, kind of.
Exactly.
So Yassi's story is interesting because one of the things I like to share when I share Yassi's video with an audience is that we all stim. You may not know this, but the thing that's going on in our society is the fact that many of us rock back and forth, and that's considered a stim. And in our society, it kind of normalizes autism in a lot of sense. I would never say that we're all on the autism spectrum, but in fact, we all do STEM, even if it's very, very minor. Next slide. Maria writes, where is cooking with Connor's part? Maria, I am not sure about that, but I'm so glad you're here with us now for this video. So number 5 is that autistic people just want to be given a chance to succeed. Now, one of the things that I wish more people would talk about in the autism community is that, don't get me wrong, early intervention is the key. But unfortunately today, some statistics indicate that up to 75% of autistic individuals are either unemployed or underemployed in the United States. And I talk to companies. This month, we'll be speaking with JP Morgan in addition to Prudential and S&P. And one of our key messages that we're going to share with them is the fact that those with autism are more likely to stay at a job longer. They are more likely to take less time off from work. And when it comes to reasonable accommodations, the majority of reasonable accommodations cost absolutely nothing. And when they do, it's typically just an onboarding fee of $500. When we talk about autistic employment, it's important to realize that it's not about what a company can do for an autistic person. It's what an autistic person can do for that company. We need to change the narrative. So this is a video of a young woman who is currently employed today and thriving, who's on the autism spectrum. I hope you enjoy your video.
Sometimes I work so very hard at the Aspire, just sewing, just making all that wonderful clothes and jewels.
And you wish people would understand that people with autism can find work and can work hard like you?
That's right.
Do you remember when you were diagnosed with autism?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I was diagnosed with autism at 4. It was a very long time ago. I'm very, very old now.
Oh, yeah.
It's okay. What's the thing you enjoy most about working with Valerie?
Her positive attitude. She always comes in with a smile on her face and ready to work.
Valerie, would you consider yourself a positive person?
Of course I would.
I heard that through the grapevine that you like Disney.
Oh, yes. I love Disney Plus is Pollyanna.
Oh, Disney Plus. So I just finished The Mandalorian recently, and I'm obsessed with Disney Plus. What is your favorite Disney Plus show?
Oh, let me see. The Little Mermaid.
We work here at the office together, but you help me a lot with what?
Oh, MAI and
what are those?
And the
trunk shows.
The trunk show.
And so what do we do there?
At MAI and Trailblazer.
Those are our recent trunk shows we've done, but you use the square, the point of sale, and you check out the customers.
That's right.
You do a great job with customer service and making sure you check them out for the right amount.
Oh yes, that's right.
Valerie, what's something you hope you might get to do in the future? If it's a job?
A job? A job is so very, very good.
Would you like to continue working at Aspire in the future, or do you want to work somewhere else in the future? Have you learned some job skills from Aspire?
Oh, I love Aspire. I will work here in the future.
Okay.
Nice.
That makes me happy.
Valerie, is there anything else you would like for people out there to know about your story?
Oh, it was really nice.
It was your story actually does seem very, very nice, and I'm really, really glad to see everything that you're doing, and your parents must be super proud. I know everyone here at Aspire is super proud of you as well. And anything else I'm missing that you would like people to know?
Oh, well, almost.
Almost.
Yep. I was helping with Yaya and Denise and Camille and Jan and Tracy. She's so sweet.
Oh, you seem very sweet too, Valerie. Thanks so much for being on my show.
My pleasure.
Cool. All right. Nicely done, Val. Hey everyone, Carrie Magro here from A Special Community. I can't thank you enough
can just go
for
to the
watching
next
this video.
next
If
slide.
you like this video, please click on some more videos around our...
You can go to the next slide. Thank you so much. So I love Val's story because one of the things I love the most is the whole aspect of positivity. Val and a lot of people I know on this spectrum, not only are they ready to go to work when they get into the job place, but they're also willing to bring such a positive light to a community. And honestly, that really helps promote workplace synergy quite a bit. So when we think about the bottom line, we really need to consider those with autism as one of the most untapped talent pools to consider. Not only the fact that in the neurodiverse and disability community, 1 in 4 Americans today currently have some form of disability. So number 6, we need to realize again that autism has no look. And I was receiving an award at the Autism Society of America conference. I received the Daniel Jordan Phil Foundation Award for Adult Autism in 2019. And we got to interview a ton of different autism self-advocates. In fact, I'm hosting an adult autism summit sponsored by the Daniel Jordan Phil Foundation that will be happening on April 18th. At the end, if you fill out the resource form and say that you want more information on that, I'll send you a link so you might be able to participate in that. But one of the individuals that we got to highlight during this Autism Society of America conference had a really important note about why it's important that we have the conversation about autism having no look. So I hope you enjoy this video.
What is something you should not say to someone with autism based on your experiences in the autism community?
You have autism?
Yeah. Craig, there are going to be thousands of people who watch your story here today. What would you like them to know about you?
That I'm ambitious. I currently work with people with disabilities, and I'm working on becoming a supervisor in the near future. I do two different things. I work for an agency where I work with people on skills in the community, and then I also work on helping people get prepared for a job, pre-vocational training.
If someone out there would like to be your friend in the future, how would it best be to go about trying to be your friend?
Just come up to me. I'm a very friendly person. You don't have to be scared of me. I don't bite, usually.
What is something you wish people knew about autism?
That when they meet someone who is autistic, they need to look at who that person is, and then not based on their diagnosis, but based on who they are, interact with them based on that.
What is one misconception you currently see out there in the autism community that you would like to see debunked?
That you only have a certain potential, that everyone can show a lot more potential. One guy I've worked with, I showed him that he can cook, he can learn to do more for himself and all that. And it may be small things, but you always have to look for those things that you can do to improve what your life is.
Have you ever heard somebody say that someone with autism is incapable or was incapable of doing great things? Have you ever heard that in your life?
I see that in a number of things with some of the people I have, and I just try to say, we're not going to look at comparing you to what other people can do. We're going to try to see what you can do and try to get that to the next level.
Awesome. And your goal is to be a supervisor. What made you want to become a supervisor?
Because I see the work that I do, and that I know I'm very good with a lot of people with autism and other disabilities, and I know if I can work over other people and I can show them, here, do this, this is how you work on that, and then they can do better, and I can work on more people getting more help.
Awesome. Is there anything else you would like for people at home to know about your story?
Can I plug my YouTube channel?
Yes, of course you can. Go ahead.
All right. I have a YouTube channel, Team Autismpedia, where I and hopefully other people can share teachings of like how to help people with autism in different situations so that they can improve their lives.
I'm glad we became friends.
Hey everyone, this is Carrie from A Special Community. If you like this video, check out our channel.
I love his story for so many reasons. Like most of the stories here today. One of the things that I enjoyed most about his story is the fact of his goals in the future and himself wanting to look at other means of finding meaningful employment outside of the work that he's currently doing. I think it's important that we not only find employment opportunities for those in our community, but we also look at those meaningful employments and how we can go about getting them to the next level, like he mentioned. But also, I love what he said at the beginning when he said, "You have autism?" Because that is something that I can't tell you how many people I hear from in the autism community face today. So number 7, some individuals will be prone to masking. And what I mean by masking is we actually just had the new CDC numbers come out, which is also known as the Center for Disease Control, that indicated that 1 in 36 individuals have autism. Now, in that, a lot of individuals who are girls typically mask different things. They might mask their stimming, they might mask being able to have good eye contact, and it might lead to burnout in a lot of situations. But it also happens in quite a few boys. And we got to meet a young autistic advocate. And this is a little bit of his story that his mom shared as well about some of the challenges that might be associated with masking.
Oh my God, you know a cool trick?
Yeah.
What's the cool trick?
So I do this, and then I do this. And look.
It's a dog. It's a dog.
What is something you would like for people to know about autism?
I'd like them to know that if somebody has autism, that you should really help them a little and give them probably a second chance if they maybe do a little mistake and be a little nicer to them.
He took a while to talk as well. He was diagnosed at 3 officially, but he'd been in early intervention since he was 6 months. So, you know, we've always been impressed with his empathy. I would say I've always felt like he's always been a feeler and a smiler for being such a STEM kid.
If you could describe yourself in one word, how do you think you would describe yourself?
I would probably describe myself as special.
So you like Bill Nye the Science Guy? Is science your favorite class in school?
Yes.
Awesome. Would that be something you may want to do one day?
Yeah.
Science or technology, right? We talk about Silicon Valley from time to time.
What's your favorite thing about your mom? If you can only pick one thing. She seems pretty awesome though.
What I most like about my mom is that she's the nicest mom I've ever known.
That's pretty great. How many other moms do you You meet lots of swell people, so I'll take that. But I have noticed, you know, for him and other families that I talk to, the idea of having to mask, you know, masking is a challenge. So I think probably whether it's subconscious or not, there's masking that can happen during the school day. So I would say that the hardest challenge for him has been his transition from having to mask his autism to do the things he has to do during the day that's required of him that he knows he can do, and then he comes home and he starts experiencing burnout. And I know that probably is just going to increase, and that's definitely something that has been probably the biggest challenge, you know, for him.
Because you just want to be the rock star that you are.
Right.
And not have to mask anything, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Is there anything else you would like for people out there to know about your amazing, incredible story?
I want them to know that I do have autism and that I want to make the world a better place.
Awesome, man. I think you're doing a good job by introducing yourself to the world to hear a little bit more about your story, because you're probably going to break down some barriers for some people watching this and getting to learn a little bit more about our autism community. So, can I get a low five? Can I get a high five? Can I get a dog? I saw the dog. I mean, you gotta know the dog again.
Here.
Can I see the dog?
Baby dogs.
Like baby sharks, but like baby dogs. You're a rock star, man. I'm so glad I got to meet you. First on-camera interview, too. First on-camera interview, everyone.
So his story is great. And I think one of the challenges, though, which I see for some individuals is that the whole masking concept, I mean, it doesn't necessarily lead to burnout all the time, but for some individuals, it can have very long-lasting challenges. So if we do see somebody who, for example, is masking their stimming, for example, Heath does something where he does the baby dogs that he was mentioning in the video, and that's a way of hiding some of the stimming that he does because he doesn't want to be bullied for those situations happening. So we always have to be mindful of that. Next slide, please. So this is a two-part series. I've had the wonderful opportunity to know Shannon for numerous years, and we will have the opportunity to be on tomorrow from 7 p.m. Pacific time, 10 Eastern, for part 2 on 15 things to consider when it comes to autism for Autism Acceptance Month. So definitely tune in if you have the opportunity. Next slide. Next slide, please. So finally, I just wanted to share 10 final things from my perspective of somebody who grew up from non-speaking to professional speaker. For those who might just be meeting me for the first time before we move to Q&A, Spencer loves Bill Nye. I do too, Spencer, like Heath. So the first thing is we need to make sure that we realize that autistic children will become autistic adults. We need to be ready for them. Transitional IEPs are really important. I went to my disability support specialist the first day of college and I asked, if you hook me up with that IEP, I'll be ready to go. And I didn't really know that in college, I was not going to get an IEP. So we need to help individuals. In some states, it's 14, other states, it's 16. We need to look at things during that time, such as money management. We need to look at vocational training, and we need to make sure that they are ready for what life will look like after high school. The other thing is role playing. I think as we learn more about autism, we're understanding that some individuals really thrive when it comes to structure. And when it comes to social skills, one way of helping these individuals is by doing role-playing scenarios, whether it's dating scenarios, mock interviews for potential job opportunities. The list goes on, but it can be very beneficial. In addition to that, we also need to look at things like servant leadership, the importance of just giving back to the community, because there are some individuals, it's not only the right thing to do, but there's some individuals in our community who have mind blindness and sometimes don't have the understanding of the perspectives of others. And by doing community service, we open their eyes to those experiences that some individuals have. Self-advocacy and peer mentoring kind of go hand in hand, because I think that we should have peer mentors in all of our schools, starting as early as 6-year-olds reading a book to a 5-year-old, to start that period of not only helping build friendships and build social skills, but also helping start leadership opportunities for young individuals very early on to mold the future leaders of our communities. Next slide, please. I always say don't recreate the wheel. I received over 15 years of occupational, physical, speech therapy, and then I got music and theater therapy kind of tied in later in my journey with some of my sensory challenges that I had. So one of the therapies that I love to recommend, though, is cognitive behavioral therapy, because it helps bring negative thoughts into positive thoughts, and I've seen it help a lot of self-advocates in our community. Also, again, though, at the end of the day, do your research. Always take it with a grain of salt, because of the fact is it is a very wide spectrum. In addition to that, we need to also look at all the other things listed on here, but one of them I'll highlight just because we're going to jump into Q&A for a few minutes, is the importance of you sharing your story. Because there are some individuals in our community who cannot, and I often say that those with disabilities not only make up the largest minority, but I think they're one of them often most underheard, because of the fact that some individuals can't speak up, especially when it comes to their rights. So we need all of our voices together if we want to make effective change within our disability community. Next slide. So I have these two quotes that I share quite often, but regardless of where you are in your journey right now, whether you're a parent, self-advocate joining us, an educator, a therapist, or simply another individual in our autism community, or simply somebody who wants to learn more, I hope you can go out there and you can find your lives and your journeys in the way that you best see it every single day. And if you need any help getting started, next slide. These are the ways that you can stay in contact with me after today's presentation. I thank you all so much for joining us this evening. These, for housekeeping, these are the ways that you can stay in contact with me on the right. And on the left, you can scan that QR code and I will make sure you get all the free autism resources in addition to the PowerPoint slide notes from tonight's presentation. You've been a fabulous audience and I would love to answer any questions that you guys have at this time. Thanks again for having me, Shannon and Autism Live. So feel free to write your questions in the comment box and we'll try to get to as many as we can. Thanks so much. Spectrum Laboratory writes, great job, Carrie. I consider testimonials the greatest compliment. In that little QR code, there will be a little box if you would like to leave us any comments that you thought of tonight's presentation. We always appreciate the feedback. Any thoughts, questions, feel free to write them in the comment box. If you're on YouTube, Facebook, it would be the same concept. And as I was telling kids all day, we spoke with about 900 kids today, 300 in each different age range from the K to 2, the 3 to 5, and the 6 to 8. There is no such thing as a dumb question. Trust me, I've heard it all. All right. It's been a long day. All of you probably who are joining us need more coffee in your lives, like I do. So I really, really appreciate the time. In addition to that, feel free again to grab that QR code, which I guess we could leave up for a few more minutes while we are transitioning to our next speaker in just a few minutes. And I appreciate everyone, and I hope you have a wonderful evening. Take care. Oh, and yes, tomorrow, hopefully see you tomorrow, 10 Eastern, 7 Pacific Standard Time for part 2 of our 15 things to consider when it comes to autism. Thanks so much, all.
Parent to parent, you might be asking yourself if your child has autism. And further, you might be asking yourself, is it important that I actually take my child to get a diagnosis? Well, as a parent of a child on the autism spectrum, I can tell you that diagnosis is important only in that it helps your child to get services. It helps to provide help. And all of our kids deserve help. We know that early intervention is key in creating the most progress for all of our kids, no matter if they're profoundly affected or if they're high functioning. So if the doubt is there in your mind, if you're asking yourself that question, I wonder if they might have autism, the only answer is to go and seek professional help. Go get the diagnosis. They might tell you, no, your child doesn't have autism. But if they tell you that your child does, then you're going to want to get as much help as you can as early as you can. Don't make the mistake of waiting. Get the answer to that question. It'll make a difference.
Hello, fellow activists. In our last segment, we talked about step number 2, educate yourself. Step number 3 is get support. Now, any journey can feel overwhelming if you feel like you're walking it alone. Well, you're far from alone, because with 1 in 50 kids diagnosed with autism today, there are a lot of us out there. Of course, there's always the issue of financial support. Now, there's a handful of organizations out there that offer financial support to families in need. ACT Today, or Autism Care and Treatment Today, is one of them. Visit our website at www.act autism-today.org to find out more about our grant process. I want to talk about a different kind of support today, emotional support. Now, you can get that from other travelers on this path. Some of the best advice I've ever received is from the moms of other kids with autism who went to school with Wyatt or were involved with programs with him. Then there are the pioneers. These are the families that have gone through this years ago, and there was very little information out there. All of these people seem to have the desire to pay it forward. Now, one of them, Lisa Ackerman, who is one of my mentors, started an organization called TACA, Talk About Curing Autism. She actually took the concept of mentors and support groups and made it available to everybody. You can go to their website, talkaboutcuringautism.org, to find out more. During the first and most difficult year after Wyatt's diagnosis, I wrote an email to close family and friends, letting them know what was going on and the challenges our family was facing and why we dropped out of sight. I was amazed at the outpouring of love and affection and all the help I received from that email. First, you have to be vulnerable. You can't be afraid to ask. Try this out. Could you cook me a meal? Are you going to the market? Can you pick me up a few things? Could your kids play with my kid and make them feel included? Or can you come over and clean my house? Well, maybe not that last one, except with your best friend. And maybe the best support of all is having someone that listens, and that doesn't cost a dime. So until next time, surround yourself with the loving kindness of others and keep the faith.
Hello, hello. All right. I think we have begun here. This is the Spec Lab Records Hour. My name is Garth Herberg, and I am the co-founder of Spectrum Laboratory, an organization that was founded in 2015, designed to support neurodiverse artists in the areas of the arts that include music, film, visual arts, and now voiceover as well. So I'm glad to be here. I'm coming to you from the studio. This is actually the home of Spec Lab Records. And Spec Lab Records is a collection of musicians that have been releasing music with the help of Spectrum Laboratory's music production team. You're going to get a chance to meet just a few of those artists. We have a series of segments here of these artists performing live in the studio. And I'm very excited to share that with you today. As you get a chance to hear everybody, I would love it if you could just share your comments, share your feedback. I'd love to share that with the artists. If you have some questions, maybe I can answer those for you. And we're just going to kind of jump into this thing and get right to the music. So the first artist I'd like to introduce to you, his name is Dominique Brown. And Dominique Brown is actually one of the OG Spec Labbers, is what we like to call them. He came to Spectrum Laboratory when we first started and was actually a big inspiration for us in starting Spectrum Laboratory. We met Dominique Brown, and when I say we, I mean Jason Weisbrod, the other co-founder, and myself. And we got a chance to meet Dominique and see his incredible songbook, which just always seems to be growing. Dominique is a real songsmith. He is extremely prolific. And when I first met him, his songbook probably had a couple hundred songs in it. And he just sort of flipped through the pages and said, I have a song, I've got a song for you, and sang it to me on the spot. It was beautiful. And it was at that moment, it really was, or maybe soon after that moment, I thought, I'd really love to make some records and make some music with Dominique. And, a few years later, we were doing just that. So what you're going to hear is a song from Dominique. It's called Alphabet Pop. And this song is from a collection of children's music that Dominique is working on. He's very passionate about it. In his own words, he says, my music will give kids a chance to sing and play along. And I really think this song is a great example of that. So if we could, can we please roll Dominique Brown's Alphabet Pop?
Hey kids, do you know the alphabet? If not, I'm the guy you need to talk to. Just sing along with me and do what I do. Are you ready? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, and A, B, C, D, E, F, G. H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Q, R, S, T, U, V. W, X, Y, and Z. Sing it again now. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Q, R, S, T, U, V. W, X, Y, and Z. That's how you do your alphabet. That's how you do your ABCs. Next time I hope that you sing with me. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. That's a perfect simple melody. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's very simple. It's 1, 2, 3. Woo! That's how you do the alphabet. That's how you do your ABCs. Next time I hope that you sing with me. H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Dance around to the alphabet beat. H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Do the alphabet and move your feet. Q, R, S, T, U, V. W, X, Y, and Z. Come along and sing this song with me. Q, R, S, T, U, V. W, X, Y, and Z. Come along and sing this song with me. Let's sing it again now. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Q, R, S, T, U, V. W, X, Y, and Z. One more time now. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Q, R, S, T, U, V. W, X, Y, and Z. Yeah, you got it. Woo! That's how you do the alphabet. That's how you do your ABCs. Thanks a lot for singing with me. Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's how you do your alphabet. That's how you do your ABCs. Thanks a lot for singing with me. Yeah. Right. Whoa! Woo!
All right, and we're back. Yeah, that's so great. And for all of you that were into the music, please look out for Dominique Brown. You can find his music on all streaming platforms. He's also got some great music videos that we've worked on at Spectrum Laboratory. So if you visit our site, I think that might be somewhere here. It's www.speclabs.org, or just look up Spectrum Laboratory. You can find some music videos from Dom. We have a bunch of music videos in general. But what's special about tonight is everything you're going to see was performed live in our studio just over here to my left. You can't see the live room, but it's right there. So all the magic for these recordings happens in here. So it's kind of cool for you guys to all see, get just a look at the space we all work inside of at Spec Lab Records. Let me do some shout outs because I see we got some people here. We got Spencer Griffin, who you're going to be hearing from later on. What's up, Spencer? We got Mackenzie. What's going on, Mackenzie? We got Jason, the other half of Spectrum Laboratory. What's up, Jay? We've got Bob DeMarco. Hey, Bob. Bob is an amazing help and part of our music production team, really a part of our whole production team at Spectrum Laboratory. He's worked on a bunch of our music. We love you, Bob. We got Anthony Vasquez, who's part of the Spec Band. Great. And then some new people. What's up, Marina? I'm so glad you're excited for this. It's so cool when we can make this kind of conversational, so I encourage you guys to just comment, drop your lines in the chat. We're also live on Facebook and YouTube, Twitter, and Twitch, so if you're out there, you can also be a part of the conversation. And I think I want to just move right along, keep this show moving. So the next person I want to talk about is Atticus Jackson. Atticus Jackson is also an OG Spec Labber, has been with us really since we started this whole thing. Atticus has prepared a really great personal statement. They were actually part of a music marketing class, a new music marketing class that we were doing here recently. And they worked on this statement, and it's so good I just have to share it with you. So here we go. I'll speak it. It is in first person. The name's Jackson, Atticus Jackson. At age 4, I watched Jurassic Park for the first time. I can pinpoint that as the exact moment that I fell in love with movies and with music. I listened to that soundtrack like it was the Gospels, and I suppose it was a sort of gospel, as the sweeping violins and punching brass spoke more than any preacher ever did for me. And so from that moment on, I studied music, particularly orchestral music and film music. When I was 15, I sang in front of a crowd for the first time, and I haven't stopped. Still, though, it took me another 4 years to form the courage to write, feeling so small looking up at the brilliance of Tchaikovsky, Stravinsky, and John Williams. I learned, however, that I don't need to be Tchaikovsky to be a worthy musician. I just need to be me. I just need to be Atticus Jackson. So Atticus Jackson, I am. Steven Spielberg once said, "Bicycles don't fly without John Williams." At the very least, I hope that one day tricycles may fly with Atticus Jackson. So I want to add on to that just a little bit because Atticus Jackson has really grown so much as a composer and part of our music team at Spectrum Laboratory. You can hear their work on some of our films, and we're very proud of them and what they're doing. So what you're going to hear is from an entire album that was composed and produced by Atticus Jackson. And this particular song is called Scary Go Round. So let's go ahead and cue it. Scary Go Round by Atticus Jackson.
Hello, my name's Atticus Jackson. I like to write horror music. This is one that I actually wrote specifically for Halloween last year. It's sort of supposed to be spooky carnival thing, but since I got a Wurlitzer, it's like a spooky 70s carnival. Alright, let's get into it.
All right, and that was Atticus Jackson performing his composition, Scary Go Round. Atticus wanted me to spread the word to anybody watching and listening that they are available to provide their services as a composer. And I highly recommend working with Atticus Jackson, so take them up on it. You can hit them up on Instagram if you look up Composer Atticus Jackson, and you can find their music on all streaming platforms. Just look up Atticus Jackson. And now we're going to move on to a newer face at Spec Lab Records. I want to talk about Johnny Sheridan, who's recently come into the fold this past year and is turning out to be a fantastic singer-songwriter. I recently was, Johnny is part of the songwriting class. We have a couple songwriting classes on Mondays. And Johnny came to me and said, hey, I wrote 2 songs over the weekend, and they were both great. So you're in for a treat. We actually captured Johnny playing both of those songs live. This is kind of like a sneak peek because these songs are not released. This is just a little taste of what's to come. It's just Johnny and a guitar. A couple things about Johnny. Johnny's from Malibu, California, and did have some words that he wanted to share. So I'll be speaking in first person from Johnny. I make music that allows me to express myself, and I make music as an escape to be myself. Living with autism is rough, and music is my escape to express myself, and it keeps me going. Not only do I want to make music for everyone to enjoy, but also help people who go through similar struggles. So let's let Johnny's music speak for itself now. So you're going to hear I Love You and Time to Go. Here's Johnny.
Hi, my name's Johnny Sheridan. This is a song called I Love You. It could be a fantasy or just seeing someone and feeling like they're like a light in the darkness. Actually, wait, no, go back.
No, that's great.
What?
That's great.
All right, whatever. All right, here's I Love You. It can also be about friendship or just human connection in general.
set me free. Let me be your guy. I'm chained to a tree, trying to feel high. Love is all I know. Come on, baby, it's time to go. Love is all I know. Come on, baby, it's time to go. Time to go. Time to go. Sick of being lazy. I just wanna go crazy with a brand new love. Who will take me above? Yeah, you will. Yeah, you will. Can't you tell that I'm still fighting for something real, something that will make me feel? Love is all I know. Come on, baby, it's time to go. Love is all I know. Come on, baby, it's time to go. Time to go. Time to go.
All right, that was Johnny Sheridan. And I'm getting a little bit of echo. Hopefully that goes away. All right, great. Yeah, and the conversation has really happened now, so I got to give some more shout outs. Caroline Corey, good to see you. Caroline had to say, this is fire, so lit. I agree, Caroline. Absolutely agree. It's good to see that you're here. Who else? Atticus Jackson popped in. Great to see you, Atticus Jackson. We were all loving your performance. And who else do we have? I think we saw the Ed Asner Family Center saying hello right back to you guys. It's good to have you all here. It's nice to see the support and love that's going around for what we're doing for Spec Labs and for all the music. So I'm going to move along. But, oh yeah, for Johnny, please keep an eye out for Johnny Sheridan. You can find him on Instagram. I believe there's a YouTube page out there. We have yet to release any music for Johnny through Spec Lab Records, but that's coming. We're working on it. And moving right along, we've got another new face at Spec Lab Records. I'd like to talk about Sparrow Dina. Sparrow Dina is an amazing songwriter, amazing singer. She just joined our songwriting crew this past year. And she's been writing for some time. I think she's been at it for at least a decade and has some great music. So please keep an eye out for her. You can find Sparrow Dina on all the streaming platforms, YouTube. She also is on Bandcamp, which is a great platform because it's a way of supporting artists directly. Bandcamp cuts out the middleman. So it's a great platform. You can find her there. The song that we are going to share with you is called Much Too Much. And Sparrow told me, I asked her, did she want to say anything? She said, let's let the music say what it needs to say. So we're just going to go ahead and play Sparrow Dina's performance of Much Too Much.
Oh baby, do you see me in red and silver? I see you in platinum and gold, though conceptually it doesn't mean much. I know they don't always need my truth. I'm a fool to think I'm first to prove. And it's not fair to ask you where I've been these past 3 years just because you brought me home. I know they don't always need my truth. I'm a fool to think I'm first to prove. much of what I learned I never heard. It was only after I got burned. I know they don't always need my truth. I'm a fool to think I'm first to prove. I'm too much for me, too much for you. Too much for me, too much for you. But at least I know that you are here. And I know that I won't call you dear. At least I know you are here. I'm too much for me, too much for you. I know they don't always need my truth. I'm a fool to think I'm first to prove. And it's not fair to ask you where I've been these past 3 years, just because you brought me home. But you know how much home means to me. You know how much home means to me. You know how much home means to me. And I can't expect you to hold all of me. I'm too much for me, too much for you. I'm too much for me, too much for you.
All right, that was Sparrow Dina. Sparrow's, it's just so great having her in the songwriting group, having her as a part of this Spec Lab Records crew. She really brings something different to the table, and her songs just hold up so well on their own. Just her singing, playing ukulele. An interesting challenge we're thinking about now is what would it be like for us to add full production, to add other instruments? We had a session last week where the songwriters were all stomping their feet, clapping our hands. We were creating percussion tracks in the room. So we really have like a great collaborative spirit that happens here with all the musicians that come in and work together. And we're just so glad to have Sparrow as a new addition for that. This is sort of like the halftime moment in the hour. So I feel like I should just, again, talk to you all about what's going on at Spectrum Laboratory for those of you that don't know. Although it seems like many people in the chat are part of the gang. So what's up, gang? What's up, Spec Labs gang? But for anybody out there that doesn't really know, yeah, we're based in Los Angeles, and we've been working with neurodiverse artists for about 8 years. Jason Weisbrod and myself founded Spectrum Laboratory. We began with just a music class and a film class, Jason being the filmmaker, myself being the musician. And we just started growing classes from there, meeting other people, other artists, you know, talking about, oh, an improv class would be great. Oh, why don't we start a band? Then, you know, meeting some wonderful teachers along the way. We've met Kathy McCauley, who's now come on and developed a whole voiceover wing that also happens in the studio. I mean, there's just like a whole list of people I could go through. You know, Amos is a wonderful addition in the film crew. I think Amos and Jason just finished and wrapped a film that we're all really excited about with the film class. So there's so much going on at Spec Labs is really what I'm trying to say. It's a very rich culture of artists and collaborators. So for anybody interested, not only in the music you're hearing, but just what's going on at Spec Labs, please visit our site. Visit us at www.speclabs.org. Say hi to us on our socials. You can look up Spectrum Laboratory on Facebook, on Instagram. We'd love to hear from you. We'd love to talk to you. And we have events that happen all the time. We have a film screening that's coming up in a couple weeks that we're really excited about. We have a big concert coming up at the end of May. There's always things happening. It's a thriving community. So please, if you don't know about us, find out. We'd love to meet you. And what else? I really am remiss because I didn't give a shout out to Shannon Penrod. Thank you so much, Shannon, for inviting us to be here and be a part of this with you. We love you. And also Traven in the back, who's running sound from afar. Thank you for everything that you're doing. I think you're running all sorts of tech behind the scenes. It takes a lot of work to put this together, and I appreciate what you're doing. And okay, that's my spiel for now. So we can keep things moving along, and I want to bring another artist to you. This is an artist that I've worked with for quite some time. We've worked one-on-one at Spec Lab Records on a lot of music. This is Ann Postlewaite. She's a wonderful songwriter, singer. She also has had some experience in the studio as an engineer. She's very talented, and there was an opportunity we had to do something at the studio that was submitted to KCRW. I think that was about maybe a year ago or so. And we kind of like dimmed the lights, brought in, some like fairy lights. We draped them. You'll see. It's a whole vibe. It's a whole thing. You might not even recognize the space, but it happened right here. So you're going to hear now Ann Postlewaite performing her song "Take It Slow" live here in the studio. So here we go. Thank you, Traven. Take it away.
Take it slow, take it slow. I will always be here. Take it slow, take it slow. I will always be here, and I'll be by your side, and I'll be your ride or die, and I'll be the one who makes you feel alright. Yes, I'll be the one. Oh, so darling, take it slow. So darling, I will always be here. So darling, take it slow. So darling, I will always be here. So baby, don't you worry, I will always be here. So baby, don't you fret, I will always be here through the dawn, through the dusk, through the darkened days, over the mountains, through the rivers, under bridges for you. Yes, I'll be here. Yes, I'll be here. So take it slow, take it slow. I will always be here. Take it slow, take it slow. I will always be here, and I'll be the one who takes you home, and I'll be the one who tucks you into bed. So darling, take it slow. I will always be here. Darling, don't cry. I will always be here. So darling, take it slow. I will always be here. So darling, don't cry. I will always be here for you.
I forgot to mention, Anne did have something she wanted to say. She did want to say that her goal in music is to uplift and inspire people to be the best self they can be. You can look out for Anne on streaming platforms. She's released a lot of music through Spec Lab Records, so look her up. You can find her on Instagram too. Yeah, there's lots of, if you enjoyed that, there's lots more to discover from her. And shout out to you, Anne, if you're watching. We love you. Also, shout out to some other new faces here. Marina Schaefer, who's chiming in again. Nice to see you. Eric Levitt, new here from Culver City. Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for being there. And if you guys have any questions about any of the music or the artists, I might be able to answer. Or if you have questions about Spec Labs or Spec Lab Records, please let me know. Happy to make this a conversation if you guys want. Next up, we've got an artist that's very near and dear because he's another OG Spec Labber. He started with us at the beginning. This is Lucas Saluski. Lucas Saluski. Lucas is a songwriter, producer, engineer. He's actually one of our staff engineers here at Spec Labs. And yeah, we love Lucas. He is one of one. His brand of songwriting is really special. In his own words, he said, "I make music that inspires me, and I can take pride in it. My music can inspire people all the time. My biggest music inspirations come from Miley Cyrus, Demi Lovato, Bibi Rexha, Lady Gaga, and so much more." Words to describe Lucas's music, you could say sensational, you could say original, memorable. But really, you got to experience it yourself to know. So you're going to hear a song by Lucas Saluski. It's called Dragon. And this is really special. Here we go. Lucas Saluski, Dragon.
This song is about dragons, and I really like dragons a lot, even in Equestria.
Cool. And can you tell us the work that you did on the track?
The work that I did on the track is based off of a My Little Pony character who's a dragon.
Sure. But what did you do on the track? Didn't you compose it and produce it?
I composed it and produced it myself.
Yeah, cool.
With a little help of Travis Barker on the side.
Oh yeah, a little Travis Barker drum samples. Yeah. Shout out to Travis Barker.
Shout out to Travis Barker, y'all.
All right, cool. So should we do this?
Yes.
All right, let's kill it, Lucas. Here we go.
Yeah. This is Lucas S in the spotlight. I'm gonna make you feel really hot. So, let's do this. A dragon is fierce, a dragon is tough. I want to cuddle him like crazy. A dragon is fierce, a dragon is tough. I want to cuddle him so badly. I really miss him so much. I really love him so deeply. I really want to take care of him. I want to cuddle him so badly. A dragon is fierce, a dragon is tough. I want to cuddle him like crazy. A dragon is fierce, a dragon is tough. I want to cuddle him so badly. I want to show him all the stuff. I want to take him out so badly. He's my companion and he's my sidekick. I really want to love him so badly. A dragon is fierce, a dragon is tough. I want to cuddle him like crazy, like crazy. A dragon is fierce, a dragon is tough. Yow! I want to cuddle him so badly. He's my companion to go with, He's my favorite dragon of all time, I cannot leave him behind anymore, no, because I really want to cuddle him so badly, yeah. A dragon is fierce, a dragon is tough. I want to cuddle him like crazy. A dragon is fierce, a dragon is tough. I want to cuddle him so badly. A dragon is fierce, a dragon is tough. I want to cuddle him like crazy. dragon is fierce, a dragon is tough. I want to cuddle him like crazy. A dragon is fierce, a dragon is tough. I want to cuddle him so badly. Yeah.
And that was Lucas Saluski, everyone. Always just such an interesting experience, Lucas's music. There's just nothing else like it. Please keep an eye out for Lucas Saluski's music. We've released a bunch of it. So if you look him up, he's on all streaming platforms. Lucas Saluski also has a fantastic YouTube channel with all sorts of original animations that he's made. We're hoping to get more of his music on that channel too, but it just goes to show you the Renaissance man that is Lucas. He operates in a lot of mediums and is just really a fascinating artist. Shout out to a new face I saw, Kelly Birmingham. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for the love for Lucas. She said, "This is great, Lucas." And I think there was a question. I think Spencer Griffin asked if Brian Bateman played drums on that track, and yes, he did. So shout out to Brian Bateman, who is another part of the Spec Labs music crew. Brian's actually 17. He's in high school, but he's sort of our resident studio session drummer, and he plays on a lot of our tracks. So he did play on that song, and yeah, we love having Brian come in and cut drums in the studio. We have one more performer that we're going to share with you for tonight, and then we're gonna wrap this thing up until the next time. So it's with great pleasure that I can introduce an artist that I've been working with for a few years. We've been working, we started working one-on-one, and then I'll just say his name, Spencer Griffin. I worked one-on-one with Spencer Griffin for some time, producing some of his music, and then Spencer became part of our band and has become part of our songwriting crew and has just been a wonderful addition. Spencer is not only a really gifted songwriter and singer, but is also a phenomenal collaborator. Every time you sit down, every time I see somebody in the songwriting class sit down with Spencer to write, a song gets written, and usually pretty fast, and it's really good. Because he just has that kind of open, welcoming, creative spirit that's so fun to work with. So we love you, Spencer, and it's really fun to share your music. The song that we are going to share with you is actually out on all streaming platforms. The song is called Asperger's, and it's I won't say too much. It really is self-explanatory. It's just his own unique perspective on Asperger's. It's really great to hear it. And we'll talk a little bit more when we come back. So let's check out Spencer Griffin performing Asperger's live.
All right. So the name of this song is Asperger's. I came up with it a few years ago based on just experiences I've had in my life as somebody who just kind of was struggling with the label and then kind of finally came to identify with one, and it was written for an autism awareness event that a friend of mine had that year. And I was the only musical performer in the otherwise comedic troupe. But I think I shone through that night, and the song has been part of me ever since. This is Asperger's. Just a story about what it's like for me to be on the spectrum, I suppose. Here goes. When I was a kid, it seemed like everything I did, something that no one quite understood. I'm a grown man now, but I still feel somehow. Sometimes it seems like my efforts are no good, 'cause I act as goofy as I did back then. But I know there are concepts
comprehend that too complex for the average mind. That is why sometimes I find I need some way to identify who I am. Asperger's, it's a funny sounding word. Asperger's, it might seem absurd. Asperger's, and from what I've heard, it might mean that I'm a nerd, but I live with it, and that's the way I always wanted to be. Sometimes I'm kinda shy, other times I'm a talkative guy. Oh, you never know what you're gonna get. Sometimes what I say might not seem so great, but hey, why waste a life always living with regret? 'Cause I want sometimes to be part of the crowd, but I think individuality should be allowed. If I want to have a little fun, who says I can't hang around someone? 'Cause now I know just who I'm meant to be. Yeah. Asperger's, it's a funny sounding word. Asperger's, it might seem absurd. Asperger's, and from what I've heard, it might mean that I'm a nerd, but I live with it, and that's the way I always wanted to be. It's been a long, long road, but it's all I've ever known. I've been reaching for the sky for years and years, but still don't feel quite fully grown. No, no, no. Asperger's, it's a funny sounding word. Asperger's, it might seem absurd. Asperger's, and from what I've heard, might mean that I'm a nerd, but I live with it, and that's the way I always wanted to be. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Asperger's, it's a funny sounding word. Asperger's, it might seem absurd. Asperger's, and from what I've heard, it might mean that I'm a nerd, but I live with it, and that's the way I always wanted to be.
Please keep an eye out for Spencer. Check out more of his music. We've released a few things through Spec Lab Records. Look him up, Spencer Griffin, on all streaming platforms. Wonderful songwriter, wonderful person. And I'm afraid that this is all we have for you guys tonight. So we will have more for you later. Just keep in touch with Spectrum Laboratory. Again, you can visit us on our website, speclabs.org. Speclabs.org. You can find us on our socials. You can find us on Facebook. Look up Spectrum Laboratory. We're on Instagram. You can also find Spec Lab Records on Instagram too. And for those that are local in Southern California, you can see many of these performers, as well as many others, performing at the end of May. May 21st, we have a show at the Knitting Factory. We're about to really announce that, start selling tickets. We're very excited about that show. So come see us live. Come see everybody. Yeah, be a part of the community. If you're just discovering Spec Labs and Spec Lab Records right now, we would love to meet you and share more of the awesome things that we do. So this is really, I guess, the end of the show. Again, big thanks to Shannon for having us here, for allowing us to be a part of this amazing thing, this amazing podcastathon. And thank you to Traven behind the scenes for keeping the ship afloat. I know it's a lot of work running tech back there. We appreciate you. And thanks for everybody that chimed in. We had a really great conversation going on in the chat. A lot of people were enjoying the music, had some great things to say. It's great to see you all. And yeah, I guess this is going to be it. Let's keep in touch. Please drop us a line. You can find all the artists you heard either on streaming platforms, on social media, look them up. And if you want to find out anything else about Spec Lab Records, you can visit our website. You can drop us a line. We'd love to hear from you. And that's it. Signing off, everyone. Have a good evening. And until we meet again.
Parent to parent, you might be asking yourself, does my child need ABA? Well, the quick answer is yes. Science has shown us again and again and again that ABA is the only scientifically proven effective treatment for children on the autism spectrum. And by the way, it's effective for all of our kids, whether they're profoundly affected by autism or they're very high functioning. You may have noticed that insurance companies have started funding ABA because it is so effective. So remember, if you're asking yourself the question, does my child need ABA? The answer is yes. All of our children on the autism spectrum deserve ABA.
Hello, fellow activists. Last segment, we talked about step 3, get support. Step number 4 is don't compare, run your own race. Now, it's one thing to aspire to be like someone that's really helped their child. We all want to do that. That's really different than keeping up with the Joneses. That only serves to make you envious and full of regret. There will always be someone who has a child with autism who is doing better than yours, and there will always be someone who has a child with autism who's doing worse than yours. One morning I was talking to the mom of a recovered child who told me he had been moved into the gifted class. Well, I had heard that week that my own son, who was in 5th grade, was reading at 1st grade level. Now, I have to admit, I was kind of proud of him until that phone call, which put me over the edge. The green-eyed monster of jealousy. Well, later that same day, I got into the elevator as I was taking my son to clinic. There was a father with his 2 sons, one typical and one with severe autism. He was pretty much nonverbal, but he did make some very strange sounds over and over again. He had bite marks, scratches all over his arms. He wore mittens to protect him from himself. The father, however, had a big smile on his face. Needless to say, the universe was sending me a message that day. Don't compare. Be grateful for the progress your child has made and will continue to make. So until next time, keep running your own race at your own pace. Don't forget to stop for water and keep the faith.
Parent to parent, one of the most frightening things there is when your child wanders away or elopes. This is when they leave an area without permission. And we know science has shown that over 50% of children on the autism spectrum will engage in this kind of behavior. But we don't have to just accept it as fact. There are things that we can do to teach our children how to appropriately ask when they want to go someplace. But before we can teach, we have to know why they're doing it. Are they wandering away to go to something, or are they wandering away to escape something? Really important that we know that. And once we do know that, then we can put in place these really effective teaching strategies. I want to remind you, though, that if your child is engaging in this kind of behavior, it's really important to work with an expert. Get professional help. They'll be able to effectively figure out why your child is doing it and put an intervention in place that's effective. And when you stop and think about it, there's nothing more important than keeping our children safe.
Hello, fellow activists. In our last segment, we talked about step number 4, run your own race, don't compare. Your child has their individual journey. Moving on to step number 5, shore up spiritually. Now, spirituality is a very loaded word. It means a lot of different things to a lot of different people. I'm not talking about religion in the traditional sense. I'm talking about a practice, a belief system, or a ritual that speaks to your soul. Now, that doesn't have to be found in a church or a synagogue, although it may well for you. It could be found out in nature. Your altar could be a redwood tree. Your hymns could be birds singing overhead. It's different things to different people. In the early days of Wyatt's autism, I don't know how I could have survived without my church. In addition to dealing with his diagnosis, I was dealing with my husband's battle with cancer, the aging of my parents who lived across the country, and their eventual passing. I knew I could find peace, at least for an hour and a half, sitting in the pew of my church. See, anything can become a spiritual practice if you approach it that way. And for me, it wasn't found in a sermon or in a religious doctrine, but in my fellow man. We'll talk more about that next. In the meantime, find out what speaks to your soul and keep the faith.
Connor. Who's that right there? Connor. Hi, everybody. My name is Carrie Mallory Thompson, and this is Connor. And we are going to cook for you today. What are we cooking? What are we making today? Chocolate chip cookies. So a little bit of education on what we're doing here. So Connor is 13 years old. He's on the spectrum. He was diagnosed at risk at the age of 2. He got his official diagnosis at the age of 3. Last summer, at the age of 12, he's now 13, he lost his nonverbal status. So he's still a little bit hard to understand sometimes, but we're struggling through, and we're going to do our best today. And Connor's going to walk us through how to make some chocolate chip cookies. We found over the years that Connor cooking has kind of given him a little bit of relaxation. He will cut things, he will measure things, he will scoop things. The only thing that he's still, I know, cool, huh? The only thing he has a little bit of issues with is a little bit of tactile and sensory issues, but we're working on that. He's come such a long way. When he was cooking, when he was younger, he would get anything on his hands and he would wipe them on the counter, or he would wipe them immediately on the person next to you. So right now, we're working through keeping things on your hands. He might wash his hands, a couple times during this, but for the most part, he's going to do pretty good, right? Yes. And what are we working toward? We do good today. What do we get? TV. Not TV. We get a Target trip. And what are you going to get when we go to Target? Stickers. So the reason we wanted to do this cooking with Connor, when Shannon called and asked if we would be part of this, not, to mention just because of our connection, but we are going to be doing a cookbook. It's going to be called Connor and Friends Special Needs Cookbook. And the objective is to kind of give everybody some recipes and tidbits and hopefully get some inspiration from Connor and the things that he's been doing over the years. Like I said, with the sensory issues and the tactile issues and all of that good stuff. But some of the recipes we're going to have are going to be catered toward the gluten-free, sugar-free, casein-free, all that kind of stuff. But we're going to be focusing on recipes where he's got to do a lot of cooking, where the cooking that he's doing, he's going to be cutting and touching those tactile sensory things. And those recipes are going to be putting in a book. We're recording them from start to finish, completely raw. So you'll see the mistakes, you'll see the laughs, you'll see the frustration. Just so everybody knows, those are going to be put on a private server. Those QR codes for each of those videos are going to be in the cookbook. So when you buy the cookbook and you see the recipe, you'll be able to scan it. You'll be able to watch that video and cook right along with Connor, or watch it ahead of time if you prefer. Over the next 6 months or so, we're going to be doing the actual cooking and getting all the recipes together. We've already gotten several friends that we've cooked with. What did we cook with Grandpa the other night on the grill? What did we cook?
chocolate chip cookies.
No, that's what we're making tonight. Remember? Remember we did hot dogs and hot dogs and cheeseburgers with Grandpa. He grilled for the first time, so that was kind of cool. We've attempted with some friends cake pops. Didn't come out too good, but it was fun, and it was a nice sensory thing where he had to use his hands for that, so that was awesome. He's made some gluten-free brownies with his friend Henry, with the producer of the documentary that Connor's also in called Across the Spectrum, the doc, in which the film crew is following a handful of kids and families, and about every 6 months or so they're recording them or updating them. So the documentary has been following Connor for about 8 years now. So to look back and see some of the videos that he's done when he was, so small, and all of the sensory issues that I just mentioned, and just to see how far he's come, it's absolutely amazing. I'm so proud of him. So we're going to talk a little bit tonight, about his journey, about our journey on autism, all the other places that we're connected as well. But in the meantime, we're going to start making some cookies for you. So Connor, what's the first thing that we do when we cook?
Chocolate chip cookies.
Yep, we're going to make chocolate chip cookies. What's the first thing that we do?
Wash your hands.
Wash our hands. So go ahead, let's wash our hands. Doing awesome. You excited? All right. So hopefully you guys can hear and understand Connor a little bit. Like I said, he's got a little bit of a speech delay. Some of the words that he's working on, we're working on articulation with him quite a bit. He gets 4 hours of speech a week at an agency called Team for Kids here in Arizona. He's been getting speech there for the last several years and doing an amazing job with his therapist over there. So we'll be continuing to work on that throughout the next hour. So Connor, what's the first thing that we need? So you got your directions right here, and we've got our ingredients right here. So what's step one? Okay, hold on 1 second. Preheat oven to 350 degrees. Okay, I will do that while you read step 2. Okay? Okay, so in a small bowl, mix together what? Flour and baking soda. So actually, here we're gonna do this one in the big bowl because we got all of our other stuff in the small one. So this one, what does that one say right there? That's sugar and your brown sugar. So this one here, what does that say? Yep. And what does that say right there? Yep. So you need flour and baking soda. How much flour?
2 cups of flour.
2 1/4 cups of flour. Okay, so these are your measuring spoons. Okay, these are your cups. Okay, so you need 2 full cups. So this is 1 cup and then 1/4 cup. Okay, so you're gonna do 2 of these and 1 of those, and you're gonna fill that up. Okay. Good job. So I'm also gonna try and follow so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take the knife, we're gonna scoop that in, we're gonna get it nice and level, right? Okay, so you need a little bit more in there. See if I can read some of the questions as well. So we need 1 more of those, of the big ones. Connor, do you like to eat cookies?
Yes.
You don't like to eat them. Connor does not like sweets. He likes to make them. He likes to decorate them. So you need a little bit more in there. See how there's all that space in there? You need a little bit more flour. So he will make them for other people, but he's not a fan. Do you need help?
Yes.
Okay, can you ask for help?
Help.
I'm gonna dig deep. Dig deep. See that? Look. Okay. See how that's mounted right there? Now I want you to take the knife and level it off. There you go. Okay, ready to pour it in? Okay, so how many did you put in?
2.
Okay, so you got 2 big ones, and now you need a little one. Oh, no, of the flour. We still need one more flour. See, look at 2 and 1/4 cup. So this was the 2, and that's the 1/4. Okay, now you need to level that off. So take your knife, right there, and level it off. Like this. There you go. Good job, dude. Okay, so do you want to mark them off as you do them? Okay.
Yes.
Yep, it's a mess. We'll clean it up later, okay? All right, so you got your flour. One half teaspoon of baking soda. So this recipe we actually got from Martha Stewart, so it's nothing fancy. 1/2 teaspoon. Yep, that's the correct one. Good job. Okay, so now you put that in there. Remember how Mandy showed you to use the lid to scrape it? Go the other direction. Yeah, use this hand. Yep. And then you can use a perfect. Nice job. Okay, so that one's done. You want to cross that one off? So these ones that we already did, we're going to put out of the way. Okay, so you got your blue and your blue in a mix them together. What's step number 3? Okay, wash your hands. Then we'll go to step number 3. So these are the kind of things that you're going to see on the video, Connor. All the good and all the bad. Okay, step number 3.
Put butter in the buff circles and the fry.
Okay, in the bowl, beat butter and both sugars until fluffy. So we're going to take this one and put it aside. You're going to get your smaller bowl. Okay, so you got your butter that we left out at room temperature so it's nice and soft, right? So you'll see how Connor's being very careful not to touch the butter. That's the sensory part that he's not digging right now. So he's trying to avoid touching that butter at all costs. Thank you, sir. You're doing good, bud. Did you get some butter on you? Nice job. Okay, so you got your butter and both sugars. So both sugars means white and brown. Okay, so you have your white sugar here and your brown sugar there. Okay, so how much white sugar do you need?
2.
No, 1/2. See that line on there? That's a fraction. We won't, hopefully Miss Nisha's not watching this because she'd probably shoot us both. 1/2 cup white sugar, okay? So that would be this one. See 1/2, 1/2, white sugar. And just like the flour, you have to make sure it's leveled off, okay? That's pretty good. Can you do a little bit more? Perfect. Good job. Put it in. Okay, so this we're done with that. Yep, the butter's in there. Remember we just did that. You can cross that one off too. The white sugar we just did. Okay, 1 cup packed brown sugar. Okay, so I'm going to give you a choice. Okay, I'm going to let you choose. Do you want to do one of these Or do you want to do 2 of these? 2 of the little ones? Okay. Can I show you how to do the first one and then you do the second one? Okay, I'm going to show you the easy way to do it. Okay, stick this in. You got to get all that brown sugar in there and fill up the cup. And then use this to squish it. Okay, see how I'm squishing it in there? Because you have to have this packed really, really good. Okay, see how that's packed? Okay, then you can put that in the bowl. And you're going to do the next one just like it, okay? You can do it. Yep. So dig deep and then use your hand and then look. You ready? Yep. Good job. You gotta press it hard to get it all in there. Okay, you need a little bit more. See that? Let me see. Do you need help?
Yes.
Can you ask for help?
Because for help, please.
All right. I will get it in there and then you're gonna pack it. Okay, see how we kind of put that around there? Okay, so I want you to hold it with your right hand. And you'll, oh, wait a minute. We have to pack it first. Okay, now take that hand. That hand. Yep, press it hard. There you go. Good job. Okay, so you have 1 cup. So you did 2 of those. 1 cup packed brown sugar. You can cross that off. Good job, dude. Okay, now we in the bowl. So now we're gonna add salt, vanilla, and eggs and combine them. Salt. How much salt? T. Okay, this one. See how that's a capital T? And that's a lowercase t? That's a teaspoon. So you need 1 of those of the salt. Do you remember how to open that?
Yes.
Figure it out. Can I help, please? Well, you can do that, or it's going to come out fast. Okay, you need a little bit more. See how it's not completely full? There you go. Good job. Perfect. Okay, so salt, 1 teaspoon, 2 teaspoons, so you need 2 of those of the vanilla. Can I help? Of course. Okay, it's going to come out fast because it's a liquid. It's like water. Nice, good job. A little bit more. Good job. Okay, there's 1. Oh, wait, you grab the half? You need 2 teaspoons. You need 2 of those. So let's do 1 more of those, and that'll give you 1. Whoa, hello. Okay, that'll give you 1 teaspoon. Let's do 1 more of the big ones. Did you get some on your hand? Okay, that's plenty of vanilla. Here. All right. So what's next? We all clean? Does that smell good? Smells yummy, huh?
2 eggs.
Probably doesn't taste too good though. 2 eggs. There you go. Have fun. Put the shells right there. You like cracking eggs, don't you? It's fun, huh? All right, so now what does it say? Well, we have to mix it first. These are your ingredients. Add salt, vanilla, and eggs to combine and mix good. Yep. So this part pretty much done. So we're going to put this underneath. So now what do? You're going to grab your mixer. You're going to mix it really good. I think you can do it. Hold the bowl with this hand. There you go. Don't lift it up. You got to keep it down. Okay, otherwise it's going to splatter everywhere. Good job. Keep going. See all the brown sugar that's kind of stuck to the sides? You need to mix that up really, really good. How about we count to 30? Can you do that?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Okay, my turn?
Yes.
Okay. Can you hold the bowl for me? Don't let it go anywhere. Okay, so we're going to turn this off. I'm going to have you use the spatula and get all the stuff off the side. Okay? You got stuff on your hands?
Yes.
Okay, well, no, we're going to wash them in a minute. I want you to take the spatula and look, see all the stuff that's on the sides? And then we're going to mix it again with the mixer. Do you get it? Do you need help? Do you need me to show you again?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you one more time and then you're going to do it. See it look like this? All the way around. Okay, you do. Go around the sides. Look, here, watch. Hold it with that hand. Scoop around the sides. Get it off all the sides. There you go. See, now you put it back in the middle, and then we're going to take it, we're going to mix it one more time. And then all this stuff here, we have to put in there. And then that's when you put in the chocolate chips. Okay? So put that right there. Hold the bowl. Okay, switch. No, other hand. There you go. You're doing good, dude. Rachel says you're doing great. Thinks you're doing great. I think you're doing great too. You ready to mix in this stuff? Okay, you can turn that off. Let's get this off first. Show you a trick. Very slowly. See? Now most of it's off. Okay. So we're going to take this. Can you get a fork? We're going to mix that up really quick. Okay. So you're going to mix all that up. No, wait. Mix that first. Someone wants a late night snack. Think you're going to take up some cookies?
Yes.
All right, let's do this. Okay, so you're going to get your white spatula and you're going to put all this in there. Nice job. Way to problem solve, buddy. That bowl's a lot easier with the handle, huh? Than the white bowl that we were using. Connor, you're doing awesome. How many stickers are you going to get at Target? Because you're doing an awesome job. 3 stickers? What kind of stickers are you going to get?
3.
What kind? You're going to get Mickey Mouse. You're going to get superheroes. Disney? Disney princess?
Yes.
Okay. See, there's a little bit more on the sides. You're going to get all that out of there. Eric seems to think that you need a TV show. What do you think?
Yes.
Yeah, you think you need a TV show? That's just one more thing for Mama to do, huh? Say cuckoo. All right. So now we're going to take this. Do you want to mix it with this or do you want to mix it with that? Okay. Good call. You got to keep it in or all that flour is going to go everywhere. Mmm. Mmm. What? Use your words.
Could you help, please?
Can I help? I can help. How about I get you started and then you finish it? Deal? Are you gonna taste these cookies? Okay, I hope so. Okay, you ready to take over? Okay, remember you have to keep turning the bowl. So you want to use your right hand or your left hand? Okay, so you got to keep turning the bowl like this. Okay? Maybe one of these days we'll get you a big old mixer, huh? Like the one Grandma used to use? You see all the flour down there that's at the bottom? You got to get all that in there. Now look, push it. You got to hit the bottom. Turn the bowl. What do you think? Think it's good? Let's finish up with the spatula. Here we go. Okay, now we're going to take this. We're going to get it off the sides. Okay, see what I'm doing? I want you to do the same thing. You're almost done, bud. And then we get to put the chocolate chips in. What do you think? Is it ready for chocolate chips? Okay. How about we take the knife, get all that goodies off. Here, you get the rest. See that? Remember? Hey, relax. It's baked up. Okay, I think we're good. Okay, so we added the flour mixture and we mixed it well. Do you think that's mixed pretty well?
Yes.
All right, so you can put those down for now. You just put it on the counter. We're gonna have to clean it anyway. Put it right there. I'll take this one. Okay, so what's the next step? Try it again. Mix in chocolate chips. Good job. Very nice. Okay, put that right there. Yep, Now you gotta get all those mixed in really, really good. Somehow you got flour all over the floor. That's the fun part, huh? Clean it up. Okay, so remember how we took it off the sides? And you didn't notice this, but all like this and mix it in. Okay, you gotta fold in those chocolate chips. There you go. I want you to do it, and I want you to do it 15 times. Eric wants to know how long he's been doing this. Yep, 15 times. Connor's been cooking probably since he was about 5. It started with simple things like pancakes or grilled cheese or something like that. He's now using an air fryer. He's used a crock pot a couple times. He uses the stove with supervision, but he can use the air fryer without supervision. He warms up his pizzas and grilled cheese and all that good stuff. So he's been cooking for quite a while. You got 15? Okay, how many do you want me to do? How many? Give me a number. 5? Okay. Fold it in 5 times. 1. Can you count for me?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
All right. Okay, I think we're good. You want to hand me the spoon? Nope. That is a mixer. I need the spoon. Okay. Yep, it's a mess. We're going to clean it up in a little bit. Okay, so put your cookie sheets right here. I'm going to do the first 2, and then you're going to do the rest of them. Okay? So we're going to get all of that off. Okay, because we don't want to waste any of the cookie dough, right? Okay, so we're going to take a spoonful, about like that, right? You're going to take it, you're going to put it right down on your sheet. There's 1. Okay, about that much. Okay, there's 2. Now, Connor, you're going to get stuff on your fingers, and you're going to need to deal with it. Okay, I want you to do the 3rd one. Ooh, too big. Too big. That's perfect. And I'll take all of that and put it right there. Use your fingers. Yep. You can do it. Yep. Oh, careful. Okay. Watch. Let me show you. Keep your finger. You're gonna take it. You're just gonna scrape it off the spoon. Just like that. See? That's easy, huh? Too big. Remember? Watch. Let me show you again. When we're all done, then you can wash your hands, okay? See, look, just like this. TV and Target? Okay, well, you've already earned the Target. Okay, now you want to work for TV too? TV, if you wash your hands after we're done. Can you do that? Yes? Okay. Perfect. Okay, now the next one you're going to put right next to it right there. Hey, relax. Okay, you got too much on there. You make them too big, they're going to stick together. Okay, see how that one's right there? Yep, you got to separate them. Perfect. Too big. How about I scoop? And then you put it on the cookie sheet. You want to do that? Okay. Okay, there you go. Nice. Think you can do the next one?
Yes.
Oop, too big, maybe not. Okay, watch. Just a little bit. Go ahead. Kind of, you're digging too deep. Okay, you gotta scrape just a little bit. There you go. Move that over. Okay, I need three more on that end, and then we'll do the other one. What do you think? That's awfully big. How about we try again? Hold on one sec. That's too much. Too much. Breathe. Okay, you have it all in one area. That's going to be one big, huge cookie, and it's going to not cook very well. Okay? Try that. Yep. You're doing awesome, Connor. When we're all done, then you can have those things off your fingers, okay? You're doing so awesome. Okay. All right, we're going to take this. Get the big one. Nope, not yet. Remember I said when we're all done getting all the stuff onto the cookie sheets, then you can wash your hands. See how I'm, look at, see how I'm doing this? Look. Just like that. I want you to do the next row, all by yourself. Connor, these are going to be so good. Oh, I took that one from you, didn't I? I'm pretty sure that you're not disappointed, though. There you go. Oh, you got a cookie on your finger. And you're surviving. You're doing awesome.
Yes.
So over the next several months, we're going to be filming more cooking segments. We're going to put a couple of them on Facebook Live and Instagram. And then in the summer, we're probably going to do a pre-sale for the cookbook just to kind of get a judge for who might want them. Because if not a lot of people are interested, then, you know, we'll just go a small run. But if we got a ton of people interested,
yes.
You good?
Yes.
Then we'll find a publisher. But obviously we don't want to sit on a ton of boxes of books and stuff. So we're going to get a little judgment first, and then hopefully in the fall we'll be able to roll it out 100% completely done. So that's our goal for the cookbook. The friends that we're bringing in have some kind of connection with Connor, or that was a good one. Nice job. Or some kind of connection, something, other business that they're doing, organization within the autism community. On Saturday, we had Miss Casey come in. She's got a tutoring business. We'll put her information on Facebook later. And his cousin, oh, we're all done. You can wash your hands now. His cousin Declan came in and cooked as well. So Saturday was a busy day for us. He had 2 cooking segments that he did. So it was a pretty busy Saturday. All right, so what's the next thing we do? We just did that one. Okay, what does that say? Okay, so bake until cookies are golden brown on the edges, but still soft in the center. So 8 to 10 minutes. Okay, So we're gonna set the timer for 10 minutes after we put these in. So you need to get your oven mitts. Connor, oven mitts first. Okay, so go ahead and open the stove. Good job. And that one can go right next to it. Perfect. Okay. All right, so now we're gonna wash our hands. And we're gonna clean up. Look, can you get a wet paper towel? We're gonna clean up some of that flour on the counter. That's part of doing cooking is you gotta clean up, right? So take that and clean up the flour. Good job. Connor, do you like to cook? What's your favorite thing to cook? You've never cooked them before, and it's your favorite thing to cook, huh? Yeah? So I thought you liked to cook pizza and tacos. Yeah? Okay, let's go turn the timer on now that they're in there. You want that timer? So you're gonna set it for 10 minutes. Okay. No, we're gonna leave that on until we're all done. Okay? Come here, we're gonna come talk for a minute. And then you get the TV when we're all done. Okay? So we're gonna see if we have any questions here first. Okay? So Mandy wants to know what's up. What's up, he says. Let's see. Eric says he loves tacos. They're his favorite. What's your favorite food?
Beef.
Beef what?
Tacos.
Beef tacos. Let's see. Eric likes cookies. Vanessa likes to watch your videos. You got a lot of videos on YouTube showing all your cooking stuff. What's your favorite thing to cook besides the chocolate chip cookies that we just did?
Cookies.
Besides the cookies. What do you think? Do you prefer to cook tacos or pizza?
Pizza.
What's your favorite kind of pizza to cook?
Pepperoni.
Pepperoni. Do you put anything else on it?
Yes.
Like what?
Pepperoni.
What else do you put on there besides pepperoni?
Sausage.
Sausage?
Yes.
Oh, okay. What else?
I'm done.
You're all done?
Yes.
So Connor has been getting speech services since he was 2. He's been getting occupational services. He graduated from that 2 years ago from the program, but he got occupational services at the age of 2 as well. He got developmental therapy. He goes to a special school specifically for kids with autism called the Arizona Autism Charter School. I do not know what I would do without that school, to be honest with you. It's quite a drive. It's about an hour plus on a good day, but it's worth it. He's made so much progress. Connor's currently in 7th grade. Everybody knows him on campus. And Connor, do you like your school?
Yes.
Who's your favorite teacher? They're probably watching, so who's your favorite teacher? Connor's your favorite teacher?
Yes.
That's a safe answer.
Done.
Yeah.
Almost done.
Vanessa says that you have to make her and Nisha some pizza.
Yes.
You want to make them pizza one day?
Yes.
You think so?
Yes.
Wonder what kind of pizza they like.
Pepperoni.
You don't even know. You're just going to assume it's pepperoni?
Yes.
Okay. Connor, what's your favorite class?
Math.
Math? That will make Miss Nisha very happy.
Yes.
Yeah. Who's your friends at school? Name 2 friends at school.
Patrick.
Patrick?
Nixon.
And who?
Nixon.
Nizar?
Nixon.
Okay, can you type it? So anytime we can't understand Connor, he either grabs his iPad, which is probably still in his backpack, or he will type it and then we read it and then we work on his articulation. So you just deleted my grocery list. Thank you very much. Nazir.
Yes.
Nazir. Nice job. Okay. So tonight you played a sport. What sport did you play tonight?
Baseball.
How many more nights of baseball do you have?
One.
One more night. And then what's next after baseball?
Easter egg hunt.
Oh, yes. We've got an Easter egg hunt on Saturday that he's extremely excited about. Connor, you have a question here. Are you ready for a question?
Yes.
Nope, we're almost done. We're almost done. Listen. When we're all done, you get TV for 10 minutes. Can you hold on just 1 second? I'm gonna try this real quick, and then I'm gonna ask that question that somebody has for you. Vanessa said she likes. Okay, Connor, what else do you like to bake besides cookies?
Chocolate chip.
Chocolate chips. Yeah, that's what we cooked. Oh, you know what? Before we were on tonight, Dr. Temple Grandin was on. And we asked her the question that you asked about the food. And you know what she said? She said she likes anything chocolate with raspberries. So we're going to have to find some kind of recipe and put that in your book for Dr. Grandin, huh? Okay. All right. So with your recipe that we have here, this is going to go in your cookbook. What do you think? You ready to put that in your cookbook? Okay. So we've got a couple more people that are coming in to do Cooking with Connor and Friends. And then, like I said, we're going to be putting those videos on his page as well. And the QR code will be in the book for each page, for each recipe. So like this recipe that's going to have the written instructions and the ingredients for the chocolate chips, we're going to have the QR code so they can watch the video from start to finish when we go to do that. Friends that we bring in, they're going to be highlighting their businesses, like Miss Casey with her tutoring business, Rachel with the documentary that we're part of, and we've got a couple other people coming in as well. Saturday we've got a virtual one with, and I'm not saying with who, but it's somebody from out of state, and somebody that Connor follows, and we'll be doing a little sneak peek on Saturday with that. Connor, I have a question for you. What is your favorite color? Red. Eric wants to know what you like to watch on TV. What's your favorite show?
Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
Mickey Mouse Clubhouse. Yeah, Vanessa says you got to get up early for school tomorrow. Think you can do that?
Yes.
Yeah, he's usually in bed asleep by 8:30. But this was a special night. Shannon asked you to do something. We do it. That woman's changed my life in more ways than I can count. Eric's favorite color is blue of any type.
Yes.
What's your favorite sport to play?
Baseball.
Baseball?
Yes.
What other sport do you like to play?
Basketball.
Basketball?
Yes.
Yeah. Who is coming tomorrow?
Cooper.
Tomorrow? No, not Cooper. You almost let the cat out of the bag there, buddy. Tomorrow's Wednesday. Who do you see on Wednesday? Mandy and Zach. And what are we going to do tomorrow?
Miss haircut.
Yeah, he knows my schedule, so he knows when mommy's getting a haircut. What else are we going to do tomorrow? Tomorrow we're going to cook. What are we going to cook tomorrow night?
Cooking.
It's on your calendar. Do you want to look at the calendar? So Connor recently had a birthday in December, and we had his party in January. And for his birthday, he got a cell phone. I was a little hesitant to give that to him, but what does it say? Pizza wraps.
Yes.
So we're going to do pizza wraps in the air fryer. That's what we're going to make tomorrow for dinner.
Haircut.
Yeah, haircut. Yep. Can we put the schedule away now?
Yes.
So with Connor's schedule, he likes to see schedules. He's a very visual person. And with the schedule that he has on his phone, he can now see when he has therapy, and we have dinner planned out. So we know what's for dinner tomorrow night. So he's not constantly asking for tacos and to go to Frederico's for tacos, which is his favorite place. Mandy says, I can't wait to eat pizza wraps tomorrow.
Yes.
Excited for that.
Yes.
You want to check them?
Yes.
We're going to check the cookies real quick. Okay, nope, we're going to do another 5 minutes. We're going to do 5 more minutes on the timer. Connor, who cuts your hair? You don't cut your own hair. What's the guy's name who cuts your hair? Marco. Yep. What is your fish's name? Your fish's name is not Connor. Your fish. What is your fish's name? Terminator. So we named the fish Terminator because he won't die. He's a goldfish about that big. And he truly is like 10 years old, I think we figured out the other day. Eric says, it's nice to meet you. What do you say? It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yep.
Almost done.
We are almost done, yes. Got a few more minutes, and then what do you get to do? And we're not going to Target tonight. We can go tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay? We get TV for 10 minutes, and then it's night-night time.
Yes.
Because if Miss Nisha and Miss Vanessa see you on this any much longer, we're both going to be in trouble tomorrow.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
All right, Connor, is there anything that you want to tell everybody out there?
Yes.
What do you want to tell them? No, not yet. We got to wait for your cookies to come out.
Yes.
We got a few more minutes. Eric says that his mom cuts his hair.
Yes.
Yeah? Should we tell everybody your haircut story real quick?
Yes.
So when Connor was 2, before he was diagnosed, and I think that was the last time that I had PTSD from taking him to get a haircut, I sat in the chair and I had to hold him. It was excruciating. It was painful. It was very sad, and it killed me to have to do it. But that was the last time he was at a barber until the last couple years when he found Marco. And Marco has huge patience for him. And Connor gets a little tiny bit of hair on his arm. Marco blows it off with a little blower. But for years, Auntie used to cut your hair, huh?
Mm-hmm.
And Auntie was so patient with him. She would let him use the iPad, her iPad, my iPad, whichever the case was. She would give him break after break after break. She would cut, he would have to take a break. She would cut, he would have to take a break. Eventually, after several years, she was able to sit and do an entire haircut with no breaks at all. So then Marco comes into the picture, and we get him in to see Marco, and absolutely amazed. A couple times I wasn't able to go. Mandy took him to get his haircut and at the barber, and he did little iffy here and there, but he eventually grew to love it. He now likes to get his haircut, and he does an amazing job. So it all takes time and practice and repetition, huh? Target, yes. You have done an amazing job. We're almost done. Okay? So yeah, we're going to have information on the cookbook. A lot of it's going to be on social media until we actually get some more information on pricing and that kind of stuff and get a little bit more closer to actually compiling everything. We probably have maybe about, 10 recipes or so ready to go. And I'm hoping to get anywhere between 25 and 30 is what I'm shooting for. And I want to make it worthwhile for everybody. The other bonus part of this is that 20% of the proceeds from the sale of the book, when it does get published, we are going to be donating to the Autism Society of Greater Phoenix. I am currently the vice president of the organization. I started my own organization several years ago, and then we ended up merging with the Autism Society a couple years ago. So being a part of the Autism Society and donating and giving back is near and dear to my heart, because just because of everything that they do for the community, and it just means a lot to give back. So Eric, yes, we are in Arizona. All done? All right, so we're gonna check it real quick. Oh, those look pretty good.
Yes.
Ready to take them out?
Yes.
Okay. So you're gonna take them out, you're gonna put them right up here on top. So Connor's gonna take them out and he's gonna put them on top of the stove, which you won't be able to see. But they look pretty good. We will post a couple pictures on his Facebook page and his Instagram at Autism Will Not Define My Son. If you search for both those handles, you'll be able to see the cookies and more information on the cookbook and when it's coming out and so forth. So, I'm sorry, I'm just reading some of the comments here. Yep, good job, buddy. All right, so if anybody doesn't have any other questions, Connor is going to read the ingredients here one more time. And this is just for my own purposes because I'm gonna have him start doing this at the beginning and end of each of the things so we can actually see and chart his progress again. So we're gonna do one more time. I'm gonna have you read this, just this page, okay?
2 cups.
2 and 1/4 cups flour. 1/2.
2 spoon baking soda. 2 sticks butter.
2 sticks of butter at room temperature.
2.
You almost had it. 1/2.
1/2 cup oat sugar.
1/2 cup white sugar.
1 cup packet brown sugar.
By the way, you packed that brown sugar like a pro. Nice job. Okay, wash your hands. Yes, again. We're almost done, buddy. Like I said, this is way past his bedtime, so I think he's doing an amazing job. I'm so proud of you. Yes, you're going to go to Target tomorrow. Target's closed right now, so we can't go today. You have 3 more to read.
Teaspoon salt.
Teaspoon
salt. 2 spoons.
Nice job. Way to remember.
2 eggs. 1 bag of sugar chips.
Nice job. Okay. Is there anything you want to say to everybody out there? Say, follow our page at Autism Will Not Define My Son on Facebook and Autism Will Not Define My Son on Instagram. And I hope you enjoyed this episode of Cooking with Connor as we made
sugar chips cookies.
Nice job, buddy. All right. Thanks, guys.
Parent to parent, we're always looking to build our child's language skills, aren't we? Here are a few quick tips, ways that we can help to do that. The first thing is to be brief and specific with our language. The next thing is to repeat. Just like in Dr. Seuss, use the same words and do them over and over and over again. The next thing to do is to make sure that whenever your child wants something, you make them request for it. And the last most important thing is to reward approximations. They're not going to get it right the first time. They might even not get it right the third time. But whenever our child is trying, we want to make sure that we reward those approximations so that they want to do more of speaking and communicating. If we use these easy tips, we can help to build our children's language.
Hello, fellow activists. Last week, I introduced you to step 5 of the 10 steps to empowerment, shore up spiritually. Let's talk more about finding ways to do that, how to find out what lifts your spirit, feeds your soul, and make it a practice. That practice is different things for different people. It could be the practice of meditation, of prayer, of community worship, or serving others. But it's the practice that will give you hope and faith and strength for the journey ahead, for the marathon journey of raising a child with autism. I get inspired every day by the families of children with autism that I come into contact with, like the parents of the nonverbal child who have not given up hope that that child will speak one day, or the grandparents who should be enjoying their retirement but instead are joyfully raising their adult grandchild with autism, or the mother who is fighting for services for her daughter while her Marine husband is fighting a battle to keep our country safe. They all inspire me. My grandmother, Diddy, who is an angel who still guides me every day, had this quote inscribed in her Bible: "I sought my soul, but my soul I could not see. I sought my God, but my God eluded me. I sought my brother, and I found all three." I think I'm finally starting to grasp the meaning of that. So feed your soul, lift your spirit, and until next time, keep the faith.
We all want our children to eat healthily, and it's really important that we're able to introduce new foods to our children, but sometimes that can be really difficult. So I've got a couple of tips for us of ways that we can make that easier. But before I start, I want to remind all of us that if your child's health is at stake, if you feel like your child isn't thriving, or you're afraid that your child isn't getting enough food, it's time to consult a specialist. It's okay to do that. There are trained professionals who can help you to get your child to eat. But if your child is just being a finicky eater and they're picky and you want to introduce new foods, we know science has shown us that we have to introduce foods many, many, many times. Many more times than you would think you would have to. So keep putting it on the plate. Don't make it a fight, but keep introducing the food over and over and over again. There's also something that's been shown to be scientifically effective, and that's hiding food in other foods that a child likes. There are lots of cookbooks that are out there that give you really interesting ways to do this. But remember that you want to keep increasing the ratio of the food that you're trying to introduce to the preferred food, so that after a period of time, there's more of the food that you're introducing than the other food. And in doing this, you really help your child's taste buds to warm up to a food that they've never tried before. Don't make it a battle, but keep introducing those foods. And remember, if your child's health is at stake, it's time to get professional help. Don't be afraid to do that. It's really effective.
Hello, fellow activists. Let's talk about step 6, live in gratitude and give back. Have you ever noticed that it's impossible to feel sorry for yourself when you focus on your blessings? I have an exercise for you. Take out 5 pennies. I want each penny to represent something you're thankful for today. Now, I bet not one of those pennies represented something material, but that every one of them represented someone you love or a moment you shared with that someone.
Go through life parched and empty, standing knee deep in a river and dying of thirst.
There's a song by Kathy Mattea called Standing Knee Deep in a River and Dying of Thirst. Sometimes we need to look at the river of blessings flowing underneath us, and then we see we're not so thirsty after all. Once you realize how fortunate you are, you can freely give back to others, and there's nothing that will make you feel more fortunate than giving to those less fortunate than you. So start your day with an attitude of gratitude, and until next time, keep the faith.
Hi. Welcome to our podcast, the Podcastathon. We are so excited to be here. I am Kelly McKinnon Birmingham, and you are joining us live on our podcast, which is called, is my audio okay?
Yes.
Okay. which is called A 25-Year Look Across the Spectrum with Kelly Birmingham and Jen Lucero. And so I am Kelly. I am a board certified behavior analyst. I have been a board certified behavior analyst since 2003, so I'm on my 20th year as a BCBA. And I've been working in the field of working with adults and children with developmental disabilities and autism for, it said 25 years in the podcast, but now I'm hitting my 28th year. So I've been doing this a long time. And with me today is my bestie, my partner in crime, Jen Lucero, mom to Dylan and Ethan. Hi, Jen.
Hey, Kelly.
Hey. So first of all, the fact, this is way past my bedtime too, Connor, who we just watched, and the fact that we got to follow Spencer and Lucas singing and performing, and then Connor's cooking with friends was pretty impressive.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So let me tell you, folks that have never heard our podcast before, a little bit about our podcast and who we are and why we do what we do. So Jen and I are longtime friends, and we'll talk to you a little bit about our history. Jen has a son on the spectrum, Dylan, and she'll talk to you about him. I have known him since he was 4 years old. He's now 23, right? And we have been friends. We worked together when he was first diagnosed. I was the BCBA working with him. Then we found ourselves working alongside each other. And so I stopped treating Dylan and we became colleagues and now like bestie friends. And we
family,
right? We started this podcast, honestly, it started in the pandemic because we weren't seeing each other. And so we would be Zooming or talking, and we thought we'd be talking about Dylan and just different things. And we thought, well, shoot, let's just record this and see what we can do with it. And for myself personally, as a BCBA, I have a special interest and compassion about helping caregivers, parents that are raising children with autism to collaborate alongside the BCBA that might be working with them if they have an ABA program. And that relationship doesn't always go great. I know, Jen, you've had some really great experiences, but that's because you're so great and you make sure you have great experiences. But those relationships can get really muddied and tricky. And I'm actually experiencing one right now. And so what we have always done is sort of sit down from our two perspectives, like one, me as a BCBA talking about the ABA program, the goals and the strategies, which Shannon and her, ABA and her jargon of the week, I've followed forever since she started it. And I know you have too, Jen. Mm-hmm. And then you sit down as a caregiver and we talk through different issues. So that's the crux of our podcast. And I'll just throw out there a little bit. If there happens to be a BCBA on here listening, you can get CEUs for listening to our podcast for free through SitePro, who sponsors us. And you can also find us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. And so what we're really trying to do is help families and BCBAs come together in those experiences. So I will start off by saying, as a BCBA, doing this a long time, I also have a stepdaughter on the autism spectrum. And I didn't realize some things about the caregiver's perspective until I until I was in those shoes of having to raise someone on the spectrum. And so I'll talk more about that. But that's what our podcast has always been about. And we tackle different topics. And so, Jen, that's my story. Tell everyone a little bit about your story.
Sure. So my son Dylan is 23 years old. He is severely impacted with autism. He has great strengths. He definitely, has some areas that he needs help with and probably will for, the remainder of his life. My main goal is always to make sure that he is happy, safe, and well taken care of. I also have another son, Ethan, who just turned 21. He's about to graduate from college next month, which just seems super wild and crazy to me. He is only 23 months younger than Dylan, and so he has only known, autism being part of his life, but he takes it with stride. He's always been kind of a mini advocate and knows everything. I would say sometimes even more than me about autism. He'll tell you how it is, but he loves his brother. He's been really great about the whole thing. We've had a lot of challenges. A single mom for quite a period of time. I worked full time. I definitely had a huge, change of career path. Once my son was diagnosed, I was a designer for Disney. And then, I went full in on when Dylan was diagnosed at 4 of, learning everything I could about it. Did every service, every treatment, anything I could do to support Dylan. And with that, it changed my career. I ended up working for special ed department in the school district for several years with behavior. And then I have been working with nonprofit organizations for about like the last 15 years now. And I found my niche was in fundraising. So I worked for Autism Speaks for multiple years, and now I'm the director for Special Olympics in Southern California, do all their fundraising. So, I learned a lot. I knew nothing about autism until it was kind of thrown in my life. But also I've met incredible people that have changed my life and become, incredible friends and warriors. And I feel like we're a tribe. And, Dylan has brought a lot of amazing, positive things into my life.
And mine. And so, we'll back up a little bit. 20 years ago, let's say, when Dylan first started to show signs, right? That was 20 years ago. I've been a BCBA 20 years. There weren't a lot of services back then. Now, if you go back, and Shannon's an OG. She was around then too.
Love Shannon.
And there's, I moved from Boston to California in 2001, and then started doing some opening a private practice and consulting, and then finished up my BCBA. And back then, insurance did not cover ABA services, right? School districts were trying to do some ABA kind of work, some decently, some very poorly. Regional centers were funding ABA, but they had caps on hours, right? Maybe you got 15 hours a week if you had a really good, service coordinator who was being kind. But for a long time, particularly in Orange County, they were capping at 10.
Yes.
10 hours a week, right? And so, the kind of like intensive services that were needed. And frankly, back then, there were only a few of us BCBAs. Like, I think I know all the BCBAs that were in California total. Like, we're all friends and know each other because people didn't know what it was. Shannon's always championed ABA services. And, so there's no insurance coverage. Access was incredibly hard. I know for a fact because Jen, I worked with you. You guys paid out of pocket for services. You paid me out of pocket for services. Right? And so parents and caregivers have had to fight tooth and nail to get these kinds of ABA services for their kids. And all of these families, we all know each other. And the original BCBAs, all lobbying and fighting. And it did not pass. Insurance law did not pass in California until 2013. Like, that's when families started to get served. How old was Dylan in 2013? A teenager.
I mean, he would have been like 12.
Yeah, 12. Okay.
Yeah.
So all that time, parents are trying to figure out what it was, right? And so it's a really young field still in general. And so 2013, insurance, I remember when the insurance laws first came out, they had dollar caps. Like, you could get ABA service, but you could only get a little bit. And then once your dollars were up, you were done. And then they started changing it. And allowing families to get more access. So it's been like this battle for ABA services for a really long time. And having done the battle just to get family services and then to be able to provide services, I started to really spend time looking at like the caregiver role, right? Parents were not even only fighting for services for their kids, but the day-to-day in and out fighting for like, is your child eating? Is your child sleeping? Right? Is all the medical conditions that go along with that? Is your child getting is your child educated properly? The financial stress, the marital stress, right?
Yep.
So that is something that you and I have, championed together, is this like caregiver collaboration. So we really started talking about caregiver collaboration. Now, why am I calling it caregiver? Here's why. Because insurance companies want us to call it parent training, right? How do you feel about that term, parent training, Jen?
Well, I mean, it's caregiver because it's about the whole family. It's the whole tribe, right? Takes a village. I mean, it could be the parents. I mean, certainly in my case, the grandparents, the siblings, the neighbors.
Yeah, so I am super adverse to the term parent training. That term came about from insurance funders. They named it parent training. And they said, as BCBAs, we have to train parents. Right? I've always been someone who's bucked the system. I'm bucking it now, right now. I'm fighting a certain group of people who want to call it parent training still and be very specific about that. And I'll explain that in a second. But in my mind, it has always been a caregiver experience, right? Because of the whole family that's involved. There are, multiple family members living together, grandparents all living together, or like your parents are so involved in Dylan's life. And so you will hear in our podcast, Jennifer and I talking a lot about caregiver and not training. Like that's insulting.
It is insulting. I mean, when you say parent training, it's like, you're training us. We're collaborating. We're here to support our children, our adults, as much as possible to have the most successful outcome. So, the term is, it is insulting.
It's insulting, right? I'm on a Facebook page, Autism Law Summit Facebook page. I love that page because I go to that group and ask questions and all the parents will say, that's insulting. Don't say that. But what I can say is, as a BCBA, trained in ABA, I have strategies, right? I have strategies. I have training. I've read research about strategies that might or might not work. But here's the thing that I feel like ABA companies and people miss the boat. And I was just talking about that when you and I presented at Cal ABA, alongside Michelle Hyde and Judith Ursity about this very topic, is someone came up to me and said, I'm struggling with a parent on parent training. And I said, tell me why. And they told me the goals. And I said, are those the parents' goals? And he said, I don't know. And I feel like the number one thing for this whole point of collaboration, which you and I talk about extensively, is one, the goals that we write in a treatment plan have to be the goals that are meaningful for the family. They have to be goals that improve your quality of life and are meaningful.
Absolutely.
Right? And that's where the term collaboration comes into play.
I do feel, though, that of course having the insurance covered is a huge milestone and has done great things for families and individuals. It also set the certain standard where it felt like the insurance companies were actually setting the goals for both the providers and the families, rather than listening to what the families, issues, conflicts, goals for their child, and it's like a very strange thing where I felt like as a parent, you're being tested and also given certain, here you go now and do this. Whereas like you're on the spot, you're being the one tested when you're the one seeking help, right?
Right. And so I know you and I identified a long time ago, like quality of life, and there were like 5 things, right? And tell me if I'm wrong, but as a parent, I'm putting myself in the parent shoes. And I'll pause for a second because I'm a good BCBA, right? I've been doing this a really long time. And then I laugh because, You don't have to raise a child on the autism spectrum to be a good ABA provider. However, what I learned when I became a step parent on the child of spectrum, and you heard me say this so many times, are a few things. One, I didn't understand the level of stress and guilt, which we'll talk about, right? A lot of the stress comes from, is my child happy? Right? Second, healthy. The comorbid medical conditions are unbelievable, right? Like I know we can talk about Dylan's, extensive medical needs. My own stepdaughter, who is, moderate to high functioning, does live fairly independently, has a job, still cannot tell us. Like she works at Chick-fil-A. She can follow directions and converse with people, still can't tell us what's wrong when she doesn't feel well. Like we have had every test under the sun trying to figure out her stomach and gut issues. She has phantom arm pain, you name it. We have spent so much time and money trying to figure out these health issues. So, is she happy? Is she healthy? Right? Is she safe? God, that is so scary. Some of the things we've had to work through with her. Does she have a community of people, right? And does she have a tribe of people that are there for her when we're not there, right? So this is why I feel like the goals have to be meaningful for the family. So on top of those 5 things, the research around raising a child, and Jenna, I'm going to put you on the spot with these things. Number one, that research indicates that raising a child on the spectrum, parents raising a child on the spectrum are 40% plus more stressed than parents raising a neurotypical child. Talk to us about the stress.
Oh, I mean, absolutely, definitely.
I work with all the medical and health stuff too, right? Yeah. Financial. That was my last one. Financial.
Yeah. I would say many factors for me. Like I said, I work full time, but I also, because now he's an adult and services are very limited right now, especially
jumped off the cliff.
Especially post pandemic. It took me almost a year to get him into adult day program. Even though he's finally in, it's still 4 hours a day, which they, even 6 hours a day is considered a day program, but that's not really many hours when it comes to 24 hours a day. So I juggle everything of, trying to work full time, going to pick him up, trying to get him to either respite care or, relatives or friends, and going back to work. I have a pretty high pressure job.
Yeah, you do.
At the same time, Dylan has a lot of medical issues, and which, have escalated in the last year besides severe autism. About a year ago, he got extremely sick, was in the hospital. We did several tests, and he ended up being diagnosed with Crohn's disease on top of everything else. And he's in treatment for that. So I just had a huge event this past Saturday that you were at, which is, I've been working 7 days a week, almost 24/7. But in the same week, just a couple of days before the event, I went and took him for a 4-hour IEB infusion at the hospital. And so, we made it through. But, I was exhausted. I felt guilty about being exhausted because, he was sitting there doing all the work. I'm just trying to be there and, support him. And so there's a huge guilt factor, whether or not, do I know what's going on with him medically? Am I, doing the right thing? Am I supporting him enough? Am I working too much? Things like that. Am I spending enough time with him? And then, financially, obviously, it's a huge hit with autism. There's not enough services out there. If you really want to do things, I've seen this from day one too. When you, even if it's available, we've done literally probably, dozens and dozens of services throughout the years, but you get what you pay for.
Yep.
And like you decide at that point in time, like what's the goal, what's the most important thing to seek out at that time, whether it's speech therapy, OT, hippotherapy, the gym, social skills, and it changes. And every year you have to like balance it and see like where's he at and what's going to be the best thing for him right now. And it's interestingly right now, what has been the best thing for him is going to like Broadway production musical theaters. So that's where I'm like spending my time and energy right now. And like his behavior is amazing, he loves it, and he's like doing so great. So I think it's always a balance, and just seeing what works and what doesn't work. But yeah, I think I would say for me, safety always, because he has to, no matter what, he still needs 24-hour supervision. Never leave him alone. Like I've always worried about what's going to happen. Even when he is someplace, like he's in a great adult day program with Easter sales, but I still worry. I mean, I know he's in a great facility, but it's on a busy street, and he's only a couple blocks away from my work at Special Olympics. But I still like have like things in the back of my mind of like, what if he walks out and something happens to him? But I love him so much, and he's such a great guy. And I think for any parent, like our biggest fear too is always what's going to happen if something happens to me or when I'm gone. So that's a whole nother topic.
Well, that goes to like our quality of life indicators, right? I mean, like the stress is real. And I know as a younger, newer BCBA, I didn't appreciate that at all. Like a lot of it is time and experience and spending time and actually listening to the families I'm working with. And, I'll share that there are a lot of criticism against ABA. And for a lot of different reasons, a lot of people say, well, it was bad ABA, now it's good ABA. I will disagree with that because I feel like I've always done really thoughtful, kind, good ABA. But what is missing in the coursework for BCBAs is like family systems and family dynamics. Like that's not usually in the coursework. And I think that the place where new BCBAs can get that is in their supervision hours and their like practicums or supervisor experiences. But our field is so young. Do you know that over 50% of BCBAs have only been certified for a few years? Right? I'm the 1,368th BCBA in the world, right? So woohoo, good for me. But there's like almost 60,000 now, but they've only been certified for a few years. So those folks are supervising the BCBAs coming out now. So the depth of the people supervising BCBAs is not good, and they don't have a lot of experience. And they don't have teaching on family systems, which is why you and I go around so much talking about like this caregiver collaboration, because one, the stress, right? The stress, the guilt, right? And I know something that I didn't realize until I lived it with my husband is the guilt that family caregivers feel when they take time for themselves. I don't know if you have that guilt, but like, of course, when Bill and I take a date night on Saturday night, there's a certain level of guilt there where we're like, we're taking time for self, and how dare we? Right?
No, that's true.
And then the other thing is, not everything is a teaching moment, right? That is something that I think I shared this when we did this talk at Cal Abba on the panel, that my husband taught me was that as a BCBA, when I started joining forces with him and his daughter, I'm like, oh, I'm the shit. I'm great. I'm going to like come in here and solve everyone's problems, and I'm going to teach everything there is all at once really fast. And that was awful. And everything to me was a teaching moment, right? Like every single thing. And finally my husband was like, this isn't going to work. if you don't like back off and give us all a break for a minute. And as a BCBA, I couldn't understand that. I'm like, no, wait, we're missing precious opportunity. But when I really put myself in the shoes of everyone, it was like, oh, we can like give into this one today because we're all too tired.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
No, for sure. I mean, I have people, because Dylan has communication issues, and we call it the Dylan language.
Yes.
And so, like, I've been with him for 23 years. I can usually figure out what he's saying. He's very determined. He'll keep going and say it over and over. He'll try to spell it out until you get it. But I have people call me all the time, especially with, some behavior stuff. And they'll be like, why did this happen? And I'd be like, I wasn't there. I have no idea. Like, and at some point, especially when I'm trying to work, which probably sounds terrible, but same thing like Bill, like, it's like, whatever, like, we have to, like, we can't dwell on everything and like try to figure out why everything is happening and the teaching moment. Like, sometimes you just have to get through it and understand, like, I mean, he's human. I think we all have moments. I know I've had a lot of moments lately, and like, we just got to move on and get past it and not try to like dwell and obsess on like why certain things are happening.
Yeah. And one thing that Bill and I set up for everyone's sanity was, in ABA terms, we called it non-contingent Sunday. I had to like frame it that way in my mind, but basically it was like free day Sunday, which meant that, we had Melanie on lots of plans, like, if you do these things on Friday, we'll take you here. If you do this Saturday, we'll take you here, if you do a good job, we'll take you to Target, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Like most families do. They're great strategies, right? They're like reinforcement strategies for good behavior. One thing that we ended up doing that to this day, we're 15 years into this, to this day we still do, is like free Sunday, regardless of what happened during the week, no matter what. On Sunday, we're going to hang out and spend time together, right? Even if like something wasn't earned, like Sunday's never a day. And we're going to pick an activity, and hopefully it's something that we all do, like, and get along and do well together. Sometimes it backfires in our face. We do a lot of community theater too. That's
yes, I know.
Melanie enjoys. But it just made it, I didn't realize how important it was as a parent to just be with your child, right? Like, to me, everything was earned and a reward as a BCBA. And then when we set this up, Sundays was like, no matter how the week went, we're going to just, Sunday's a whole day of its own, clean slate, just enjoy ourselves, enjoy each other. That was a game changer for us.
No, it's awesome. So one thing Dylan started, with Dylan, sometimes once you do something once, like, that's it. And then it's like he remembers, and it's like to the day and like that time frame. So the one thing recently that he's done, which I love it too, so I'm not going to fight it, is he wants, it's usually like a Thursday late afternoon, right when I'm getting off work or something, he asked me to drive him to the beach. So I love the beach. He loves the beach. We both love the ocean. And he usually chooses Laguna Beach, and we drive down there. Sometimes we get out of the car, sometimes we go down to the water, and sometimes he just wants to drive, along PCH. And sometimes we go to the sea lion rescue, and but it's like a thing for him. And there's times, honestly, when he says it in my head, I'm like, had a really long week already, tired, and part of me is like, oh, really? But I mean, I think for both of us, it's like you said, it's like one of those moments, no matter what's happened already this week, like anything goes. And, I think it's good. I actually think it's good for everybody involved, because you don't have to take everything so seriously. Like, you can just have the time period or a day where you're just trying to relax and chill.
Yeah, and as a maybe BCBAs are wired this way, or maybe it's just me, but like everything has like a purpose, and there's a goal, and there's a plan, and there's strategy, and there's a consequence to it. Consequent meaning like something good, like a reward and everything. But to just be as a family on Sunday, regardless of something happened on Saturday, that was hard for me at first, right? Because I was very much like, no, Saturday this happened, and that was bad. And so we're not going to reward that, and we're not going to earn that. But when I was able to let that go, and just Sunday we were a family no matter what, that actually really strengthened our family and strengthened my relationship with my stepdaughter and my relationship with my husband, where it was just like autism, whatever, right? Like we don't care about autism today. We don't care about your skills and what you've earned or your behavior. We're just going to pick something and enjoy the moment. And I've told so many families that, because like I said, that was a game changer to just like be in the moment. And then on Monday we'd go back to like, okay, now we're back on track, and we'd like set our rules and follow things like that.
No, for sure. And I mean, he's gotten better about it. Dylan is extremely about structure, calendar, routine. I mean, we've had to work on all these strategies of just changing it up, being flexible. And I mean, when I think about it before, he would have to have a calendar and lists and repeat it 1,000 times a day. And I mean, now it's I can change things up. He might for a minute give me a look, and maybe not be very happy about it, but to think about how far we come since he was younger. And I think that's a good thing, just to think for younger families. I had mentors. I have a friend, Hope, who when I met her son was 11, Aries, and Dylan had just been diagnosed, and he was 4 years old. And I've used her as a sounding board, and looking at Aries and how he has evolved and matured and done so well. And at the time when Dylan was younger, I was always thinking oh, it's never gonna get any better. It's so rough, but it has. And now, I'm hoping anyways, I have friends with younger kids, and I try to be that same sounding board. But I think that's so important, like you said, it's all about the whole family, not about just, the one child that has autism. I mean, you have to be flexible for the other child, and, both spend time with the other child separately, but also as a family, but incorporate, things for everybody, and not just be pigeonholed to the structure and the intense needs of one child, but just everybody as a whole, and for everybody's sanity.
Yeah, so exactly. So going back to some of the research, so concerned stress, right? High levels of stress for caregivers. If there are any families listening to this, then I'm sure they're like, yep. And if there's BCBAs listening, understanding that, other one is greater concerns for quality of life, like we've talked about, health, safety, for families raising children on the autism spectrum over raising neurotypical children. And then the other one, and in that is financial stress too, with that. And then the other one is marital stress, right? And I'm not going to quote statistics because I've seen different studies report on this differently. I can only talk about anecdotally. I've seen a lot of families stay together, but I also see a lot of rates of divorce. My own situation. I know Bill and Melanie's mom divorced very early on, when she was 7. A lot to do with, and the reasons people divorce, one are don't want to deal with the autism. Another one is denial over autism. And then the other big one is differences in how to raise a child on the spectrum. I don't mean to get too personal with you. But like, and so it's like, as a BCBA working with families, trying to like navigate that, that's something that I work with a lot. And I know you have friends, not to, put you on the spot too much, but, navigating how to raise that child. That's where BCBA can be very helpful, right? But sometimes it can be really challenging because people think differently. And I can tell you there's also a little bit of a generational thing. Like a lot of times when I'm working with families, the grandparents blame the parents for not disciplining their children. Your parents don't do that, but a lot of grandparents will blame the parents and say you're not disciplining properly or enough. And there's also something called like locus of control that I go down the rabbit hole with this. Is that men and women think differently about who's responsible for their child's problem behavior, right? Whereas men tend to blame external factors. They blame the mothers, they blame other people, they blame schools. Women tend to blame themselves.
Absolutely. Well, and it's funny because, I've had, and like, I won't say who, but
you and I are restraining ourselves when we do a podcast. We're wearing and dropping names.
Yeah, I mean, and because you've been around so long. When Dylan was younger, even things are getting better, knock on wood. But he was definitely like an extreme place of like aggression, tantrums. A lot of it, I think, due to medical issues, but. There's a time period where people did, think that it was my parenting style or it's too laxed or, too chill and like, I wasn't, disappointing enough or whatnot. But it was interesting. I mean, my kids are only 23 months apart and Ethan was younger and he like milestone wise and just like every factor, if you want to look at, development was like off the charts, and talking and just like everything he was doing socially, just like school, everything, just, So when I'm being bashed and told like, Dylan is having meltdowns and tantrums because, I'm a wimp and I'm just, not, disciplined enough or whatnot. And you were a good advocate for me at the time because you're like, well, look at Ethan. And it's like, so, it's so hard because I mean, it's so stressful as it is. And I mean, honestly, I don't know what the hell is going on. I was just like trying to make it. There's times when I'm like, I am literally just trying to make it through the day, without, the house getting trashed, without like getting like punched, like whatever, like someone, like any of us sleeping through the night, being able to work, whatever. So to have that stigma and have that extra pressure, and I had my own guilt because of course I questioned everything I did myself, but when you have other outside factors and people like, also putting that on you, it's pretty damaging. It's pretty sad. And like, if anything, that's why I've tried to be a huge advocate for like other people and families and friends and parents and siblings and grandparents and just the whole family dynamic, because, we're in the end, we're just here to try to, like we've said, provide the best life we can for our kiddos, especially the ones that are severely impacted. I want the best for Dylan. I don't want to change him. I just want him to, be the best person he can be, just like my other son. I mean, I look at it the same way. I don't look at it any way differently. It's like different, it's a different approach, but it's still the same like goals and outcomes.
Yeah. I mean, it goes back to healthy, happy, safe, right? And having a community and, and for the family members, for a tribe. And so when I read that study about how men tend to blame external factors and women blame themselves, I was like, that's dead on. And then, as we're starting to close, I'll get on my soapbox a little bit. I do, I've worked in this field a long time. I work for several companies. I'm in the severe autism space right now, but I also still do consulting for like social skill groups and early intervention, because that is a passion of mine too. I had my private practice for years running social skill groups. I wrote a book on social skills teaching. I have a new early intervention book coming out, hopefully summer, if not fall. And I was looking at some of the goals that are being written by ABA companies. And, when I worked at UCI in the autism department, I saw every ABA company in Orange County's reports and goals. And a family I'm consulting with now, I just got their ABA report. And I keep looking at these goals and saying, what the hell? They're so meaningless. Like, they're so abstract and different, and they bounce all over the place. And I keep going. I can't say it enough to anyone who's listening. Families, if you're listening, advocate with your ABA companies. Like, the very first thing that should happen is the family's needs right now should be part of the goals.
Absolutely.
Right. And like, the thing is these kids aren't sleeping, right? Kids on the spectrum sleep up to 60% less than a neurotypical child, and up to an hour and a half less a night.
Hour and a half?
No, that's an average. Right? I was talking to a mom the other day, and her son will stay up for 48 hours at a time. You've done that.
Yes.
Right? So like, why isn't sleep a goal? And then, like, are they eating okay? Like, I can't tell you how many kids that I'm working with, and it's a junk food diet because that's all they will eat and they've ever eaten. And so because of that, then they have stomach issues and bowel issues. Right? And if your kid can't toilet, and you can't, like, if you're a parent and your child isn't sleeping or eating and going to the bathroom, that's stress right there.
Absolutely.
And so like, the goal, and that just, it takes me right back to like, okay, the parents are more stressed than other parents raising a child with autism. And I go back to my quality of life topics, right? Like, are they healthy, happy, and safe? And so like, those need to be the freaking goals.
Yeah.
And then right, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I read this article once, which totally bummed me out. And this was a long time ago. And it was, I wish I wouldn't have read it, because I was like, well, this sucks. It was about special needs or a caregiver of people in general. It could be cancer, it could be special needs, it could be anything. But it said that if you're a caregiver of someone that has, special or medical needs, that your lifespan is it was 9 to 16 years less than the average lifespan. I'm like, well, that sucks. Like, sometimes when you read these things, you're like, well, you almost wish you didn't. But, I mean, not that that you're doomed or anything, but you have to think about that. And that's why also, which is easier said than done, trying to have like some sort of self-care is so important for not just obviously you, but your family, and especially the person that you are the full-time caregiver for. Because if I go down, everybody's going to go down.
That's such a good point. I always forget that part, right? The self-care. You're right. Because if you're not well, you can't take care of everyone else. And you're right. Everyone's going down, Jen. If you're not around, same my household.
Yeah.
And then Jennifer OC says, heal the gut, heal the brain, they will sleep. Absolutely. And so that's going to bring me to the last point about all this like healthiness is our kids are not moving enough, right? They move less, move significantly less. This freaking pandemic, man, just destroyed so many of the kids' lives that I see. I'm seeing so many of our kids that have spent 2 years sitting at home on their iPads because that's all anyone can do to survive. And now trying to get them back out and active is so hard. But we know that like exercise, first of all, if you're constipated and you have gut issues, right? If you're constipated, exercising helps improve bowel movement, right?
Yes.
It also helps you sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Swimming is one of the best activities our kids can engage in because of the full body movements, right?
Absolutely. Dylan would be submerged in water like all day long if I would let him.
Yep.
That's the one thing I do feel water in any capacity is like extremely healing, and has helped him a lot.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, part of what's so magic about this is, you know, you raise money and you're a part of Special Olympics of Southern California, and Special Olympics is exactly what all of our kids should be doing.
Yeah.
Because not only are they moving their body, but there's all the health and wellness appointments and aspects of Special Olympics. And then it's the tribe.
Yes, absolutely.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. You got to surround yourself with people that understand, will accept you and get it. Because not, you know, it doesn't matter whether it's, you know, a spouse, a relative, a friend. I mean, I learned quickly when Dylan was diagnosed that some people just they can't do it. They can't accept it, and that's fine. But you can also find and surround yourself with people that do get it and that want to help you, but also you want to help them. And it could be completely different situations, you know, but we're all there for each other. I mean, that's why I work at the surf group. And that's what I loved from day one, because, you know, we could all be out by the
Let's
beach.
plug them, surfers healing.
Surfers healing.
We all love them.
Yes, and it's funny because, you know, we go out in the water and like everybody's on the beach, and you know, if your kid comes and dumps a, you know, bucket of sand on somebody's head, like no one's gonna flinch, or someone's stemming or making loud noises or whatever. You know, it's you know, we're just all there together and there to support each other. So I think that is a huge component, you know, just to everybody's wellness and sanity.
Absolutely. And so, you know, as we're closing, that brings us to like why we do this podcast. And so Jen and I like to take topics related to autism and ABA and talk it through from a BCBA perspective and a caregiver perspective. Some of our more funnier topics, actually a couple of our top listened podcasts, and again, you can find us on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. You can look me up on LinkedIn or Instagram and Facebook, or Jen, find Kelly Birmingham, you can find us. I'm not huge social media savvy. I'm old and I'm like, but you know, we have one topic that we covered and covered 4 different angles was masturbation, right? Masturbation and sexuality for our kids, because, you know, obviously there are higher rates of autism in males than females. And it's a lot of moms and female BCBAs trying to figure out how to help young men on the spectrum masturbate. So
it still makes me cringe when I think about it.
Right. And then like our good friend Barbie, whose son was grabbing, she's so funny, he was grabbing the metal mixing bowl and taking it in his room.
He's rocking it.
Because he liked the pressure of it. And so and then we affectionately called the mixing bowl his girlfriend. But we do take topics and talk about it because somebody has to talk about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
It's reality.
Those were some of our top rated podcasts, is when we talk about sexuality and masturbation. And I teach a course on Site Pro, and I get contacted from people all over the world because it ends up frankly being that just no one wants to talk about it.
Yeah, I still don't want to talk about it, but I do have 2 boys, you know, and I had to raise them like myself during that whole stage. So I survived.
I somehow get contact. Like, I'm working with a group in England with some of their students at their school, and I'm like, I'm no expert at all. I have to always go to Bill and say, like, does the male part do this or do that?
Yeah.
But, like, it's female a lot of women BCBAs and moms and women teachers trying to sort it out. So we've got to talk about it. And then the other thing that we do talk a lot about is siblings, the impact of autism on siblings. And if you haven't checked us out, you should check us out on the sibling part, because Jen's son, Ethan, twice has been on the podcast. And that's one of our highest rated podcasts because he's so honest and truthful about how he feels about having a brother on the spectrum.
Yeah, he's awesome. Don't tell him that, though. He's going to get a big ego if he knows he's like the top rated.
It is like going the top rated, and it's both of them. We had him on twice, and he's so real about, one, his love for Dylan, and two, his concerns. And then, frankly, he can spot a good ABA person a mile away and a bad ABA person a mile away.
He does. And, you know, I've taken them with me to certain situations just to check things out, you know, and he's really good. You know, we've looked at, not that we're going there anytime soon, but he went with me to look at group homes, and you know, he went with me. He's asked me about, even though he was young at the time, conservatorship and what's going to happen to Dylan and like all these different aspects. And like, he had some good questions that I didn't even think about. And he had like a whole list, is a checklist every time of, you know, of asking, and, you know, and one big thing is I've always been with him, like, you're not going to have to take care of Dylan. Like, don't worry. I never wanted him to feel responsible, like that you're, you know, have to take him on and he's going to live with you, anything like that. But if you want to like be part of it and help with the decision making, like, that's awesome and great. And, you know, that's where we're at as a family. But, you know, he's really on top of it, and he really educates himself, and he's a really good brother. But I also want him to completely have his own life.
Right. One of my favorite things that he has said when we've interviewed him is that he was really glad that early on you told him, like, you didn't hide anything. And he, you know, and he basically said, like, I started to notice that Dylan was different, and I wanted to immediately know why. And I wanted to know, like, what to do and what was going on. And he wanted to be included from an early age in all the therapies.
Yep, for sure.
And you know, I've worked with families that haven't wanted to do that. And every family gets to make their own decision, right? Like, what is good for one family might not be good for another family, and honoring that. But I do, you know, I have a stepdaughter on the spectrum. Her sister also wanted to be very involved early on. And you and I interviewed a bunch of siblings, and they all wanted to be involved.
Yeah.
And almost all of them either volunteered or do some kind of work in the field of autism.
Yep, absolutely. Yep.
Right? Like, they're the movers and shakers.
Yep, for sure.
And then the last thing I'll just share for people listening to our podcast is we talk a lot about safety as well. And if you aren't familiar with the September 26th project, it is a website that you can go to. It is a website in honor of a mom, Fada Almighty, and her son Moo, who on September 26th, 2.5 years ago, did perish in a house fire. And her son was pretty severely impacted, and they did not have working fire alarms and some fire extinguisher problems, and they didn't have a prepared exit strategy to get out of the home. You can watch the video of her sister, who is a huge advocate and goes around the country talking about the importance of fire safety and planning for our kids on the spectrum, and all emergency and disaster planning. There are tips on there. Jen, you early on worked out strategies for Dylan to get out of the house and practice and plan. And I often share the strategies you've put together for Dylan when I present on that topic. And we do have a couple podcasts about that topic, including the surviving sisters, as well as our good friend, Jonathan, who works for the fire department.
Yes. Yeah, it's so important. I mean, safety, even to this day, you know, even just walking in parking lots or walking, on city streets and stuff like that, I'm still on edge, and it's still always a teaching moment. But yeah, definitely anything, just the house safety, there's so many components that can happen. But we both knew them, and it was so tragic when that happened. And it was a big eye opener for me just to, really be on top of it and, make sure, again, if whatever I can do to, make our household safe for Dylan and for everybody.
Yeah, and one thing I learned from that is a lot of our kids are being excluded from fire drills in their public schools. I didn't realize that till I started doing some presentations and talking about the topic, and that's illegal. Schools can't do that. And so if you're listening to that, same with sexual education, they can't exclude kids on the spectrum from those topics. And they're supposed to be included.
That's where we have to advocate.
Well, we hope you enjoyed our podcast and our podcastathon, our first one ever. And please subscribe to our podcast on Spotify or Apple Podcasts, or you can find us on Facebook, a 25-year look across the autism spectrum. Jen and I talking about our journey together. I'm going to bed.
I might be. We'll see.
Thanks, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Parent to parent, you might be asking yourself if your child has autism. And further, you might be asking yourself, is it important that I actually take my child to get a diagnosis? Well, as a parent of a child on the autism spectrum, I can tell you that diagnosis is important only in that it helps your child to get services. It helps to provide help. And all of our kids deserve help. We know that early intervention is key in creating the most progress for all of our kids, no matter if they're profoundly affected or if they're high functioning. So if the doubt is there in your mind, if you're asking yourself that question, I wonder if they might have autism, the only answer is to go and seek professional help. Go get the diagnosis. They might tell you, no, your child doesn't have autism. But if they tell you that your child does, then you're going to want to get as much help as you can as early as you can. Don't make the mistake of waiting. Get the answer to that question. It'll make a difference.
Hello, fellow activists. In our last segment, we talked about step number 2, educate yourself. Step number 3 is get support. Now, any journey can feel overwhelming if you feel like you're walking it alone. Well, you're far from alone, because with 1 in 50 kids diagnosed with autism today, there are a lot of us out there. Of course, there's always the issue of financial support. Now, there's a handful of organizations out there that offer financial support to families in need.
Hello, everybody. I'm Kobe Bird, and I'm here with
his mom, Rachel Bird. We're here. Welcome, everyone.
Welcome.
It's midnight. We don't have margaritas for midnight margaritas. Sorry, everyone. We decided. Shannon asked us, said, "Would you guys like to have an hour on the 44-hour podcastathon?" And I'm not an on-camera person. I started Let's Talk All the Things with Shannon because I love her and she's my friend. And I said, "Sure, friend, I'll help you." But when she asked for Kobe and I to take an hour, I thought, well, that would be really fun. We can kind of talk about what we do, what our life is. Kobe's going to be painting. We'll get into that in a minute. But when Shannon asked us what time we wanted during the 44-hour podcastathon, and the reason it's 44 hours is because a few weeks ago, the prevalence for autism was 1 in 44. Now, as of last week, it's 1 in 36. So 1 in 36 people have autism, are diagnosed. And that is, what they did is they took children ages 4 and 8. So 1 in 36 children have autism. That's a pretty high number. The prevalence when Kobe was diagnosed at 4 years old was, I think it was 1 in 40.
Yeah,
so the fact that it's 1 in 36 now is pretty insane. I think there's a lot of things we have to look at to kind of see where that is, why we're 1 in 36. And that's part of why Shannon decided to do this podcastathon. She wanted to raise money. She wanted to raise awareness. She wanted to just take the time to give awareness. There's a lot of parents out there. I remember when Kobe was diagnosed, I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what the services were. I still, even until he was pulled out of school and I was homeschooling him, is when we finally found our autism community. So Cobes and I are here today to just kind of, he's going to be painting, we're going to be talking.
Just a little bit of everything.
A little bit of everything. Yeah. So we said midnight is perfect because we don't sleep. Midnight's usually when we're dancing around the house and baking things and cooking and being crazy. So we figured.
So great timing.
Yeah, great timing. So Kobe, show them what you're going to be painting.
So I'm going to be painting this. It's so they're triangles, and then I have all the colors in order. So I'll be doing that, and here you go.
And at the end, we're actually going to start auctioning off. If you go to Kobe's Instagram, it's at the Kobe Bird on Instagram. There is a QR code, and if you you click on that QR code, you can start bidding. What we're raising money for, Kobe, you said you wanted to raise it for what?
For iPads.
For iPads, for people on the spectrum, for communication, for information. So anything that Kobe raises for this painting, the auction is going to close on the 6th, which is Friday, at 10 o'clock in the morning. Hopefully we'll be able to see this painting tonight. Go ahead and start painting, babe.
All right, I will start.
And we have it time-lapse, so we're gonna have a little time-lapse video of Kobe doing this. I did wanna show you, Kobe did his very first painting not too long ago, a couple weeks ago. And so this was today. Kobe actually did the painting. Oh, let's see. Kobe did the painting to put up in the studio here. And so this is Kobe in the studio with earlier today when they kicked off the podcastathon with Dr. Doreen Grampachet, with Joe Montagna, with Holly Robinson-Pete, and with Shannon Penrod. So Kobe is, I don't know if you can see that. So that's kind of a fun little picture of them with his picture, which is ginormous, up in the studio, the very first thing Kobe's ever done. So I'm a proud mom. So Kobe, what is your color theme for this today?
So I'm going to be doing yellow to orange to light orange to like a pinkish red and then to dark red.
Fun.
Something little, just something like citrusy.
Citrusy. Ooh, I like that. Citrusy.
This is Starburst.
Starburst.
Yeah.
Okay, I love that. That's pretty fun.
Yeah.
So Kobe is going to be painting while we're chatting. Kobe and I were kind of talking about what we wanted to talk about today, and we were just kind of talking about things in the car on the way here and what we wanted to talk about. One of the things that, if you don't know who Kobe is, first of all, he is an individual with autism. He's an actor. He's a keynote speaker. Anything else you want to add?
I'm an advocate for people on the spectrum. Yeah.
He is a crooner. He loves to sing. I guess you sing all kinds of stuff.
Everything.
And Kobe is my son. He's going to be 21. I am his mom, and I've been on this journey with him for the last 21 years. Like I said, he was diagnosed when he was 4.5, and he was diagnosed because his language, he always kind of reached all of his benchmarks, but he was at the backside of those. So if it was something like you have to walk by the time you're 19 months old, he would literally, or 15 months old, it would be like 15 months in a day.
Yeah.
And then I noticed that his language just wasn't what typical children's language was, and his behaviors. And there was a point when he was about 2.5 where everything kind of went dark, and he went from a smiley kiddo to kind of not making eye contact, having a hard time with things. Kobe, we were talking on the way here. What are some of your first memories of you being, just having autism? What do you remember of your journey?
I wasn't aware of it. I wasn't aware of like what autism was until 3rd grade, but at the time, in my own little kid head, I thought it was being allergic to gluten and dairy. So I am gluten and dairy free, and I have been since I was 5, and that was what I equated to autism at the time. So when mom was telling me about like people on the spectrum, I assumed that they were I assumed autism was just being allergic to gluten and dairy. So that was how I saw it. But then finally, when I knew what autism was, and the basics, I think I was around like 8 or 9.
So today, right now, if I said to you, what does autism mean, or what is your personal definition of someone with autism or someone on the spectrum?
So in my own head, or in my opinion, autism really is what is it? I'm trying to think. Autism is...
It's hard to paint and think. You can stop painting.
No, it's okay. I'm trying to think of the right words.
What does autism feel like to you?
What's funny is that it's not, you don't feel it. In a lot of ways, we're all the same. We all have the same thoughts. We all have the same feelings and the same everything, same relations or similar relations. But one of the things about autism is that our brains work a lot more differently. So it can mean social interactions or sensory issues, all kinds of things. And for some, yeah.
So I know we were talking the other day. You were telling me that with your autism, with your autism, you were saying it's, and I think you were talking about this earlier too, with Holly and Joe on the show, that for you, when you're you have something in your head that you want to say.
Yeah. So with autism, there's a lot of external. There's stuttering, there's stimming, there's sensory issues, social interactions, all kinds of things. But the internal to me is for me the most important part of autism, because it's how we think, it's how we feel, it's how we see things, it's how we hear things, it's how we perceive everything around us, and in a lot of ways it's different. But also one of the things is that for a lot of people who are neurotypical, when they're thinking of something to say, it comes out a lot easier. But for us on the spectrum, it's a lot more difficult to get things out. So I know what I'm going to say right now, especially right now. But when it comes out, it isn't the way I intended to, and it's like a ball is up my throat, or it's like my tongue is on those. So my tongue is tied, so I can't fully really get it out. But one of the hardest things about it is that it comes with social interaction. So I have major social anxiety, and one of the things I think about is oh God, I got to think about what to say before I say something. Like if I were to go to a special occasion like a party, I need to think about what to say, or how do I start the conversation. That to me is the most difficult part. How do I start it? I know what to say in my mind, but one of the hardest parts about that is trying to get it out, trying to execute that idea. And for a lot of people on the spectrum, it's like that.
Well, and I know that you were saying, I mean, we say this all the time, that no two people on the spectrum are the same. Everybody is different. You can have identical twins on the spectrum and their journey is going to be different. One's verbal, one's nonverbal, one can have sensory issues, one can wear colors, and one can, I mean, there's so many different things about being on the spectrum. And I think for me as a parent is I always just wanted to make sure that you were okay and that you knew that no matter what, you weren't different. That we're all different. Look, I'm so different. We talk about, one of the things that we talk about is the words that we use is low functioning and high functioning. We don't use those. We say less support or more support. And the reason we do that is because, listen, I'm high functioning at doing things like art and baking and cooking and being crazy. I'm really high functioning at that. But I'm low functioning right now at running a marathon. It's not going to be something that I'm going to go out and probably win that marathon. And so everybody has things that we're high functioning and low functioning. But we like to say, a lot of our friends that are nonverbal, you wouldn't know how talented they were because it's all in there. They just can't get it out the way we typically would. Maybe someone hasn't found it. Maybe there's different ways to pull that out of them, whatever it is. And so, you know, people, what do people say to you typically when they see you or like think about your autism? Because you do.
Oh, I can't tell you about autism, or I can't see it, or I don't see it. But the thing is that you don't, you're seeing the preparation, you're seeing the execution of the preparation. You're not seeing the preparation. You're not seeing what I'm going through, preparing for putting my mask on or for preparing for something, because that's what I'm going through all the time. That internal is always in my head. So when the external is coming out, it's a lot more difficult. So it's like right now I'm trying to think of what to say, but it's like, okay, when you're talking, you're thinking like quickly on the dot, like of what to say. So for a lot of people with autism, it's like, okay, now I gotta think of what to say. But the thing is, when you're talking, you're thinking fast, and for a lot of people like me, it's very hard to think fast. So it's trying to find what's easier and what's more and what's best for us.
Right. And for you, I know, like, okay, so you said earlier, you talked about masking. What does masking mean to you?
So you know, like how in Harry Potter there's the invisibility cloak. For masking is like putting on a cloak of personality, or like a cloak of common collectiveness. So the mask is me. That's the thing. It isn't just another personality. It is me. But it's trying to find the best way to bring in that version of me and execute it well. So I'm trying to think. See, right now I'm trying to think of it.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Yeah.
That's the thing. There's no time limit. There's no wrong answers, and you can take your time, or we can come back to it.
No, but you're right. So masking in a lot of ways is trying to bring that version about it, that version out of you the best way you can. It's trying to bring in what society sees as normal or sees as typical. So
trying to get you to fit into what their box is.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
So that's basically what masking is, and I've masked pretty much my whole life. And it was just when I was starting acting and when I was just starting to come out of my shell, when I was starting to have more language, that was when my masking began, because it was me practicing how to deal with how to deal with social situations and on how to go on every day.
Well, I know one of the things that one day I said to Kobe, you know, you don't have to mask. like I said, Kobe, you know, because we were talking about it, and I see the backside of it all for him. I see the preparing. I see when he's stressed out. I see on the way to an event or something like that where he's really struggling. And I try to tell him, like, we don't have to go. And he's like, no, I got it. I just got to prep. He needs to be quiet, has to have the right music, whatever it is. And I let him have that space before and after an event, because because he's socialized or masked or just the anxiety of being with people. I learned what space he needs. If he just wants to go in his room and listen to music and close the door and whatever that he needs to come down. I think Holly said this morning or this afternoon that RJ after work comes home and jumps on a trampoline for 2 hours. I was like, that's brilliant. He's getting his yayas out. That's what he has to do to come down from that. And I thought that was so great to hear that other people, I think that's good to know that other people on the spectrum, I mean, I know some people, I used to have to come home from work and I would close everything down because you're so overstimulated. And so for someone like you on the spectrum who that's a little bit harder, you know, it's nice to see. I'm actually seeing there's some people with questions. Someone said, Kobe and her mom, I have high functioning autism and ADHD, sensory processing disorder, depression, OCD, anxiety, stress. I'm 36, love from Culver City. So nice to meet you both. Eric, it's so nice to meet you as well. Eric. Thank you for being here with us. And we appreciate you watching with us in midnight all the way from Culver City. But going back to masking, I think one of the things that we have to understand is I try to give you your space and see where you're at. And one of the things that I asked you recently was, you know, Kobe, are you wanting to date someone? Yeah. I recently got back into the dating world, and we've been talking openly about it and about what that means. At that age, yeah. And I was like, Kobe, he's 20, and I said, how, do you want a relationship? Is that something you want to do? And what was your answer?
I said, you know, I'm 20 years old. I'm barely even an adult, and before I love somebody, I need to learn to love myself. I'm at the age where I'm still figuring out.
I mean, how profound is that, guys? Really,
I'm still figuring out myself and who I am and what I want to do, and there are so many things that I'm learning about myself every single day, and we'll get to that later. But
no, what are you learning about yourself every day?
So one of the things I was telling my mom a few months ago was that. One of the so for a lot of people so for a lot of people with autism, some of them have issues with emotion or trying to understand emotion, trying to understand facial expressions. For me, I'm the exact opposite. But instead of it being normal, it's turned up to like 1 million. So emotions to me are I'm so sensitive to emotions.
You know what I remember with that is every time, and you still do this, when we're in a movie, when I was little, Kobe would come and he would take his 2 fingers and put them here if I was crying. Yeah. And he didn't want to watch things. And you still do this when we're watching a movie, if it's an emotional part. He would look over at me in the theater or look at me while we're watching. And you still do. You did it the other day when we were, yes sir, we went to Alan Menken the other day. And you know me, I get a little teary when I hear some of those songs. And I saw you looking over at me and it made me think of when you were younger because you didn't like to see that emotion.
And an emotion to me is so powerful, and it's so big, and it's so so poignant in like the visible way that to me, like when I'm reading a book or when I'm watching a movie or when I'm just anything to do with like stories. If there's a specific moment in that story that affects me so much, I have to shut it off because if it digs in that deep, I need to process that emotion and see if I can keep on going. So if I'm watching something that has to do with autism or with bullying or with
things that you connect with,
socializing, everything. I have to pause it, or I just start pulling my eyes out because that emotion is so powerful to me. So it's like trying to find. So it's like I just found that out, and I told my mom, you know, a lot emotion affects me so much. Like I get so invested in so many things.
Well, even when you read your book.
Oh yeah, exactly. Like a few days ago, I was watching a show, and. Oh yeah. So a big thing happened, like a character death, and I screamed because.
And I thought the house was coming down.
Yeah.
I was like, "What's happening? can't do. And he's like, oh, I'm watching my show. And I was like,
character died.
Kobe, you can't do that. And I had a moment because it scared me because I thought, oh my gosh, what happened? And I realized like, I need to let him have that emotion. I need to let him feel that. But it did scare me. It's like someone in the car when they go, oh, and you go, oh, you know, you think you're gonna hit something or whatever it is. We all have our own emotions, right?
Exactly. But yeah, but like there were moments where I'll just be sitting and I'll be reading a book. Like there'll be a moment in the book where that's just so emotional that I'll be just bawling my eyes out. So it's like, so there are so many things like that that I'm learning about every day.
Right.
And the thing is that there are so many things that I need to learn about that I don't need to fix, but I need to stop being so hard on myself. I need to say to myself, you know what? This is okay. This is who you are. This is
be fine.
Be fine. Be chill. All is good. And that's what I'm trying to learn, or what I'm trying to focus on. So, dating, finding my significant other. It's not put aside, but it's not what I'm focusing on specifically. So it doesn't mean that I'm not all for finding somebody. Like if I meet somebody tomorrow or this week or next month, awesome. If I don't, also awesome. That's not my focus, and
you're not out there looking for
exactly. And I'm happy either way. I'm happy where I am, and to me, finding somebody isn't the end goal. There really is no end goal in life until the life ends. So it's like finding somebody isn't going to complete me, because the only thing that can really complete me is myself. So it's like
How come you're so profound?
So it's trying to find that realization, that self-love, and trying.
He's teaching me these things because I'm in my 40s and I'm still trying to deal with all of these things. So the profound, sometimes when he tells me these things, I'm like, when he said to me, when I asked him that question about, you know, do you want a girlfriend? Are you looking for love? Or like, is that something you're interested in? And he said, I don't want to be in a relationship until I can learn to love myself.
Mm-hmm.
And I went, do you know how many hundreds of thousands and millions of people need to know that?
Yeah.
So I actually learned a lot from you, Kobe, when it comes to stuff like that. You impressed me. So one of the things that Kobe and I want to share that we haven't shared with anybody yet is we did something crazy this last week. And we're going to share it, a little bit about it here. You're going to be able to see about it and hear more about it on Saturday, April 8th. But there is something called the Easter Seals Disability Film Challenge. And this is their 10th year doing their challenge. And they give a theme, and you have to write, direct, film, produce, edit, score, everything with the film it was from March 28th to April 2nd. Everything in that time. Kobe and I have never written a script. Kobe and I've never directed, edited. He acted in it solely himself. He played multiple characters. And so we actually got to do this together. I brought our slate from our movie. It's called The Question. So the question, this is the question for Easter Seals Disability Film Challenge. It's a short film. We started it on the 28th, and we are so excited. Kobe and I wrote and produced it together. It is about, you had little categories, and the category that we had, it was romance. And then we had a subcategory, and our category was first encounter. So it is, Kobe's played two characters, Hero and Reflection. And Hero is struggling on asking someone out on a first date. And Reflection is the side of him that is the common collective side that talks to him in the mirror and tells him, you got this.
You can do this.
And so we'll get to share with you guys. We're going to put links up and all of that fun stuff on April 8th when we start our campaign, because there is an award for, I think it's called the Visibility. Is it Visibility? I can't remember what it is. Oh no, it's the awareness campaign. So we are really excited to share. We haven't talked about it at all. And again, we've never written, directed, produced, edited, all of that fun stuff, huh, Copes? You were the number one, the number two, there's two in there. So you were number one and number two. It was really exciting. It was really exciting.
It really was.
Also how did you feel about it?
You know what? At first, I was very nervous about it, and I thought we actually decided that we would do it on the day I painted the canvas. So that was like a big.
And it was
day.
loose.
Yeah.
We were like, should we do this?
Should we do this?
There's no teams. Should we try this together?
So it was very daunting at first, but we did it in over the course of 24 hours. We wrote it, we edited it, we filmed it, we did all of that in just 24 hours.
And then our brilliant friend Brandy Thomas, who is a composer, scored it for us. So she actually scored, we sent it over and she scored it within 48 hours too. So it's really cool that it has its own original score. And the rules of the Easter Seals Disability Film Challenge is Nick Novicki, who started I think this is a drinking game, Easter Seals Disability Film Challenge. Nick Novicki started it 10 years ago because he wanted actors in front, and people in the entertainment industry in front and behind the camera to have authentic representation, to show people that people with disabilities can do it in front and behind the camera. And so it's really neat what he's done, and Kobe's never been able to do it. So we thought for the 10th anniversary, we've got to do something, right?
And the thing is that I think I'm actually glad we did it together because it was something. It was the first time we did anything like that, and it was our
zero
first time
budget.
Zero budget. This was our first film. So it was, to me, I think doing it just the two of us, it was cool because even though we learned from our experiences, like being on set and putting
it makes it, oh my gosh, I'm totally interrupting you, sorry.
Oh no, it's okay, you're good.
But like even just running camera and doing a camera test, because we filmed it in our bathroom in our apartment, and I have so much more respect for I've always had respect. Crew works so hard, all of our amazing Lock and Key crew, we love you more than anything. They're some of our favorite people in the whole wide world, but your job even more so now, I bow down to you.
Deep respect.
Deep respect. Editing, lighting.
You guys rock.
Everything. All of you guys. Makeup, hair and makeup. The great thing, Kobe, you were really easy with hair and makeup. But I swear to you guys, every one of your jobs, all of our crew family, we love you. Someone did ask, Eric said, how long have you been an actor in the entertainment biz, Cobes?
I've been acting for a good 8 years. Yeah, or 2016, right? So was that 8 years or was that 7 years ago?
I think about 7 years.
Yeah, 7 years. 7 years.
7 years.
So almost 8 years. But when I started acting, I was pulled out of middle school for bullying, and there was this program. There was this theater program I was joining, and it was for people on the spectrum and for all kinds of disabilities. And I didn't. Before I didn't even know I wanted to act. And originally the reason why I was doing it was because I loved to sing, Mom wanted me to do it because she knew I love singing, and also it was getting me out there. This also was the first time I was really like in the autism community, so it was like my first. It was my gateway into that. So that was how that all began. But the only thing I knew was that I loved to sing. But being there was also where I discovered that my love for being on stage, for getting in character, and that was also where I discovered acting. So the first show I ever did, I loved because when I'm on set, I've said this many times, but I think it's really important, especially for being on the spectrum, is when I'm on set, all of my sensory issues and all of my external is all gone because I'm so hyper focused on being in character, on focusing on that because in my head that to me is to me I'm my character, I'm not myself. So if my character were to have sensory issues, then they still would be there. But if it were more severe, then it would be more severe. But if it were to be, but if the character had no sensory issues whatsoever, then that would be gone. So I think in a lot of ways, I'm that character, and that character is me. So I'm not. So my autism is kind of put on hold for a minute because I'm so focused on that character. But that's why I love acting, because my autism and my external doesn't get my external doesn't get in the way of that. And it's something that I can be comfortable, and that's why I love acting, because
It's because you're so hyper focused on your character, right? That you.
But also, I feel comfortable. Like I don't. It's the one thing where I don't feel. It's the one thing that I don't feel overwhelmed over. So I feel comfortable. I feel like myself, and it's cool. But it also lets me work on my imagination, because I have a big imagination. I've had such a big imagination since I was a kid, and it's still going strong. So it's like.
Wait, do you remember your invisible girlfriend?
Oh yeah.
What was her name? I remember her name. Do you remember it?
No. I remember that I had 99 cousins.
You had 99 cousins.
99 cousins, yep.
And every cousin had a name, and you also at one point said there was a boy that would come in your window at nighttime and I was like, what's happening? And you were like, oh, I have a friend that plays with very limited language. But do you remember your girlfriend's name? Her name was Lily.
Lily, yeah, Lily.
Lily.
Oh gosh.
And Lily.
Oh
and
gosh.
She was so real. And I remember thinking, like, do we just go with this or not? I was like, of course we go with this. You bought her flowers for Valentine's, but Lily was very, very real to you.
Oh no. There also was another one. So one of my other. So I had two cousins. One was Maggie from China, and then the other was Robin, who was Robin. He was my twin cousin, so he looked just like me, only except he had black hair, and he was incredibly rich.
That is so funny.
That's still in my head.
When those were in your head, were they very real to you?
Oh yeah, very real to me.
And I wonder where those, like, what?
Who knows?
I love that.
But yeah, like I had a lot of imaginary friends back as a kid, and
I remember.
That was such a big part of my life. And then actually I still remember something happened. Like we had a fight when I was a kid, and
me and you.
Yeah, me and you, and we were driving back. I was in tears, and I was saying, like, in my own head, I'm sorry that I yelled at you. Lily and I broke up.
Oh, that's right, you did.
Yeah.
You were so upset, and you were having like a tantrum, and I didn't understand what was going on, and I couldn't figure it out. And finally, I said, Kobe, like, what's going on? And he was just sobbing, and I was like, I don't understand what's happening. I don't know what. Usually, I could kind of figure out what what the difficult behavior was from or what was happening, and I couldn't figure it out. And finally, he just started. Just sobbed and said, Lily and I broke up, and I'm so sad. And I kind of knew when you and Lily broke up. That was kind of the end of all of your cousins. It's like it's almost
really
like when
was.
you started to have language. So I'm wondering, how that's so interesting. I forgot about that.
That was my language. My imaginary friends and my my imagination was my language at the time.
I know some people were asking about because we asked some questions on your social media, and some were asking, like, what are your favorite moments of Lock and Key, and what are your favorite moments on and off set of Lock and Key? Do you have any favorites that you could think of?
Just being there on set, just being with everybody, and it was such a healthy, and it was such a great environment, because it wasn't just work, but also it was also like a good social occasion. So it was getting out there, it was communicating, but also one of the things I love about acting is that I'm all about details, and I'm all about, like, memorizing those details and saying, okay, my character would do this, my character would do that. So one of my very favorite parts about acting is talking about the director, about the character, and about the blocking. So blocking is kind of like in acting language. It's like choreography, but so it's like where the actor is standing, or where they're sitting, or where they're
what direction they're going.
Yeah, exactly. So talking with the director about, like, the blocking and about the detail about where the props go, and about, like, what my character would do. Oh no, my character was holding something with this hand, or I was looking this way, but the camera, but on the next take, but on the next take, I was looking this way. So
Yeah, for continuity, you have to do it the same way every time,
and that
right?
to me is like pure satisfaction because it's talking about those details, and it's like, oh my gosh, I can talk with the crew about the details. Like that to me, it makes me feel like I'm not alone. Like that to me is one of my really that to me really is one of my favorite parts about like just acting, is just talking with the crew about the details and like where things go and the blocking, and that to me is it's so much fun.
Okay, so I have to ask you, I don't think I've ever asked you this. What is it like for you to prepare? Because we do auditions all the time together. I read them with you, but I never have asked you what you do to prepare to get into that character. What is it that helps you put that character on?
So I talk to myself. So one of the things I do is sometimes I'll stand in the mirror and I'll talk to myself in that character and I'll start a conversation. So that's like and that also applies to everything else, like going to occasions, going out like to parties and to all kinds of things. And it's like trying to like come up with the conversation in my head and trying to start the conversation. So acting is probably like the main primary focus. I'll talk to myself with my character in my head in the mirror.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And that's how you do it. Actually, once you see our film, The Question, you'll see that we kind of display that, right? That talking into the mirror and practicing that over and over is what helps you bring internally what you've got going on to externally what you want to say and do, right?
Exactly.
Which is so cool. What were some of your favorite off-screen moments with Lock and Key?
Off-screen moments?
Yeah, like was there any moments with the cast and crew? So we'll start over. So Kobe was on a show on Netflix called Lock and Key. He was on it for 3 seasons. Season 3, he was a series regular. It is do you want to explain them what Lock and Key is?
So Lock and Key is an adaptation of a graphic novel, and it's written by Joe Hill, the son of Stephen King, and it's phenomenal.
And illustrated.
It's illustrated by Gabriel Rodriguez.
Yeah.
And the main plot is it's about this family, mainly consisting of the mother and her 3 kids, and they move to Massachusetts after their father dies, and they move into his family home, which is this giant house called Key House,
which was gorgeous.
And they're still like coming to terms with his death. They're grieving him very deeply, and as they settle in, they start hearing these whispers around the house, and they start when they follow the whispers, they come across these magical keys that have all these abilities. So one can open like a door into your head. One can open up. One can turn you into a ghost. One is like a matchstick, and it emits fire. So there are all types of abilities.
The keys are so cool.
And they're
so cool.
Yeah, and there's this demon in the well house next to Key House, who escapes and is trying to get the keys. So it's them fighting to protect the keys, but also to protect Key House. But it's such a fun show. But that's the main plot.
Yeah. And so do you have any favorite moments off screen? Like anything with the cast or anything in Toronto or Lunenburg, traveling, any of the stuff that we did?
So I don't have any particular favorite people that I worked with. Everybody on there was amazing. Like I can't choose a specific, but one of the people we were really close with was Darby Stanchfield, who played the mother, and she was phenomenal. But she for seasons 2 and 3, where she was our neighbor in the same residence, And sometimes we would go out and we'd walk because we were
Late
in
at
Toronto,
night. Yep.
in Toronto, and we were just and we were right by the CN Tower. So we had that connection that we both loved the CN Tower. So we would always walk and talk and just get to know each other. And she was somebody that we just became really close with, and she just
good people.
She became like family to us, and she's just somebody that is really important to me and my mom, and having somebody like that really made me feel comfortable, and it made me think, okay, this is somebody that I feel really comfortable with, that I can talk with, and. She's just a good human.
She is.
She really is. But
she's good people.
But she's somebody that I really got to know, and somebody that I really just bonded with. So
well, she gave you some really good advice about different things about putting a character away when you're done with the season, and even when you're done with the show, and revisiting that character. And she just was a really good person. I think what's cool. What was really cool to see for me as a parent is watching how other people, even someone, so you've got Darby and then someone like Kevin Durant, who kind of took you under his wing and was able just to talk to you and say, hey, this is how it is, and sometimes it's hard, and sometimes, everybody thinks, like, I remember my mom said to me one day, she texted me, she's like, does a limo pick you up to take you to and from set? And I was like, Mom, it's a Dodge van. Transport it's not limos. It looks so luxurious, but that, and there are some moments that you have luxurious things, but it's driving out and sitting out at a set, exterior set in the middle of a field with, mosquitoes and frogs, and it's lovely, but it's, when people think
it's a lot of work. It's exhausting at times.
Yeah, there's not red carpets when you're out there working, and it can be extremely cold or extremely hot or buggy or all those fun things. And I have to say, there were many, many times that I was, back at the monitors at Video Village and tears, because seeing you, Kobe, the way you navigated it, even the social situations on the cast and crew was amazing. It was lightning in a bottle, just amazing people. But watching you get to live that dream as your mom was, and knowing what you've been through your whole life was more than anything that I could have asked for. And I know you'll have more experiences like that again. Yeah. There will never be another Lock and Key, but it was really, really cool to get to watch you shine and do work and just get to play with those people, because it was amazing. And that you guys all did it during COVID. I mean, I think we did about 200 COVID tests at this point. We did a lot of COVID tests. Anything else? Oh, so 2 days ago was the 2-year anniversary of you learning to ride a bike. And one of the coolest things about Lock and Key is that the showrunner, Meredith Averill, she saw that Kobe learned how to ride a bike, and she wrote in a scene where Rufus rides a bike. And I think that's one of my favorite moments is...
I'm with you. Because that to me was a culmination of what I've learned being on that show, but also it was a culmination of how much progress I've had over the years on that show, and how much I've learned, and how much I've changed, how much I've just how much I've learned as a human being, and just that.
Well, you tried, I and others, Uncle Scotty, a lot of us had tried to get you to ride a bike for many, many years, a 2-wheel bike. We ended up getting him one of the 3-wheel adult bikes, because one of the things about people with autism, individuals on the spectrum, is that balance and motor and different things like that are hard, but then put that with directions, and then put that with outside stimulus, like you're riding somewhere, there's other bikes, there's trees, there's sounds. I remember even when you were riding that three-wheel bike, Kobe, you had a really hard time because you would just go off the road because you'd start seeing something. And so Kobe had tried for years and years to ride a bike, and it was a struggle. And I know how hard you wanted to how much you wanted to do, and you'd said it was your goal a few years in a row.
It was on my bucket list.
Yeah, and it just hadn't happened, and that's okay. And watching you, it was World Autism Day, and you said it was COVID, and we couldn't go onto our roof in Toronto, and you rented the bike, and we sat there. You couldn't even get your feet around one time, and in 45 minutes, you went from doing that to then riding your bike back and forth. And I am the proudest mom in the whole wide world.
But also I think the reason why that was so important was that It was on April 2nd.
Yeah.
And that was such a perfect day to do it because it was showing me, it was showing that you can do things if you push yourself, if you don't let anybody get in the way of your opinions. If you want to do something, you do it, and don't let anybody say, "Oh, you can't do this because it's not possible." Don't listen to that. Don't listen to that pessimism, that negativity in your mind. Don't let it seep into your mind. If you want to do something, you do it, and nothing can stop you. Only yourself. But you shouldn't stop yourself.
Can I be you when I grow up? Like, seriously, can I be you when I grow up? Like, I'm so proud of you. I really am. Like, I see what you go through every day, and I just, I always say I love you to the moon.
And back.
But I am proud of the human you are. I'm proud how kind you are. I'm proud that you want to be a voice for other people on the spectrum. And I'm proud that you open yourself up and show people that, like, it's okay to be who you are even if it's hard. And I want to use all the cuss words to say I effing love you, but I love you all the days, and I'm super proud of you.
I love you too, Mom. I couldn't have done this without your support. Like, I am doing all this stuff I have done all this on my own volition. I have made these decisions myself, and even the painting. I said yes to the painting myself, and you weren't the one that assisted me with it. So, in a lot of ways, you were the one that helped supported me to that point, and in a lot of ways you're the reason you're the main reason I am where I am today, and I couldn't have asked for a better mom.
Excuse me while I'm in a puddle over here crying, because I just love you all the days. I'm gonna sit here and be a mess, but I couldn't do it. I mean, It's very rare that I'm speechless, but it's my pleasure to do this alongside with you. I wouldn't want any other journey.
It's been a phenomenal journey.
I'm super thankful for you.
I'm thankful for you.
Now I'm gonna just sit here and cry all the live long day. Thanks, guys. Thanks for making me cry, son. So Kobe and I are very silly.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Silly's a bit of an understatement.
Or goofy, or nerdy, or dorky, or all the things.
All
And I tend to sing him awake. I used to sing you to sleep, and now I sing him awake. What do you remember? What songs do you think of me singing you awake?
Good morning.
Good morning, good morning. And one of the things that I make him do, and I think you understand this now, is I would get to him, we've danced the whole day through good morning, good morning.
She would try to get me to sing.
And I would stop, I'd go, good morning, and I wouldn't let, and you go.
It's great to be alive, good morning.
Good morning, to you.
And you.
And I'd be like, no.
Half asleep. Yeah.
And then I would just start singing it. And I sing songs all as loud as I can. I have the worst singing voice, and I don't care, which probably helps him wake up.
I disagree with that.
We have so much fun.
My mother was a great
What was the
singer.
other one that I say to wake you up? Mostly good morning.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Do you remember the song I used to sing to you to go to sleep?
A Castle on a Cloud?
No, Sandman.
No? Oh yeah, Sandman.
Sleep tight, the Sandman. Soon we'll be by.
Well, no, you didn't see anything, but one of the things I still remember from being a kid was that when you would wake me from school, you wouldn't sing, but you would go in and sing your voice. Get up, it's time to go to school, and that to me was and the funniest thing about that was that the day was the most apparent, the day the change was so big was the last day of summer and the first day of school, so it would be like, oh no, it's school, it's school time now.
Yep.
Because that tone in my...
You knew.
I knew, oh God, oh no, it's school now.
Well, the other thing I've always done, which it makes me laugh, is I change lyrics to songs, and somehow they come out. I would never be able to.
They come out perfectly.
They
come out so well.
So whatever
even
he's doing, whatever song I sing, I change it. Or if a song comes on the radio, which Kobe and I have a song that comes on, and it came, actually we got in the car to come here today, and literally the second I turned the car it came on, and it's the song Africa by Toto, and Kobe and I have a dance move, and if he doesn't do it, I get upset. No, we have so much fun. What is our dance move? It goes dun 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 dun. We're such dorks. But we have a blast. We have a dorky time doing all the fun.
We have this debate that during the solo of the song, you know, when it's like when it's the solo in Africa, that so to me it's a keyboard.
It's a flute.
It's a keyboard. I'm going to watch the music video tonight, and I'm going to show it to you.
Even if you say it, I'm always right. I'm never right. But stop. It's a flute. But I always have my own idea of things. I'm wrong most days.
I'm still going to go find it on YouTube tonight.
So how's the painting going? Let's see how the painting is.
I'm almost done. Here we go.
And you know what we totally forgot to show? We forgot to show the video of you doing, there's a little video.
Oh yeah.
Casey, can we show that? So as Kobe finishes up this part of the painting, Casey's gonna show a little time lapse. That's what we're doing here, is we're time lapsing him do this. Casey, can you show that for us? Kobe, that's so good. You're doing so great.
Thank you. I tried my best to color in the whites.
Try to do a little bit thicker.
No, I tried. Trust me. Is it good though?
It's great.
Good show, yeah?